In today's video, we are talking about my Anthurium collection, but we're not just talking about them right now. We're talking about the whole evolution of my Anthurium collection. I started collecting them 4.5 years ago, and over that time I have added a whole lot of Anthuriums. I have lost a few Anthuriums, but I certainly have learned a lot about Anthuriums. So today we are looking at it all. Hey everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. Another marathon video. I recently uploaded a marathon video about my garden and the full evolution of my garden, and you guys really enjoyed that, despite the fact that it was a very lengthy video. So if you guys enjoy watching it and I enjoy making them, then let's make another one. And I thought we focus on my Anthurium collection first. Again, I acknowledge that this video is really long, but I suppose that's the point of a marathon video. I'm including all of the footage about my Anthuriums that I was able to find. And uploading 2 to 3 YouTube videos every week for the last 3 years, there was quite a bit of content. Now, of course, I would not expect anybody to watch all of it. Please only watch as much of the video as you enjoy. That's the whole idea behind my videos. I want people to enjoy them. I don't want you to feel an obligation like you have to watch my videos, but watching my videos is by far the best way for you guys to support me. I rely on my videos being watched so that I can keep this channel afloat. So I appreciate if you could watch as much of the video as possible, but again, it needs to be an enjoyable experience for you. I will leave timestamps in the description down below, so you can just skip through the updates and you can kind of skip through the years, let's say, because I have grown Anthuriums in 4 different houses over the course of 4.5 years. So there's certainly lots and lots of little updates here and there. Now, when I started collecting my Anthuriums, I didn't have a YouTube channel yet. So really the bulk of content that I've got has been over the last 3 years. But that means that by the time I recorded my first YouTube video, I already had Anthuriums for 1.5 years. In that 1.5 years, I very much accumulated a bunch of small Anthuriums and a bunch of Anthurium seeds. Actually, the first Anthurium purchase wasn't even a purchase. I won it in a giveaway. I won some Ikea seedlings, and that Ikea is still with me somewhere here. Nope, it's upstairs now. We're gonna go there later. I also had some Magnificum seedlings that I grew. One of them ended up being variegated, which was my favorite Anthurium at the time, but by the time I had a YouTube channel, that Anthurium already declined. My first ever Anthurium that I bought was Crystallinum. That I still have. It's over here. And that is the parent of all of my crazy rubbish and so on. So really the first 1.5 years, I didn't make all too many learnings just yet. I was pretty lucky. I feel like everything went right in the first 1.5 years. But all of my Anthuriums were also so small that I was just able to put them into the Ikea cabinet. So we didn't miss out on all too much, not capturing the first 1.5 years or so. Mentioning the Ikea cabinet throughout the video and throughout the updates. Sometimes the updates are full Anthurium updates, but sometimes I just took snippets from my full houseplant tours, but I kept it to the bits that are relevant to the Anthuriums only. So mainly my Ikea cabinet, that's where all of my small Anthuriums start off with. Once they outgrow the Ikea cabinet, they move into my Anthurium room, which is this one over here, which also has gone through 3 iterations with the last 3 moves. And in summer, I move some of them into my greenhouse as well, so you'll also get a few updates from the greenhouse Anthuriums and so on. Overall, watching that footage back myself, I was shocked at how much my Anthurium collection has actually changed over the years. I think it already looked really good 3 years ago. And I don't think it just changed for the better. I definitely had a few casualties over the last 3 years, and some Anthuriums look better then than they do now, but others are looking better now than they did back then. With frequent moving, frequent changes in conditions and so on. Of course, every now and then you might just drop the ball on 1 or 2 of them. But overall, I do think this particular setup with these shelves over here in my bedroom is my preferred Anthurium setup. You guys are currently in my bed. So this is the view that I wake up to every morning. So really excited about that. Also really quick before we get into the marathon, I do have 2 mother lights on either side over here because this would get absolutely no light if it wasn't for me supplementing light. They're also linked in the description, but I also talk about them heaps throughout the updates. Anyway, I think we better get started. So let's take it back to Jan from 3 years ago when I recorded my first Anthurium video. Hey everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I would like to show you my Anthurium collection and my Ikea greenhouse cabinet. Unfortunately, it's super dark and rainy today, so we'll have to do with artificial light. I hope you can still see everything okay. Before we talk about the Anthuriums themselves, let's talk a little bit about the cabinet. I've had the cabinet since October 2020, so closing in on 2 years, and I've definitely learned a little bit about the cabinet over those 2 years. But maybe let's start off with what I haven't changed. So when I got it, I put a Mars Hydro TS60, I think it was, or 600, one of them. I think 60. So I put a Mars Hydro grow light at the top, and I just secured it by drilling holes into the top of the cabinet and then cable tying the light to the cabinet in itself. The light fits the cabinet perfectly. It is really, really strong. Let me show you. Wow. So as you can see, it's really strong, especially if there's no plants in there to actually absorb all of the light. I wanted to use my cabinet and grow them vertically. So I wanted to almost create like a wall of poles in the back wall of my cabinet. I don't necessarily like the look of having multiple shelves and then having grow lights on every shelf. I wanted it to be one display. So I needed a grow light that is strong enough to reach all the way to the bottom. So this grow light is super strong. Unfortunately, you cannot dim it. So it is exactly what it is. Works perfectly fine for the plants towards the bottom half of the cabinet, but the top half is getting a little bit too much light. So I had to create a little shade cloth or a little shade cover, and I've really just, I just used a coat hanger. I put shade cloth around the coat hanger, and then I zip tied the coat hanger to the grid in the back. So honestly, guys, I just make shit up, I have a problem and I'll just think about it and I try and come up with a creative solution. And if it doesn't work, then I'll try something else. So, don't be afraid to try things out. There is no one way to set up your cabinet. There is no fixed manual on exactly what you need to do. It really depends on what you want to achieve. So that's the light part, and that hasn't really changed, and it's working really well for me. What I have changed though is the grid in the back that actually supports all of my plants. So I initially started with the Ikea pegboard, but the pegboard is made from pressed wood. So it got moldy after about 3 to 4 months. So it started showing signs of mold. So I knew that that's not really going to be a long-term solution. So I found this metal grid at Bunnings. Of course, Bunnings. I pretty much get everything I need from Bunnings. So I feel really sorry for anybody who lives in a Bunnings-less country. Sorry. I'm sure you have something equivalent though. Anyway, so I got this grid at Bunnings, and I was really lucky because it worked with the brackets that came with the pegboard. So I'll show you a little bit closer. But basically, the pegboard came with 2 brackets that I usually use to mount it to the wall. I drilled a hole in the middle of the bracket and then secured the bracket to that middle black column in the back. And then I obviously put my pegboard on it initially. But once I took the pegboard off, that grid literally just slides in perfectly and now sits on top of these brackets that were meant for the Ikea cabinet. So yeah, I don't really know what to recommend. I mean, I wouldn't recommend buying the pegboard just for the brackets so you can then mount a grid on it. But I definitely recommend make it a metal grid. Don't use wood. I sealed all of the doors apart from the actual bit where the 2 doors meet, because I do want a little bit of airflow to go in and out of the cabinet. And I've got a fan on over here. It's honestly just a little desk fan that I got from Amazon. It's not meant for a greenhouse, and I was actually expecting it to die, but it's been running 24/7 for 1.5 years now, and it's just fine. So yeah, Airflow, I think I say it in every video, I can't stress to you how important airflow is, especially with the 90+% humidity in there. If we don't have airflow, there's just going to be water buildup on your plants or on your leaves, and then you will get fungal issues for sure. So especially plants like the queen, for example, really thrive because of the airflow, I believe. So really, really important, get yourself a fan for your cabinet. I drilled a hole on the bottom left, just large enough for any of the cables to go through, so I can have somewhat of a nice looking cable management. So to secure the plants to the metal grid, I just use these clips that are meant to be used with the Ikea pegboard. So I was just really lucky. I bought everything to work with the pegboard, and the only thing that didn't work was the pegboard in itself, but the rest is working a treat with my metal grid as well. They are really, really strong. Like, I did not expect that, but honestly, that clip is secure. Probably couldn't use a pot larger than this, and I'm also lucky that my mix is very light. So it's not very heavy. This plant weighs pretty much nothing. And it just clips on. Easy. All right, now that we know all about my Ikea setup, let's learn about the Anthuriums that I grow inside. Perfect. All right, so let's take them out one by one, and I'll talk to you a little bit about each of these species or hybrids. Straight up, I have to admit though, I'm absolutely no expert at Anthuriums. I started growing Anthuriums maybe just about a year and a half ago. So it was one of the genus that I started growing a little bit later on. I was a bit hesitant to get into Anthuriums at the beginning. A couple of reasons. First of all, they used to be really, really expensive in Australia. The prices have come down quite a lot. Second of all, I know that they are much trickier to deal with compared to Philodendron and Monsteras. So I started growing Philodendron and Monsteras probably 3 years ago by now, or over 3 years ago by now. And I really only got into Anthuriums maybe a year and a half ago. With Anthuriums, most of them are in my cabinet. I have a few outside of the cabinet, and I'll show you those towards the end of the video as well. But basically, they start slowly outgrowing my cabinet, and I'm not quite sure what to do with them because I fear that outside the cabinet, the humidity won't be high enough for those Anthuriums. Inside my cabinet, it's, as I said earlier, it's usually above 90% humidity, and the temperature stays quite consistent as well. So the cabinet is perfect for my Anthuriums, loving the high humidity and airflow, but now I need to kind of work out what am I going to do with them next. Once they outgrow the cabinet, they've been really spoiled in there, so wherever they go next, they're going to have a tough job adjusting. Anyway, that's a problem for probably spring. So for now, I'll just enjoy the cabinet as it is. So let's look into them. All right, let's start off with this one. It's a great start because I don't even know how to pronounce it. I will put the name down below. It is a hybrid, and I got this one from my friend AJ at Growing Grounds. Anthurium is such a messy genus. I don't really care about the ID of any of them. I just like the way they look, and if I do like the look, then I'll grow them. That's it. I would at all times assume that any Anthurium you buy is a hybrid of some sort, unless you pay thousands of dollars and it's specifically stated that it's a pure species and you have documentation. I would assume that it is a hybrid at all times. Anyway, so I've only had this for about 6 months. With all my Anthuriums, I just got them in my clear nursery pots so I can spy on the roots, and Anthuriums have these really nice chunky roots, so it's really fun to look at those. I have them in aeroid mix as per my previous YouTube video. I just have a top layer of sphagnum moss that just helps with water retention and encourages further root growth from the stem into the pot. Alrighty, here we've got a small Anthurium crystallinum X, of course. Again, I would always assume it's a hybrid, not a real species. I haven't had this for all too long. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have too much to say about all of these. I mean, I know that for most people, they probably all look the same or very similar. And they all have similar shaped leaves and similar veining, but if you compare them close up, then you'll actually notice some differences. Alrighty, here we've got a Anthurium magnificum X, and this one I grew from seed. I believe it was maybe my second batch of seeds that I've ever started to grow. I didn't create the berries or seeds myself. They came from the Mellow Pot, a very experienced grower here in Australia. So I got the seeds in, I believe it was October 2020. So they're soon 2 years old, and this is the most mature one of the ones that I grew. Supposedly they will have really intense veining, and I hope you can see that. I hope the camera picks that up. Have these nice frilly edges, so it adds a little bit of interest to it and looks slightly different. This one started off as one seed, but I think by now there's 2 or 3 plants, so it started growing a few pups. So you do have, yeah, I have multiple shoots in here, making it nice and lush. So quite interesting. This one came out of the same batch of seeds. Now, of course, there's no huge difference. This one has much more red or dark colors in the new leaves, whereas this one comes out almost lime green. And you can see that the veins aren't quite as dominant. It's more frilly, and it has a very different color to it. So yeah, they came from the same batch of seed, same parentage. So Anthuriums, especially when you grow them from seeds, will show a lot of variation, like most plants. So don't get too caught up about specific IDs or trying to find out what exact hybrid it is. You probably never find out unless you do a DNA test, and there's natural variation even if the DNA is the same. So I try and not get too caught up on names. I just look at the foliage, and if I like it, then I'll grow it. If I don't like it, then I don't grow it. I don't care how expensive it is. I don't care how rare it is. I don't care what the name is. So yeah, these two are Magnificum X. Now with this one, I actually just repurposed a tea light holder or tea light candle holder. So you're supposed to just put a little candle in here, but because it has all of these holes, I thought it's a perfect Anthurium pot with great aeration. Alright, definitely cannot pronounce this one, but I'll put the name up on screen. I got this, I don't know how long ago, maybe a year or so, and I just got it as a stump with no leaves, and it started throwing out these little leaves, and as it matures, it really gets, not matures, it's probably more of a teenager at this stage, but I really enjoy the leaf shape, and it's also very different to my normal preference, having velvet and veiny plants. So, sometimes I like adding a little bit of variety just for a different shade of green, a different shape. I really like these little bunny ears that it has as well. It's definitely due for a repot, so you can see that it is almost like a climber, like a really slow climber. So I could even give this a pole as well. It would appreciate a pole for sure, but I'll probably just pot it in a bigger pot and just put a little bit more moss on top. But because in the cabinet it is so nice and humid, these roots just go crazy, even if there's no substrate. Alright, this is another Magnificum X hybrid. I think it was also one of my first Anthuriums that I got. It was relatively inexpensive back then, so I thought, first time trying out Anthuriums, let's maybe not aim for the most expensive plant of them all. So if it doesn't work out, there's no regrets. So, I do like my trial and error, and if things don't work out, I don't beat myself up over it. I don't get upset about it. As I said, life is too precious to regret a plant purchase. Honestly, there's much more important things in life. But, just if you feel like you might regret a certain purchase, then don't do it. So, this is my Queen Anthurium. As I said, I think it was the most expensive plant purchase I've ever made. Look, I don't actually want to talk about money on here, because we all live in different countries and different plants are available. The availability of different plants in different countries is different. So it doesn't really matter what I paid over here a year ago. the prices have already completely changed within a year just in Australia. So whatever I paid for this is of absolutely no value to any of you. So let's not talk about money, because I don't want to hype up a certain plant. I really just want to focus on the plant itself and not necessarily how much it costs. But I think the queen is probably known to be one of the most finicky Anthuriums of them all. So I, eased myself into that genus with Magnificums, Crystallinums, Clarinerviums first, and then once I felt I've got the right conditions, I got a queen. Yeah, and I got it pretty much, I think exactly 1 year ago. If I'll find a photo, I'll pop it up on screen. So she has been thriving in my Ikea cabinet. So I'm really excited because I was not sure if she'd like my conditions. She is, so I actually potted her up on a Grow Vertical pole. So Grow Vertical is a local company over here that produces these poles, and I'm pretty sure they ship internationally, so I will link their Instagram down below. She is a climber, so you can see that she has taken to the pole and she has started growing roots into that pole and starts growing more roots over here. I hope the camera picks this up. So she is climbing slowly, so I don't need to worry about ever, really extending the pole anytime soon. The pole really just serves as additional growing medium. As you might notice, I've got it in a quite a small pot. It's really because I want to keep her in the Ikea cabinet for as long as possible, because it's just the place with the highest humidity, but I don't have an awful lot of space in there. So I want to keep the pot as small as possible, and I think I can't really fit anything larger than this 14 centimeter pot in the cabinet. So I just extended the pot using moss pole, so I still have plenty of room for the roots to grow while maintaining it while keeping a manageable size. Now these leaves bruise so easily. Honestly, you just look at them wrong while they grow up and they will bruise. So they come out teeny tiny and they inflate quite a lot. So if you touch it when it's small, even the tiniest little speck will turn into quite a large hole once it inflates. So just try not to touch it. It is actually flowering for me over here as well, but I'm not 100% sure what to do, but I'll just give it a try. Or, trial and error is really how I like to learn about my plants. So yeah, that's kind of the fun of it all. So definitely one of my favorite Anthuriums at the moment. This one is actually in a slightly different potting medium. So this potting medium was inspired by the potting medium it came in when I first purchased it. And Carrie from the Mellow Pot, who I got it from, told me that she has it in a mix of just perlite, cocoa peat and sand, I believe. Yeah, so I kind of just made up a mix of sand, cocoa peat and perlite with sphagnum moss on top, and just so when I repotted her, the shock is as little as possible, so she doesn't need to get used to a new medium, and she seems to really like it. I feed her a little bit heavier than all the other ones, so all the other ones I feed weekly using GT Foliage Focus, and I'll link their Instagram below as well. Her, I actually do a stronger dilution every week, so she likes to drink and she likes to eat. She's a real queen. Beautiful. All right. One of my current favorites. It's a Clarinervium hybrid. I think it's between Clarinervium and something with M. I'll put it up on screen. I haven't had this for very long. It just grows really fast. So this is the newest leaf, and it's already working on its 5th inflorescence down here. To be honest, I kind of cut most of my inflows off. I have tried making my own seeds, and I was successful with that as well, but honestly, what am I going to do with hundreds of seeds? Yeah, the market in Australia is a little bit flooded with seeds at the moment anyway, and I don't have any unique plants that nobody else has, so that I could create a unique hybrid or something like that. So yeah, I usually just cut them off because they also take up a lot of energy. So the plant obviously needs to put energy into growing these inflorescences, and especially if you pollinate it and the plant needs to produce berries, so infrotescences, that takes even more energy off. So I usually cut them so that my plant can focus on leaf growth. I said I would show you all my other anthuriums that are outside of the cabinet as well. So this one is a Bosworth Beauty. It also is giving me its first inflorescence, which is this really nice purple color and a new leaf coming out. So when the new leaves first come out, they're small and really, really dark burgundy, and then over time they fade to green. I've got my Vitarifolium over here. It's one of my, I think maybe one of 2 hanging plants that I've got. Not a big fan of hanging plants usually, but I really like this like strappy look of it. So yeah, adds a bit of different texture to the collection. All right, another Magnificum X. This is Magnificum X Forgetii, hence the closed sinus. This one just recently flowered for me a couple of times, and I pollinated it and I was successful in getting berries out of it, but the berries took quite a lot of energy from it. So the leaves have suffered a little bit and I had to cut quite a few leaves off. So yeah, I think now that it flowered for me once and I got some berries, I'm growing a batch of seeds. I will not let it flower again. So the next flower I will just cut off in favor of the leaves. Alrighty, another one I grew from seed is this also Magnificum X, and I was lucky enough to have the seed show variegation. So it has had probably 5 or 6 leaves. I think every second leaf is showing variegation. The last one is definitely the one that shows the nicest variegation. Alrighty guys, and over here I've got Anthurium crystallinum. That was my very first Anthurium, so it is special to me. It has also produced an infrotestin for me before, and I will show you the little seedlings in a second. It is producing another inflow here. So yeah, I don't know, I don't have that much to say about them. Just look at it. My friend Paul gave me a lot of seeds from his Anthurium Magnificum X, and I honestly can't be asked to pot them up individually. What am I going to do with 50 pots of the same plant? I don't have enough space for the plants that I already have. I don't need to add another 50 to it. So what I've done is I've literally just all potted them up into one big pot, and I'll let survival of the fittest work out what it looks like later on, right? And then I did the exact same over here, and these are my own seeds. So these are the seeds from the crystallinum that I showed you earlier. That was my first Anthurium. So I'm very excited because this is like my actual own babies. I hand pollinated this. I grew this. So yeah, these are like my legitimate little babies. Happy days. And over here I've got my Ikea cabinet. Let's have a quick look inside. I'm really loving this one at the moment. I think it's a Papillomillibilla. I'll put the name underneath. But yeah, this has grown up quite nicely. Some type of crystallinum hybrid over here, pushing out something new, probably in need for a repot. Also giving me these teeny tiny inflows, very cute. Got my queen over here, and the queen is continuing to climb up this pole, and it's giving me inflows. Whee! Happy days. Also really happy with this one. It's a Magnificum hybrid of some sort. I actually grown this one from seeds, so I got the seeds from the Mellow Pot up in Queensland. And yeah, I'm really happy with this. It's a veiny, frilly kind of Magnificum hybrid. So yeah, a little bit unique, and I love the dark color. This one is from the same batch of seeds, but it's not quite as dark. Yeah, okay, I think that's enough for the cabinet. A lot of my Anthuriums have outgrown the cabinet, so they've all kind of moved elsewhere. Alrighty, so all of my precious plants, or all of my favorites, live over here, and they just had watering done, so some of them might still be a little bit wet, just in case you're wondering. My newest crystallinum X leaf over here, and it's also got an inflow happening. I can't remember if I even tried to pollinate this or not. I suppose we'll find out. This is a Clovinarium hybrid, and it's pushing out its cute little leaf over here. The person creating the hybrid called it, I think, Square Heart. I think it was a hybrid with Macrolobium, which gives it kind of this square shape. This is another inflow that's currently going through male stage, and this is an inflow on my Magnificum X Forgetii over here, which is also pushing out a new leaf. So yeah, happy days. Today we are looking at some of my Anthuriums that need repotting, and I'm giving you a quick update on my Ikea cabinet. The setup in itself has not changed since the last time I recorded the video. I still have a fan. That fan is on 24/7. I have a grow light. That grow light is on for 12 hours a day. And to protect the little seedlings at the top, or the little plants at the top, I built a little shade cover just from a shade cloth and a coat hanger myself. I have a grid that I got from Bunnings at the back, and I managed to hang all of my pots just using these clips that usually go with the Ikea pegboard. So I was really lucky that they fit the metal grid that I've got as well. Since the last time I've done a video on my cabinet, I have actually reduced the numbers in this cabinet quite significantly, and that's mainly because the queen is now so large that it takes up the majority of the cabinet. So I really mainly have the queen in there, a few smaller plants at the top, and a couple of plants at the bottom of the cabinet as well. But a lot of the other Anthuriums that used to live in my cabinet gotten too large and had to move out. Alright, back to repotting. These Anthuriums are in desperate need for a repot, so I thought I'll take you along today and I'll show you how I repot my Anthuriums. The main problem I have with my Anthuriums, or the main thing that I'm trying to achieve, is I'm trying to keep the pot size quite small because I want to hang it up on in my Ikea cabinet. So the largest pot size I can really hang in my Ikea cabinet are these 14 centimeter pots. So they are currently in 10 centimeters, and I'm going to bump them up to 14. Once a plant outgrows the 14 centimeter pot, I'll put it in a 20 centimeter pot, but that's also the time I actually need to move them out of the cabinet. I just don't have enough room for these large pots in there. So both of these will get a 14 centimeter pot, and this little seedling over here will just start getting a 10 centimeter pot. So let's maybe start off over here. Alright, this is an Anthurium papillomelum crossed with Dressleria. Yeah, I'll put the name of this plant on screen because I honestly can't remember. It's probably not ideal to repot them just now because the medium is really dry. So I'm gonna have a hard time getting these out of the pots because they're pretty root bound. So I'll try and remove them without breaking any of the roots. So, there we go, beautiful. All right, I mean, as you can see, that was very, very root bound. And here, I'm not worried about having my plants being root bound because I provide liquid nutrients to them weekly. So every week I use my GT Australia Foliage Focus to water them, and those are mineral nutrients that are ready to be absorbed by the plants straight away. So I don't rely on the plant getting nutrients from the potting medium itself. I'm relying on the potting medium just absorbing the water and the nutrients with every watering, and then give them up to the roots. So that's how I get away with keeping them in quite small pots while still making them thrive, because they still have plenty of access to nutrients. Now, I don't want to disturb the root system too much. I do want to loosen it up a little bit, but because my mix is so chunky, I know that there's plenty of air pockets in there anyway, so I'm not worried about compressed medium in the middle of this root ball that could retain too much moisture. It's actually pretty aerated in there, sticking my finger in it. So I'll try and find a good medium between slightly aerating this a little bit and breaking it down, but not enough to potentially disturb any of the roots. I'm happy with that as it is. So I'll take my 14 centimeter pot, and I've got a large bucket of my aeroid mix. I have a specific video on my aeroid mix, which I will also link at the end screen for you. Right, I put a little layer of aeroid mix in first, and then I'll pop the plant in. Now I don't want the plant to not reach all the way to the top just yet. So I give it more room to grow. So I want the plant. This is perfect. All right, I'll top up the rest with aeroid mix, and any leaves that are going to be covered by the mix now, I'm just going to plug out, ideally use scissors. I'm going to shake it to make sure that little particles go all the way in between the roots as well. Alrighty, I'm happy with that. These aeroids really love having some nice little air pockets in the mix. Those air pockets just basically are like really nice humid air, and it with a lot of oxygen in it. So these aeroid roots really love these little pockets. So I don't want to condense the mix too much. The whole idea is that the mix is so chunky that I create a lot of these little air bubbles. So I wouldn't compress it, I just shake it a little bit. And then I put a top layer of moss at the top. That's because Anthuriums climb really, really slowly. And as they climb, or as they grow, there are these roots sticking out from the side of the stem. I want to make these roots grow into the moss, and then from the moss into the pot. So it's basically just preventing these roots from drying out before they get to reach the top. All right, one down. Let's move on to the next one. This is a little crystallinum, and it's actually pushing out a new leaf just then. I mean, technically I try to not repot while plants grow new leaves, but it was inconvenient timing, sorry. Right, again, I'll try and loosen up the pot a little bit. You can see, oh, beautiful. You can see how loose this mix still is. Like, that's exactly what I want. I do not want my mix too compact. I don't want my mix to overwater it. With every watering, I don't want it to start getting compact and really dense. Like, you want to make sure that it's really aerated. So this comes to show that even though this plant has been in this mix for a while now, the mix hasn't condensed or compacted at all. So it's a good mix. And I can totally also reuse some of this. What I usually do is I'll just reuse the mix for plants on my balcony instead. Alrighty, same here. I'll give it a little top dressing of moss. That moss also stops the aeroid mix from drying out. It creates a little barrier to stops all of the moisture from just evaporating. So it is just positives, and apparently it helps with the pH as well. But that's too scientific for me. I don't really do pH, sorry. Of course, I'll need to add the clip back to the back of the pot so I can hang it up later if I'll find it again. These clips are much stronger than expected. Alrighty, now this plant is very large for this tiny pot, and this plant is special because this is my own hybrid. So if you've watched my making Anthurium baby videos, this is one of the hybrids. So I put all of the hybrids in just one big pot, but I actually took one aside and grew it in my cabinet. And it is actually growing the most out of all of them. Probably because it's not competing with all of the other little seedlings, but also because it has just perfect conditions in that cabinet. So it was way overdue for this to be repotted. It has really cute little roots. I don't want to disturb this too much. Beautiful. So I'm going to give this a 10 centimeter pot. Same here again. Actually, I will remove these little leaves because they will just be covered by moss now anyway. And cute little moss layer at the top. Beautiful. So overall with my Anthuriums, I usually I usually underpot them a little bit. Alright, I've got another one that's already too big for the Ikea cabinet. This usually hangs on the wall right behind me. And all I really do is I've just got a nursery pot. I just, you know, that little lip that the nursery pot has, there's like a nail sticking out and I just hang it on there. So it's like the most insecure setup you've ever seen. What that also means is I can't give it a larger pot if I want to keep it in that spot. Or I would need to actually sort out like a proper way of hanging it from there. So I just want to look at it because it's also not in a planter, it's just in that nursery pot. So it's been exposed to a lot of sun. So you can see a lot of algae buildup on the side of the pot. And I have not repotted this in over a year. So I was just really curious to see what it looks like and maybe just give it a little bit of a fresh bit of medium. Yes, so this is definitely a little more root bound than the ones before, and this mix is also not quite as well draining as I make it these days. So it definitely got like a previous version of my aeroid mix. I can definitely smell a little bit of root rot or rotting organic matter, that's for sure. So I'm trying to be careful, but I do want to explore and look what the root system looks like. Make sure that this is all good. This has crazy roots. The roots are like super thick. Yeah, I'm really trying to get in there. So usually the roots will grow towards the outside of the pot, leaving you with like this middle bit of substrate. So what you don't want is that the substrate in the middle just becomes really dense and compacted and starts potentially causing rot issues. So I'm getting in there in the middle and right, I'll speed this up for you. Okay, I mean, look at these roots. That's pretty crazy. I'm feeling really terrible trying to force these roots back into like a little pot. Oh, but I also really like having it hang there. So let me think of... I'll give it a larger pot after all, and then I'll figure out how I make it hang over there. These are 3 plants, by the way. There's 3 plants in here. They're all, I just bought it as one, and it just really kind of started splitting itself. So I'll be back. Let me get a bigger pot. Alrighty, back with a larger pot. I do think this plant deserves a little bit more room so it can keep growing. So 20 centimeter pot, let me fill it with a bit of aeroid mix first. Alright, got the aeroid mix. Now I'm putting that plant in here. I'll move it kind of towards the back end of the pot because these are, I don't know if you can see this, but they're almost like crawling towards the front. So they'll eventually crawl over the pot. So I'll put it towards the back end of the pot so it can keep crawling. And I'll top it up. Beautiful, and now I'll do a little bit of a layer of moss on here as well. It also keeps it really nice and tidy actually, so the moss stops any pieces of bark from falling out when I move the pot and so on. Hey baby bread, almost your dinner time, isn't it? Alright, that's it, short and sweet video for today. Today we're going to turn this room into a plant room for my Anthuriums. Hey everybody and welcome back to my YouTube channel. Welcome to a completely different video. I'm starting a little project and I thought I'll take you along. This is my 2nd bedroom and so far it's kind of just been a dumping ground for everything, a bit of a plant hospital. I didn't really utilize it to its full potential. But over the holidays I want to change that. I want to turn this into an Anthurium room. So a room full of Anthuriums. Basically this is supposed to be a plant room, but I also want this to be a 2nd bedroom for any guests, hey Brett, for any guests that might visit me and so on. Now this room gets the least light in my entire apartment. It has a northeast facing window, so same exposure as my bedroom or the or part of the living room, but there is a big tree in front of the window. So despite the fact that same sized window, same exposure, it's just much more shaded, darker light. We got a pretty blank canvas for now to deal with, and I have to admit I haven't really planned anything. I don't even know the dimensions of this room. I would guess that it's probably 3 by 3 meters, and I'm really just gonna wing it. I'm just gonna I have a few items of furniture down in my garage that I don't use all the time, so I'm just going to bring them up and I'm just going to see what works, what fits, and then I'll start placing the plants around. Knowing me, I know that this setup is probably going to change every 3 to 4 weeks anyway. I love rearranging, so you know, I'm not over planning over here. All right. Now, let's have a look at what this room looked like before I start cleaning it out, and I'll show you what I've done so far. Anthurium room project day 1. So this is the before. That is the unfiltered mess that is the spare room. At this stage, I really just use it as like almost like a plant hospital, or any plants that I just don't really know where to put them right now. I don't have the space for them. They come in here. Also, any sort of other stuff like pots and planters and like personal items and so on, that I just don't really know where they belong. They all go here. I also use this space to set up experiments, for example. You might have seen that video where I experimented with different mediums within a moss pile. So I use this space where, you know, for propagations, for any sort of experiments that I'm setting up, just so it's out of my way. A lot of duplicate plants over here, so I don't need to have them twice in my living area. So they go in here. But I want to stop that. I want to stop growing multiple of the same plant. Instead, I want to turn this entire room into a dedicated room for my anthuriums, but also it then becomes a bit of a guest bedroom or a guest room in case somebody comes and visit, they could stay here. Couple of steps. First, I need to declutter. I need to get rid of anything that I don't need anymore or that I don't want to keep. So any of the duplicate plants, they need to go. So I'm taking them down to growing grounds, and my friend AJ and I are gonna sell them over there. Or I'll give them to friends. Perfect timing. It's Christmas, you know, so everybody's gonna get plants for Christmas this year, that's for sure. Then a couple of furniture items need to go to storage. So I don't drive, I don't have a car, but I have a garage downstairs, so I have like spare furniture in there. So the table, for example, I'll put down there, and I'll see if there's any sort of shelving or any small table that I can take up instead to hopefully make this room look good and make it functional as well. And I also want to clean out the wardrobe. So I use the wardrobe, or the built-in wardrobe I use to store all of my materials that I use all the time. So my aeroid mix, my moss pots and so on. I obviously make sure that everything is dry before I put it in there, because it would go moldy in there. And over here, I just have a lot of pots and planters and so on. I can hardly even open things at the moment. Up here, I literally just have like boxes. I'm like this person, when I get a plant sent in the post, I feel like I need to recycle the box, and one day I'll send a plant and then I'll use that box. I don't ever send plants out, so they just accumulate over here, but let's see what I can do with that. Maybe I can take them down to AJ's as well, because she posts out a lot of plants, so maybe she can repurpose these boxes instead. So I want to clean out the wardrobe so I can actually fit more stuff in here that will free up a bit of space in the other storage. I want to declutter my plants. I want to bring some stuff downstairs into the garage, and then once the room is empty, then I'll start thinking about how I want to set it up to make a good setup for my anthuriums. So let's start with step 1.
Day 2.
Hey baby. Yes. Are you helping? Good boy. Yes. You want a corner? I'll put a little kitty bed in the corner for you, yeah? Okay. Good morning. It is day 2 of the room makeover, and things have changed a little bit already. I'm trying to film as much as I can, but this room is honestly really small. I've got you on wide angle right now so you can even see everything. But it's really hard to actually move in this room, empty out the room with big bulky items and film it at the same time without just knocking everything over. So I didn't film my efforts yesterday, but basically I had some help bringing down the table into the garage, and I also dropped a bunch of plants to AJ. Also, I cleaned up the built-in wardrobe, and today I really want to focus on these storage boxes down below. So I don't have much storage in my apartment because pretty much everything is just plants. Yes? What's up? Wee, wee. Everything is pretty much just plants, so I don't have a whole lot of storage. So this is kind of where I have some of my more personal items like paperwork and so on. I try and be as tidy and clean as possible, and I don't think I have a whole lot of stuff. I have a lot of plants, but if it wasn't for the plants, I don't really have much. So all my life fits in these boxes down below, but today I really want to go through them, just see if there's anything I can donate, get rid of, if there's things that I still need, if I can maybe just organize it a little bit neater and make a little bit more space. And then based on how many of these boxes, yes, my baby. And then based on how many of these boxes I'm left with, that really decides on, you know, what sort of shelving I require on top of obviously the plants. And then that's the second part of today. I'm going to clean out all of the plants. I'm just going to give them a little bit of a spray, clean the leaves off in the bathtub. And then I'm going to arrange the room. So I want to select the furniture, I want to select whereabouts they are, and then I want to fill it with Anthuriums. And that's probably going to take a little while longer. It's probably going to go through a bunch of different setups until I found a final setup that I like. So let's better get started with it. But first, I really want to clean out everything. This is just me going through the boxes. Brett is helping. It's not super interesting, so I didn't bother filming it all for you.
A few moments later.
Alrighty, and today we're building the couch / bed, and I'm hoping that maybe this can also turn into a bit of a spot where I can film YouTube videos all the time. Alright, so we're gonna build this together today. I am excited. I usually love building things, but I've never done it on camera, so let's see how that goes. Alright, sorry neighbors. Brett is gonna be excited about that box, I can tell you that. Okay, good news, there's only 5 steps. So this should be really easy. Ooh, I like that color. Oh, I hope it's not broken. I just got rid of that box. This should be easy enough for me to talk to you while I do this. So I'm renting. Because I'm renting, I can't actually do any further renovating than what I can do right now. I can really just rearrange. That's it. I would love to paint the walls. The walls are a little bit weird. I mean, you can probably see it's not actually as yellow. It looks more yellow where the shade is. Like this is where the light hits it. It's actually quite white. I just feel like it's an inconsistent color, and it's a bit not dirty, but it has a lot of markings. So I would love to actually I would love to paint the walls. I would love to change the carpet around, but I'm just renting. So first of all, there's no point in me doing it because I don't know how long I'm going to be living here for, and second of all, the landlord might not actually allow me to. So hello baby. So I'm just going to fill the place with plants until you can't see the wall anymore. That's my approach. Okay, step 1. Careful baby, you're gonna get squished. Red, get out from there. But I'm actually excited. I reckon this room, I also don't have air conditioning, but this room should be the coolest during summer. So maybe this is gonna become my new hangout spot during summer. That would be cool. Brettles, you're loving the new couch already. This could be your couch. Brett doesn't like cat-related things. He loves human things. So he always sleeps like on the couch or on the chair. He doesn't like when things are specifically for cats. Hang on, I think I've got like a machine for this. I feel like the one I need is missing. Why are they all too small or too big? How is that possible? There's one missing. I reckon that's the one that I need. Ah, why? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, well, we're back at this. Well, it's fine. It's just annoying, huh? Last one, my brother. Thanks for your help. Invaluable. All right. Okay, guys. I've already advanced to step 2. Look, step 2 is literally just put the cushion on there. All right, let's do it. Brett, maybe you can help me with step 2. Come on, get off for now. Sorry. So, how does this work? Is this way? No. I'm confused. Which one is which side? Oh, hang on, is it this way? So step 2 is harder than expected. We are done. Oh, oof. It's pretty hard, actually. Actually, I like it. I don't like it if it's too soft. This will be good for filming videos. Hi everybody and welcome back to my YouTube channel. I don't necessarily like this bit. It's kind of like a bit shriveled up on this side over here. But anyway, it is what it is. Now, to turn this into a bed. This leg's coming up here. This leg's coming out the back as well, which you obviously can't see right now. I think there's just 2 legs that come out over here. Wow. It's horizontal. It's a good start. Hey, baby, come here. It's not bad. It's definitely hard. I like a firm mattress, but maybe like a little mattress topper would be good. But overall, like, it's good. Do you like it, Brad? Do you like her? Do you like her? Yes, great. Don't ruin it though, yeah? Can you not break it? That would be amazing. Right, and it was really easy flipping it over, so that's good. Whoop, careful. Baby, come on, get off, get off. Given that this was honestly the cheapest option I could find online, it was actually really hard to find a single seater that falls into a bed. It's usually for like double couches, but this room is really small. I mean, you can see this is already taking up most of it. All right. Okay, Brad, what's next? Okay, I think next, now that I have this, I'm gonna design. Okay, design sounds too fancy. I'm just gonna put stuff in this room that I think matches this. We'll see. Alrighty, I'm back with a second coffee. I'm a bit sweaty. I just took down a lot of stuff downstairs into the garage. I moved the shelf just right under the window, so that way it will give me a surface. Yes! So that way I can put some plants right over there. They will get a lot of light exposure, so I can put like prop boxes over there as well, for example. It would get really great natural light, but not too much sun because the tree is shading it a little bit. Now, I've got the couch. I don't know where exactly the couch goes, so I'm just going to look at where the other furniture goes. Now, I don't have the grow lights yet. They're still stuck in the post, and given that it's the holidays, everything is a little bit delayed. But the idea is that I put the grow lights towards the end of this shelf, so somewhere over here, and have one go onto this wall and one go onto this wall. So really, the entire room should get sufficient light for plants to thrive. So I don't really need to consider where's the best natural light and so on. I can really just set up this room based on what I think looks best. Now, I also want to set it up so that going forward I can film some YouTube videos, and I like the natural light coming in from here. So if I have the camera over there, I want this corner to look good. So, yes, let's check this out. Now I've just got this Ikea bookshelf. I was thinking I might like the idea of this being like in the corner. You like that too? And then this being right in front of it. And then obviously I've got more shelves, so I can put a few. I don't know if you can even see that. No, wide angle is crazy. I had no idea you could actually see this. So I was thinking I have some spare shelves, so I can put more shelves in here and have like 2-3 layers of kind of Anthuriums, and that would make like a nice backdrop. Of course, every couch needs a coffee table. Brettles. Sorry, my baby. Come on. Every couch needs a coffee table, so I was thinking this one would work quite nicely. Yes. And then matching on this side, just another shelf for plants. You've already taken up the seat, huh? So, I mean, I know that these black, they're a little bit too dark. I wish they would be a little lighter in color, but I already have them, so I do want to reuse them. I suppose I really need to see what it looks like with plants in it. But I also really want to get a little rug, just something to cover the carpet, because the carpet isn't the nicest looking, that I will probably have to purchase as well. But the idea behind this is that I purchase as little as possible. I had to purchase this lounge because I didn't have anything like that that would fit in here, and well, Brettles is loving it already, so I think it was a successful purchase. Was it? Yes, it was a successful purchase. Perfect. I'll pop in the link as well where I ordered it, but obviously I ordered it somewhere in Australia, so I have no idea if this would be available wherever you are. But I'll pop in the link where I ordered it over here. Alright, Brett, can you promise me that you're not gonna mess with the couch straight away? Pinky promise? Pinky promise, okay. Alright, oh, you're loving it already. Oh, this could be your room. You just need to share it with the Anthuriums. Okay.
6.5 hours later.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to our YouTube channel. Brothers, this could be our new setup. Do you like it? I like it. It feels good, feels natural. I just need a few plants surrounding me. I suppose that's really the main thing on my channel, right? You gonna help me at all, or are you just supervising? Brad, if you mess with this couch on day one, naughty. Otherwise you're not allowed in this room. Can you be trusted? Can you be trusted? I don't think so. Yes, alright. So, I shall organize some plants to come back in here. So I'll wrap it up today, and then we'll see each other again once the grow lights have arrived. So I can set up the grow lights, and once there is light, there shall be plants. So I suppose I'll see you soon. Baby, you're still here? You didn't even leave? Do you love this chair? Good, okay. It's yours now. Okay. You want dinner? Okay, let's go.
Day 3.
Come here. A few plants have moved in over here just because, well, I don't know where else I can put them, so they always lived here, so they got to stay living here. And I really like that setup right behind me. Obviously it needs to be a little lusher, there's too many gaps still, but I'm gonna move all the other Anthuriums into this room and actually arrange the plants once the setup in itself is complete. Now, I thought about this setup and I don't like it. So I don't like these two tables. I think they're too dark. So I want to try an alternate setup and see if I like that better. And if I don't like that better, I'm just going to take those tabletops off of these two tables and I'm going to spray paint at least the black steel to be white instead. Hopefully that won't make it look quite as dark. Let's give it a try. Brett, are you helping me? Brett is on fire today. I don't know what happened. Brett, are you helping me? Alright, let's undo all of this. Okay. These lights are so bulky as well. Not happy, Jane. No, these are not the best looking shelves anymore. I used to use them in my bedroom for my poles, so when my plants were still a bit smaller, they would all be on here, but now that all of my poles are so large, I put them straight on the ground. So I have these left over and I just put them in the garage. I sometimes use them in like, you know how I love to rearrange. You love this, Brett, don't you? This is fun. Is this fun? So much fun. Yeah, Brett loves these little cubes as well to hide and sleep in. So I feel like this could be a good setup for you, don't you think? You're loving it already. Are you loving it? I like it better. I think, let me take a step back so I can see it from your perspective. I like it much better. Plus, that means that this shelf over here that you can probably not see right now, that is the same shelf as these ones, just like a double up, like stacked on top. And I used it for the storage boxes, but I could fit the storage boxes here now, and then I don't need that shelf over there. So guys, I have to move you. All right. I like that better. What about you, Brad? I think he's a bit jealous because I'm taking over the chair. Now, I do like this. Well, obviously, the surface of this shelf is a bit meh, but that will be covered in plants. So I'm excited. Also means we don't need to spray paint, which would have been kind of exhausting. Great, which means now there's truly just one thing left. Two things left. I need the proper grow lights. These ones are just not cutting it. They're just not strong enough and they're not broad enough. Like they're like a spotlight, so they really just focus on a spot. I need the light to be broader and fill the whole room. Plus I really dislike the color of these lights. So I'm waiting for the mother lights to arrive, then I'll set them up and then I can move all the plants in. I'm also planning on moving a lot of the plants from my Ikea cabinet into this room instead because it's getting very crowded in there. So I feel like we've done all the hard part. The fun part, the plants and the decorating, that's still to come. So it's only going to get better from here. Happy days.
12 seconds later.
Okay, I changed my mind. We're spray painting after all. So I'm at a friend's place because I don't have enough room to spray paint without ruining my entire apartment. So I'm outside, gonna wear a mask, and we're just gonna spray these frames white. and see if that hopefully matches what I had in mind.
One eternity later.
Alright, final day of my Anthurium project. Now, it's been a week, I believe, since I last saw you, and in between I have received all of the things that I need to finalize this room. Well, not all of them. I also ordered a rug. Actually, I went for an outdoor rug just to make it as easy as possible in maintenance. I'm assuming I'm going to do a lot of repotting in this room. It is made from recycled plastic and it is blue, green, whitish. Unfortunately, that's still stuck in traffic somewhere, or I have not received the delivery. It was supposed to arrive at the beginning of the week. It's now the end of the week and I really want to get my plants in here. So I have decided to not wait for the rug. Ultimately, it's not going to make or break the room anyway. But most importantly, my grow lights have arrived and I've got some artworks for the wall as well. So today I want to finalize the project, and currently all of the Anthuriums that will move in here are in the bathroom. I gave all of them a thorough watering and a thorough spray, so they are fresh and happy to move in here, which gives me the opportunity to set everything else up before the plants come. Alright, first of all, I didn't show you the updated tables yet. Last time you saw me, I was still spray painting them. Honestly, guys, I have done a terrible job at spray painting them. It's really patchy, that's why I'm not going to show it to you close up. But overall, it changes the vibe of the thingy, the table. So I'm much happier with it now that it's white. And I also spray painted the matching shelf. Definitely ran out of spray paint on this one, so there's like a specific way I'm supposed to show this. Yeah, not this way, I think. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. That is going to move just right underneath the window over here, just so I can put a few plants on here to take advantage of the natural light. And this is kind of going to become my filming table. It's annoying, isn't it? My filming table, my coffee table and so on, but my repotting table. So I reckon that will be nice. Now I'm going to get rid of this grow light. So this grow light is, well, it's just a light bulb. It was an Ikea one, but I mean, as you might have just seen, I really disliked the light. It gives like a pink, purplish light, and it's just a spotlight, right? So I need more light than that, and I want the light to be much warmer. The plants look weird under that light as well, so not necessarily what I want for my setup. Plus the actual lamp that I decided to put the bulb in is super bulky. I used to have two of these in here, but that was okay because I didn't really use the room, so it didn't really matter how bulky they are and so on. I just wanted to make sure there's some sort of light that the plants can take advantage of. But now that I actually want to turn this into a nice room and I want to spend some time in here, they need to go. I already took the first one down. I'll take this one now. I'm replacing the ugly grow lights with these Mother Plant Spectrum 32s. When I had the idea of making this video, I knew that light is going to be the biggest factor in this room. So I reached out to Mother because I absolutely love their grow lights. I have been using these Plant Spectrum 32 for almost a year and a half now. I have two of them in my bedroom, and the growth I see in my bedroom is just amazing. I have the same sized window, same exposure. There's plants that purely rely on the light that the grow lights give up. And I have seen amazing growth in my bedroom, better than any other room of my apartment. If I compare that to the growth that I have been getting in this room, specifically with these two Ikea lights that I showed you before, despite the fact that they didn't look nice, the growth just was not comparable. I didn't really get much growth at all. It helped my plants to not die and recover from root rot or something like that, but it wasn't really amazing growth that was produced by these grow lights. Plus, they looked a bit hideous as well. So now that I want to make this into a room where I want to spend a lot of time in, I want to film in, to me, and with always aesthetics, to me is really, really important. So now I wanted to make sure that I've got the most aesthetically pleasing and functional alternative for lights. So in my opinion, if you want aesthetics to meet function, the mother grow lights are the way to go, because they are just this super slick looking black minimalist grow light. How beautiful is that? And wait until I turn them on and you actually see the light. Now, if you watched any of my other videos before, you would know that the number one thing you need for your plants to grow to maturity is light. Everything else, like all of your care, all of the fertilizer that you use, whether you use a moss pole or not, what medium you use, how much you water the plant, all of that is just to realize potential. But the light exposure really sets the potential that your plants have. So if you don't give your plants enough light, they will never mature, even if you provide them with the perfect care. So it's not just about care, it's mainly about light, actually. So I'm just building it. So the light came with this little disc. I'll just mount this to the bottom with the screws and the little, I don't even know what you call this, the little tool provided. And that is as easy as the setup really is. So I lost my train of thoughts, but I think I was talking just about how important light actually is. So light is really the most important factor in growing plants, and that's probably the thing that we're all struggling with the most indoors, because we have ceilings. Like in nature, there would never be that much concrete above a plant, right? So light is probably the thing that we're all struggling with the most. And if your plants are not sizing up, if they're not maturing, if they're not giving you larger leaves, so they're giving you really large internodal spacing, it's probably because they're not getting enough light. Now, I do not want to turn this video into a full repeat on light and what to look out for in light and so on, because I've done a full video on light, natural light and grow lights. So I'll just link that at the end screen. I'll also link it in the description if you want to find out more. And I talk in depth about everything I learned about these mother grow lights over the last 1.5 years of using them. And I also have a discount code for you. You can use discount code Sydney Plant Guy, and it gives you $10 to $15 off. It depends on what currency you're paying in. I'll put in the exact discount amounts and the threshold you need to hit to unlock the discount amounts in the description as well as I'll actually link the website so you can go check them out. So everything that you need to know about these lights will be in the description. And again, thank you, Mother, for sponsoring this video and helping me out with my project. Alrighty, now let's get on to constructing. The other thing that I also wanted to say is that their adapter actually comes with like multiple attachments, so it can be used in any country of the world. I really love this. One down. I'll quickly put together the other one off camera. It also comes with this little switch, so you can decide to plug in this switch if you want to manually switch it on and off. Actually, I don't think I need that, because what I do have is I have a timer, and that timer is just automatically going to turn on and off the grow lights. So I don't need the manual switches. Here I just have this, it's like a smart, it goes with Grid Connect. It's like a smart plug. So I can just plug it in, and I have an app on my phone. This is already configured because I used it with the old grow lights, and then I just have a little adapter so I can put both in here. And I set it up so it turns on every day at 8 in the morning and it turns off every day at 10 at night. Plants also need darkness, so there's no point in having it going 24/7. So let me test this out. Beautiful. All right. Oh geez, hang on, you're going to be blinded. It's supposed to go this way later. So you can see this is going to be nice. Okay, so I reckon I'll have one on this side and kind of one on this side, like this. Is it going to be like this? That is good enough for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these aside so I don't... Right, I'm going to put these aside so I don't fall over the cables, but they're going to live on here. Obviously, they're not going to live on here. If I film in here, then I might have to like move them out a little bit or something like that. But while I'm not filming, I suppose this is where they will be living. Alrighty, I think it's almost time for plants. But there's one more thing that I got for this room. I used to be a bit of a photographer. I had a drone and I would always go around Sydney and take amazing landscape photos. Well, I think they were amazing. You be the judge. I like them. Yeah, anyway. So you might have seen some artworks in my living room with like, you know, the ocean and the rock pools and so on. These are all photos that I took back in the days. So when I started setting up for this project, I posted a little poll up on my Instagram account giving you the option to choose between 4 photos, and I'm gonna get the one with the most votes printed and it's gonna hang up here. So I'll pop on screen the 4 photos that you got to choose from, and well, let me get the end result so you know which one won. And the winner is this one. Excellent choice. That was my personal favorite as well. Now I got this printed at Officeworks, same place I got my previous prints done, but when I last ordered them, and it was a good 5-6 years ago, they actually gave me the option to put it on foam board. This time they didn't have it, they only had core fluid. So it has a bit of texture. You might see that when I move it, it has like these little ripples, like core fluid, you know. So not happy, but it's okay. At least it's a unique artwork. There's only one of these in the world. And then there's a really sophisticated way of putting this up. Because I can't drill anything into the wall, I just duct taped a piece of twine to the backside of that, and I have one of these 3M hooks on the wall, you know, the ones that come off without leaving any marks. So let's hang this up here. Ta-da! While we're decorating, I also have this little throw that's just going to add a little dimension, maybe, I don't know. I just like the color, okay? I like the color. Come on. I feel like the more messy you throw on here, the better it will look. Okay, let's have this. And you would have seen this one already. I bought it one day. I just don't know what to do with it. So, Anthurium, take 1. Reynolds, where are you? Anyway. That's Brett's director cut. And over here, I'm leaving room, I'm manifesting things. So I suppose we'll see what this will be filled with one day. Full disclosure, I'm probably going to spend a lot of time just choosing the right pots for the right plants. So for today's sake, to not turn this into an 8-hour video, I have decided to ignore pots. I'm just going to put the plants where I want the plants to be. And then at a later time, I'll check in around the pots and which pot fits where. Alrighty guys, I will just speed this up. I won't let you have to go through all of this with me. Alright, so I moved all of the plants in. So these ones on the table, these came from my Ikea cabinet, so it's a first for them. They don't usually live here. Let's maybe put them here. Now, they do live in like perfect conditions in the Ikea cabinet, right? So it might be a little bit of a shock for them to now move out of that cabinet and move in here. But at the moment, we're having really, hey baby, at the moment we're having really humid weather in Australia again, or in Sydney. And it's summer, and I now have the grow lights as well. So I'm doing everything I can to minimize the shock. Yes, my baby. Sorry, I took your chair, didn't I? And hang on, there's one more. These just did not have enough room in the cabinet to actually grow to their full potential. Right. By the way, I love this book, Botanicum. Look at how amazing these illustrations are. It's not mine. I don't know where I got it from. Oh, a little candle for the atmosphere. Put the atmosphere on this side of the room, yeah? Alrighty, and we're done. Alrighty, I really wanted to finalize that video yesterday, and I did. And I recorded everything, I edited it, I looked back at it, and I didn't like it. Classic. So I think I was just a little bit too tired towards the back end of yesterday to really look at this room and assess what it needs and so on. So I have rearranged a little bit, just the plants, and I'm a little bit happier with this setup as it is right now. I still think there's a lot of room for more plants. I'm still struggling with the concept of not having moss poles in here. Like I need to, I want to keep this as an Anthurium room for now. So this is the third time I'm trying to film this, and I think I'm finally happy with the setup. I rearranged the furniture a little bit and I rearranged the plants, and of course it didn't last long until I started adding some moss poles into the room. I'm not sure if that Philodendron Soleroy is going to stay over here or not. I suppose once the Anthuriums grow a little bit and start taking over more room, I will move this out of here and it's going to be a true Anthurium room only. But in the meantime, I wanted to, you know, create a nice display for me to start filming YouTube videos over here as well. So I'm really excited. This is going to be my new setup where I can do all my repotting, all of my YouTube videos and so on. Happy days. Let me show you everything close up. So let's start off with this plant over here. These are my little crystallinum hybrids, and I made these. I grew them from seed and I made the seeds. I used this over here. This is the mother and parent plant. So I used the pollen as well as the berries from this plant to make these little babies. So a very proud little plant parent moment over here. Alright, and right next to them, these are some Magnificum hybrids. I did not make these ones. A friend of mine gave me some berries and I grew them, and they're turning into this nice lush little pot of seedlings. I honestly just don't have enough room to pot them all up separately. Right next to it, as I mentioned, this is my Crystallinum hybrid, and it's pushing out a beautiful new leaf over here. That is awesome. I can never pronounce that one. Alright, I'll put it on screen. That one came from the Ikea cabinet. It's been in here for a week now and it seems to be happy. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to die within a week, but I haven't seen any issues. It's actually still pushing out an inflow, so it seems happy. Right next to it we have a Magnificum hybrid. This I grew from seeds as well. So again, not my seeds. There were seeds from the Mellow Pot grower here in Queensland. And yeah, I grew this one from seeds, so I'm also really proud. And it's really nice and dark, has beautiful veining, and has kind of like frilly edges. So yeah, it's nice. I think it was a Magnificum hybrid. Oh, and it's pushing out a new leaf as well, since I put it in this room. That also came from the Ikea cabinet, but because it's quite large, it had to go all the way to the bottom of the cabinet where it was just getting the least light. So I reckon it will actually like it in here. Right behind me, we've got my Philodendron Soleroy on the moss pole. I just wanted to fill that vertical space behind me, but I reckon once the Anthuriums start growing more and pushing out more leaves, I will fill the space behind me with Anthuriums as well. Down here we've got, this is a Magnificum crossed with Forgetii. That's why it has the nice closed sinus and it has an inflow over here. Happy days. Next to it is another Magnificum hybrid. This is actually the same one as this one. Same as this one, came from the same batch of seeds. It has just, it's a little bit more frilly. It wasn't grown in the Ikea cabinet. I believe that's why it's much smaller. It's a little bit unhappy, but I'm hoping that the new room is going to make it very, very happy. Up here we've got a Clarinervium. I just really recently added that to my collection, so I haven't even potted it into my popper mix yet. That is definitely on the to-do list, but I was just focusing on getting this room ready. Then over here we've got another Crystallinum hybrid. I do not know what it's crossed with, but it looks very different to that other Crystallinum hybrid, right? So I love the variety you get with Anthuriums. Really beautiful, nice, velvety, and it's also pushing out a cute new leaf down here. Yep, beautiful. Next to it, I've got a Clarinervium hybrid. Again, no idea what it was hybridized with, but AJ gave this one to me for Christmas, so thank you, AJ. Can't wait to see what this grows into. At the top, this is a Magnificum, also has seen better days, also was not grown in my Ikea cabinet, so I reckon this is the best setup it has ever had now, so I reckon it's going to grow nice. This one is Anthurium Veitchii. I grew this one from seed, and this took 2 years to get to this stage. I'm having a really hard time with Veitchiis. Honestly, I don't know. But maybe now that I think this is the most leaves it ever had. It's got 5 leaves now, and this is also the largest leaf I think it ever had. So maybe it's finally happy. We'll find out. And another crystallinum hybrid over here, that one actually had root rot, and I had to put it back in moss. And since I put it in moss for propagation purposes, there are so many new chunky roots. It lost 0 leaves while having root rot. It had no more roots left, and it didn't drop any of the leaves. I don't know, that is super hardy, this plant. Right, I need to get up. Sorry, I was trying to be as lazy as I can with it. This is Anthurium something with D. I'll put the name on screen. Not my favorite, but we'll see. I think it has potential. It was just a bit neglected over the last few months. And over here we've got Bosworth Beauty. Comes out with these really nice burgundy purplish leaves, and then over time they'll fade to green. But what I love about them is the really wide sinus. So adds a little bit of color and texture and shape. You might have noticed I have a thing for like veiny velvet anthuriums. So yeah. Okay, moving over here, I have a fan. Of course, airflow is super important as always. So I've got the grow lights. I mean, I have a window here as well, and I love opening the window. I just got it closed right now to not let in any noise. But that fan, I don't have it on all the time. I just turn it on every now and then. Most of the time I have my window open and I have the door open, so there's a bit of air circulation going through. With so many plants in a room, you must have good airflow. It's actually it's like wind in nature. In nature, these plants grow in the forest and there's constant wind, so it actually makes the plants grow stronger. Over here I've got some Scindapsus. You guys know I'm not a trailing person. Like, I think these are the only 2 plants that I've actually got trailing. I grow everything up a moss pole. I don't know, I like Scindapsus when they're trailing, so I kind of like this. Maybe I should get into that. I don't know. Alright, here and right next to the window I've got this little table that I spray painted, and this is really just where my seedlings are. So I've got like a little prop box with seedlings in there. They definitely need to be repotted. But yeah, they appreciate the natural light over here. Because of the tree that is right in front of the window, it is kind of shaded. I don't need to worry about them getting too much light. And then yeah, some more little seedlings, and actually a little alocasia here as well, and so on. Nothing too fancy. Alright, and lastly, let me just quickly show you the wardrobe as well. I cleaned that up a little bit. So over here I've got all of my pots and planters, nice and handy in case I need to do a repotting. So over here I've got all of my ingredients for aeroid mix, so my bark, my perlite, cocoa chips, pumice. I've got a tub of aeroid mix. In the back I've got a tub of like a mix that's a little bit finer, more water retentive for non-aeroids, the 3.5 non-aeroids I've got. And then here I've got some moss poles, the mesh, some grow vertical poles. So really the goal is that everything that I need to repot something or put it on a pole or extend a pole, I've got everything in here, so I don't need to procrastinate, right? I can just get onto it straight away as soon as I notice that a plant needs something. If I would have to go downstairs to the garage to get it first, or if I need to go to the shops and so on, then it's just too many excuses to potentially not do it. Plus, I like to buy things in bulk. So I buy big bags of everything, and then I just fill the tub and I bring the tub up, and all of the big stuff is just living in the garage. It's just so much cheaper and less hassle. You don't need to you don't need to go buy things every couple of weeks. And then over here, I've got fertilizer, moss, pest treatment stuff, a few more planters and miscellaneous stuff up there. Some of the more finer ingredients for my aeroid mix that I don't need to use so much of are here as well. So everything that I need is in this wardrobe, and it's right opposite or right next to my new repotting table. So I'm really excited to get productive in here. Anyway, let's go back to the nice looking side of the room. Alright, I think it's time for us to say goodbye. I had so much fun recording this video for you and making over this room. I hope I can make a few more of these special project videos in 2023. I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and I hope you enjoyed the outcome. I hope you enjoyed the final result. Like, subscribe, and leave a nice comment, and I'll see you in my next video. Now let's have a look at the cabinet in itself. I was about to say that I got rid of a lot of plants in the cabinet. By looking at it, it doesn't actually look like I got rid of a lot of plants, but a lot of the Anthuriums that used to live in here now moved into my Anthurium room. So I'm really glad I made that decision because it's still really full, despite the fact that I moved a good 3 to 4 plants out of here. The main reason it's so full is really the Queen Anthurium over here, and that's its newest leaf. It's still really, really soft and vulnerable, so I'm trying to not touch it. But I reckon this leaf will get bigger than this leaf over here. So it's probably going to be about this big. So let's see. Disappointment of the year, I've got my variegated Adansonii over here, and it's just not really doing anything but pushing out full white leaves. But I've got a full video on that coming soon, so I don't want to say too much. It's one of my own hybrids. It's really nice. I made a hybrid out of the crystallinum that I've got. Super, super nice. Actually, I really love this plant, and it's special because I did this. Then I've got a few little seedlings over here. They're really loving their top spot in my Ikea cabinet because they get a lot of light, but this little shade cover that I built from a coat hanger and shade cloth is just giving it like that perfect, bright, indirect light, but really, really consistent humidity. Like it's like 90% in here, really consistent humidity, consistent light level, consistent airflow. So the consistency is just making these little seedlings really thrive. So any like smaller plant that I get, I try and like grow in the cabinet first, so it can really, recover from any shock that it might had coming to my place, or shock from repotting. And then once it is growing in the Ikea cabinet, then my next challenge is really slowly taking it out of the Ikea cabinet so it gets used to less than optimal conditions, because it can't grow in there for forever, right? I'm going to run out of space, so eventually it has to move out of the cabinet. It's a thing that I'm just dreading to do with my queen, because I just know that she will not be happy with, she will not be happy with the drop in humidity, drop in consistency as soon as I move it out of here. Now basically, when I move it out of here, I then would put it in my Anthurium room or my bedroom first, because it's a smaller room, so the temperatures and everything in there are more consistent, don't fluctuate quite as much. And only once they're used to one of those rooms, then I start moving them into my living area, because in the living area, as I said before, it can be 85% humidity, and the next day it could be 30. It could be a lot of bright, direct sunlight in the morning, and the next day it could just be raining and there's no light at all. There are way more challenges the plant would have to deal with in my living area compared to the cabinet or the other 2 rooms that I'll show you later on. So it's kind of like a progressive building of resilience, if that makes sense. Alright, now this is where I used to stop my apartment tours, but if you've subscribed to my channel, you might have seen a more recent video where I transformed my spare room into an Anthurium room. So let's get a little update on that room as well. Follow me. Alrighty, this is the Anthurium room. So let me give you a quick update. Let's maybe start with this shelf over here. Alright. Because I've only really recently made up this room and gave you a full tour of the room and like the way that I set it up and so on, I don't want to go into detail about every single plant, but I just want to show you how much new growth there is, right? So if we are looking at this plant, is an Anthurium magnificum ex Forgetii, 2 new shoots over here, so it's definitely happy. Over here is a Magnificum hybrid. This leaf has grown since it's in the new room, and I think it is finished unfurling, but still a little soft. Over here is my Clavinurium. I only repotted that a couple of weeks ago, and it has also given me its first new leaf. In my Anthurium room video, this leaf just unfurled. It is now hardened off. This is a crystallinum hybrid, and I love this leaf. I don't know. The veining seems so like sophisticated. I don't know. Alrighty. Next to it, we've got a Clarinurvium hybrid. That's the one that AJ gave me for Christmas, and that's its first leaf in my care. I still haven't repotted it. It's still in AJ's mix, but I know I can trust AJ compared to the mix that Bunnings producers, for example. Can't trust them. Alrighty, another Magnificum hybrid with a new leaf over here. Of course my VGI hasn't produced anything because it hates me, but this other Clarinurvium hybrid has also produced a new leaf since it's been repotted. And I only repotted that also in a video recently. Sorry, I only just watered that today as well, so look a mess. But look at these roots that have grown in just 1 week. No, sorry, 10 days. Around 10 days. And then at the top, my Bosworth Beauty has also started growing a new leaf. So plenty of new growth, which really makes me think that these plants are liking the room. Keep in mind with the footage that you're looking at right now, I don't think it really comes across how bright it is in here. You notice it much more how bright these grow lights actually are during night, or like at nighttime when it goes dark. You really notice how much light these lights actually produce and how it fills the space. During the day, when there's still light coming from the window, by the way, exact same window as in my bedroom, so I'm not giving you the same spiel again. When there's still light coming through from the window, it kind of deters from the light that these lights give up, at least on camera. Like, you know, cameras have like a weird way of adjusting light levels. So I noticed that when I was editing the last video, it seems much darker on film than it actually is in person. But after all, again, it's really hard to judge light levels through a camera or even through your eyes. I also think that light meters aren't necessarily the best way to measure light. I think the best measure of light is the results. Proof is in the pudding. Then I've got another Magnificum over here. This is also, I grew this one from seed. Has super nice, like almost like neon veining. I don't know if that comes across on camera. My puppy is sending out a new shoot over here, so it is definitely growing and happy. This is my big crystalliner, my very first Anthurium I've ever had, and this was the first leaf. It was already unfurling as I set up the room. Because I was moving it around quite a bit while I was setting up, there's been a few scars where I bumped into it. When these leaves are really small, any little mark is just going to turn into a scar as the leaf unfurls. But overall, I mean, that veining on this leaf, very nice. Produced my own little Anthurium seedlings. So this whole pot over here is basically little babies of this crystallinum. And yeah, I mean, you can see there's so many new leaves coming everywhere. So it's definitely liking it in here as well. And then down here, these are Magnificum hybrids. Also all just potted in one big pot because I cannot be asked to actually separate them. And you can also see a lot new leaves coming out since I put it in this room. These are more of my own seedlings. I just repotted them into this pot. So you'll see a lot of leaves yellowing. That's because it would go through a little bit of shock. But you also see some new leaves growing. So that's happy days. These are hybrids of the very first Anthurium that I showed you. So this one over here, this one pollinated with itself. Those were actually the Anthurium seeds that are pollinated and cleaned and then potted up in my Anthurium pollination video. So those were just little seedlings in that video, or like those were just little berries and seeds in the video. Now they're actually cute little seedlings. So it is happening. I have an Alocasia regal shield in the corner over there, and it has produced a new leaf over here. This plant can grow really, really large, so I don't think it's a bad thing that it's kind of like in the darkest corner of the room, because that kind of keeps it in check a little bit. It spreads so much, like I honestly don't know what to do with it. I don't have room. Like if you just think about the room that it takes up horizontally, I could have had 2 or 3 moss poles there. So every time I have one of these plants that spreads like crazy, I just think about the opportunity cost of all of the moss poles that I now need to get rid of because it takes up so much space. And well, in the long run, usually the moss poles win. One more that I've got over here, and I'm also filming a video on this one at the moment. This one is still going through my onboarding process, so I only just recently got it, and I potted it up on a moss pole maybe last week. So actually, let's have a look. I mean, it would be very quick if I could see some roots already. Ah, look at this! There you go. I can see the first root. I mean, these roots that you see here, they were already here after the repot. It came with a decent root system, but I want these new roots. I want to see these new white roots that are juicy. So it is clearly happy, which is good. Now I'm basically waiting for it to start attaching to its moss pole, and I'm waiting for these leaves to start facing the front a little bit more. So I put it right in the window so that the light is coming from the front. There will be a little bit of yellowing. This plant was sent to me interstate, so of course it went through a little bit of shock and then a repot in a brand new environment. So I'm totally not worried about yellowing leaves after I just onboarded the plant. I'm more worried about roots. I want to see root growth, because if it has a healthy root system, leaves are just a matter of time. If there are no roots, there won't be any leaves. Or if there are leaves and there's no roots, then the leaf will die really quickly. Alrighty, that was it. That was my entire apartment and all of the plants that I have within the apartment. Obviously, I didn't talk about every single plant. Otherwise, this video would be even longer than it already is. I just pointed out the ones that I thought would be interesting to talk about, and the ones that changed or grew a little bit since the last time I filmed one of these houseplant tours. I try and film one of those with every season, so there will be one for autumn, one for winter, and so on, because every season comes with different challenges and plants respond differently to different seasons as well. So basically, hopefully within a year, you will have seen my houseplant collection throughout every season of the year. Brett wasn't too entertaining today. He didn't really want to come along. He's still sleeping on the couch, so I thought I'll leave him there. But I hope you still enjoyed this video, and if you did, I would love for you to check out my moss pole playlist. In that moss pole playlist, I have a lot of tutorials on how to make moss poles, how to water moss poles, how to pot up moss poles, to extend them, chop and extend them, and lots of Q&A videos where I answer your frequently asked questions. So if you want to learn more about my actual care approach and how I managed to grow so many plants so nice and large, then that's the place to go. Again, thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, share, leave a nice comment, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye. Hello, thanks for joining us in our new apartment. Let me give you a tour. By now you might have seen my moving vlog already, so you'd know that I moved to a new apartment. I've been here for about 2 weeks now, and I've used those 2 weeks to make it feel as homey as possible. So I thought I'll give you a tour of what I've done with the place so far. Alright, and then we've got the Ikea cabinet. Now obviously with the plants in the Ikea cabinet, that they would go through the least change because nothing changed. It's just the cabinet is in another spot, but it doesn't really matter whereabouts I put the cabinet. The conditions inside the cabinet are always the same. But I do have to say there was one casualty when I was moving. Sorry, this door doesn't stay open anymore because of the Thai constellation. There was one casualty when I was moving. The queen, I literally dropped it twice. You know when there's like this one plant I already dropped and then it's the same plant that I dropped again? Like if something goes wrong, it goes wrong with the same plant. It's actually a good thing that it went wrong with the same plant. And to be honest, I was already really unhappy with it beforehand because the latest leaf, and I think it was my issue, I think I was very inconsistent with the watering. I think I forgot that I'm supposed to water twice a week rather than just once a week. So it had inconsistent watering growing up, and that's why it kind of grew up all like manky. And the leaf before that, I ripped the leaf before that, you can see it would have gotten large, but I ripped the bottom half off because the bottom half got stuck in the grid at the back. It's also super desperate for a repot. It has no more room in its pole or the little pot that it's in, so it needs a massive repot. So I was actually really surprised when I saw this morning that it is pushing out a new leaf down here, and it is pushing out an inflow over here as well. What is it doing? I was actually supposed to give it a repot this weekend, but now that it's pushing out this new leaf, actually I really hate this leaf. I'm just gonna cut it, sorry. I know there's gonna be somebody coming to me, it's like, but it could have contributed to photosynthesis. Yeah, but it also contributes to anxiety because I don't like to look at this. So, you know, I grow these plants for aesthetic reasons. That's my main incentive behind it. So if I don't like the look of it, it has to go. And look how much room that one leaf made. Perfect. It's going to be for the benefit of all the other leaves, specifically that new one coming in. And I've learned my lesson and I'm making sure I'm keeping it more moist. This queen definitely does not want to dry out. Follow me through to see the rest of the apartment. Alrighty, let's maybe start with this room over here. This is the second bedroom or the spare room. At the moment it's my office and it's the equivalent of the Anthurium room that I had at the old place, but it's also my guest room. I would have told you in my moving vlog that I've got my friend from Germany visiting at the moment. He's actually coming back from his travels today, so this is going to be his room in the meantime. So I tried to keep the plants to a minimum, so do not overwhelm him. He's not a plant person. But of course, you know, I have limited space in this new apartment anyway, so some plants just had to stay here. And it's mainly the plants that were in the Anthurium room anyway. So really the main thing in here is my shelf with all the Anthuriums, and that's the same shelf that was at my old place already. These grow lights are a little bit too low. They should probably be more like here, but this is kind of the only little table I found at the moment. Definitely a work in progress. Now, not too much has happened. I knocked the Clarinervium over when I was moving, so it's looking a little bit sad. I think I might have ripped the whole root system off of it, but that's something for me to investigate on the weekend. On the weekend I have a lot of plant maintenance to do. Apart from that, actually 3 inflows that are kind of receptive at the moment, but I have no pollen left. I got rid of all of my pollen when I moved. But to me, that shows that they're still happy. I mean, these Anthuriums moved in a week before I actually moved in, because I started moving things really gradually. So they're finishing their 3rd week over here now. Like, if a plant is really unhappy for 3 weeks, it would be pretty much dead by now. Or like, it would definitely show signs of being unhappy. So I know that they're all happy. Whether they're thriving, well, time will tell, because I want to see leaves to assess whether they're thriving or not. But for now, they're all okay. So not too much to update you on. Now, to your right, to my left, is the window. It's a south-facing window, so it's obviously going to be a little bit hard for me to film it that way because we're filming against the light, but I suppose you can probably still see a little bit, hopefully. Now, this is a south-facing window, so I won't really get direct light coming through here. Sometimes I get a little bit of sun when the sun sets, so west is here and then the sun kind of sets about there, so I get a little bit of sunset coming through, but really this room gets the least light out of all of them. So I have limited plants in here. I need to see how these plants by the window will do, despite the fact that they're really close to the window. I'm not sure if this is going to give them enough light. This room, when I don't have to account for guests anymore, will become my bedroom, because it's the smallest room and the darkest room, and really in my bedroom I'm just sleeping. So why would I use the bigger room with better light for me to sleep in and put my plants into the dark room? That makes no sense to me. This screen that somebody gave me at the plant collectors fair, and it is actually a higher grade, so I might just put that in here. Gives everything a little bit more shade. I just need to find a good way to actually connect that. So that's definitely a project. I need to clean this cabinet. I don't ever clean the sides, so probably need to do a full cleanup, take everything out, clean everything, and then that's when I'll incorporate the new screen as well. So I'm not worried about plants over here getting too much sun, because I already have a solution for it. Other things that I think are worth pointing out is my rugosum over here. It's definitely gaining some decent leaf size over here. The Verneri, the one that Tim from Grow Vertical gave me at the plant collector fair, I popped it on a Grow Vertical pole, and I filled that Grow Vertical pole with perlite and New Zealand tree fern fiber. So we'll see how that goes. This is a new Clarinervium leaf. I'm really loving that, but this plant is super weird, and I don't think it has anything to do with too little light, because I've used to have it at the top as well. I tried a few different light positions, but look how long these petioles are on that plant. Like, it just has the longest petioles. So I reckon come spring, it will go outside. So see if the outside might fix that. Alright, and then my problem child, the queen. In my last video I just chopped off some ugly leaves, and a lot of you really enjoyed that, and a lot of you were actually feeling very similar. It's like, you know, looking at ugly leaves sometimes is not worth, like, it's not worth it looking at that ugly leaf all of the time. So I'm definitely the team, just chop it if it annoys you. But of course, even an ugly leaf can contribute to photosynthesis. It's just not appealing to us. But yeah, this plant has gone through quite a bit. It's root bound. I let it dry out too much. I dropped it twice during the move. The only plant I dropped, and I dropped it twice. So this sort of damage is just from when I moved it and when I dropped it, and obviously that's never going to be repaired. But this was the first leaf that unfurled in my new place, and I'm quite liking it. I think it's looking really, really nice. Has a beautiful sheen to it. I don't know if the camera can pick that up. But now that it's fully unfurled, it is definitely time for me to chop it. It needs a repot, and yeah, see how we go. And let me point out this one. This is a tiny little seedling, and it's a hybrid that I made with a friend of mine. It was my queen pollen on a magnificum mother plant. So let's see what this looks like. All right, enough cabinet. Let's move to the other side. Alrighty, my baby. Hello, my poodles. You enjoying the new place, aren't you? Alrighty, so probably the best decision, and I always wanted to do it, I just didn't do it at the very beginning because I still had my friend from Germany living with me, and I wanted to make sure that he's got a nice room that isn't filled with plants. So when I initially moved in, this was my bedroom and this was the guest room / office, and I have since swapped it around, which was probably the best decision given this space. So the smaller room is now the bedroom. Now, it is a very small room. It really just fits the bed, which is okay. I mean, all I need to do in this room is really sleep. While I'm asleep, I don't really consciously witness the environment anyway, so I don't think it makes sense to have the larger room being the bedroom. So I just used the smaller room to be the bedroom. And okay, let's address the obvious. You're probably wondering what this huge thing in the corner is. This is the Forest. It's called the Forest, and it's by Mother. Mother is the grow light company that I've been using for years now. You know, these vertical lights that I love using because they kind of just match the vertical growing that I do. That company Mother has also produced this Forest. It's basically like a big pole, and it has pods coming off it, and then the pod has grow lights underneath that then give light to the plant and so on. Now, I've only set it up like a month ago, and I want to make sure I review it thoroughly before I give you my recommendations on it, or before I really give you a result on it and so on. So let's just look at it, but let's not really talk about it any further until I'm confident with the experiences that I've made. But one plant I want to point out is the plant I got at the Plant Collectors Fair, my pitcher plant. So when I first got it, it only had that one pitcher. It has then grown its second one over here, and this is a brand new leaf that has unfurled since it's with me. So the new pitcher will be on the end of this little string. Very scientific term, the string. So I think it's happy. I mean, I've never looked after a plant, like a carnivorous plant before. So honestly, I have no idea. Which way? Let's do it this way. So honestly, I have no idea exactly how to look after it. But trial and error it is, right? So yeah, all right, enough about this. The rest of this room is my Anthurium room, and obviously these are facing the window. Now the window is a south-facing window, which is the worst window you can have if you're in Australia. So keep in mind, Southern Hemisphere, south is the worst exposure, opposite to Northern Hemisphere, where north would be the worst exposure. So I want to have northern exposure, that's where you get the most sun. Southern exposure, you get no sun. So let's see how they go. I suppose it might be bright indirect light. A lot of these Anthuriums don't want direct sun anyway, so north-facing window would probably be too bright for them, but I feel like you can always dim it. Anyway, this is my crystallinum, and it just has unfurled a new leaf over here, which is still inflating, so it still looks a little bit manky, but it should have an easy time just filling in with water, and hopefully it's going to be nice and large. We'll find out. Overall, I think my Anthurium struggled with the move the most, and I think it's because they've previously been in my Anthurium room that got a lot of that had eastern exposure, so it got a lot of morning light, so the room heated up really nicely throughout the day, and there was plenty of light for them as well. Now, the light is not really an issue, because I have my two mother lights and I just mounted them on top of each other to kind of match the vertical shelf. But it's cold in here. It's definitely cold, and if I then put on the heater, by cold I mean it definitely goes down to like 18, 19 degrees at the moment, and it's probably going to go down further during winter. Now, obviously, while I sleep in here, or like I have the heater on and so on, but if I have the heater on for too long, then it also gets really dry, which the Anthuriums also won't really like. Like, it's not a deal breaker, but I suppose the Anthuriums are used to different conditions. So I've seen a lot of leaves kind of going a bit yellowish over here, despite the fact that they have healthy roots. So it's not a root rot issue. It could honestly just be that these are going dormant, or that the plant is aborting them because the leaves are just not used to those conditions. But I'm hoping that any new leaves growing in this room in those conditions will then have the resilience to grow in these conditions as well. But I mean, it is definitely not terrible in here, otherwise we wouldn't see new growth like this one at the top over here, which is just a Magnificum hybrid. Or I have like a new leaf on my Veitchii over here, which looks super cute as well. So, I mean, if there wouldn't be enough light or the conditions wouldn't be right, then there wouldn't be any growth. So there's definitely some growth. So it's not terrible, but I suppose they just didn't really like the change. This is also the first time I'm really growing Anthurium in the open air, open air indoors, during winter. Last year, all of my Anthuriums were still small enough to fit in the Ikea cabinet. I think it was really just the crystallinum that had to move out of the cabinet because it was too big. But they all just really grew large over spring, so I had to move them out of the Ikea cabinet one after the other and put them into the Anthurium room. And this is the first time they're going through winter while being outside of the cabinet. So we'll see. It's a bit of a learning curve for me. I've definitely scaled back on watering a lot. So let's maybe talk about that while we're here, because I'm sitting comfortably. Watering requirements, and it just really comes to show you cannot follow a recipe. You can't be like, water this plant every Saturday or every 5 days or every 10 days and so on. There's been a good couple of weeks where I did not water these Anthuriums at all, because I've got them all in see-through pots. I can still see if there's sufficient moisture in it or not, right? And that's really because, well, they don't get as much light in here as they got in the previous place, which means there's less growth than there was previously. It's cooler, which means there's less water evaporating. And there's actually also less airflow in here, I have to say. These are all factors that impact in the water requirements of a plant. So even if the plant is the same size, in the same pot, in the same medium, it now requires so much less water than in my old place. And that is not just because of the place, that's also because we're going into autumn winter. So I never just follow a strict regimented watering schedule saying every 5 days. I always assess the water requirements of my plants and then act accordingly. And I highly, highly recommend you do the same. Of course, if you have very consistent conditions, let's say you grow it in the Ikea cabinet and the temperature and the humidity and the light exposure and the airflow is always consistent, then your watering schedule should also be fairly consistent. But it also still depends on how big is the plant, how big is the pot, what medium are you using and so on. So still always recommend to assess the watering requirements rather than just follow like a checklist. All right, I think enough about this room. Let's move into the other room. Actually, I forgot to point one out. Over here in this corner, I've got another mixed pot of my own hybrids. So that's the exact same process that I followed with the crystallinums. Just that this one already had the repot into a bigger pot because I've had this for a little bit longer. It's just a Magnificum hybrid. Today we are chopping up my Queen Anthurium, and it's long overdue. I always wanted to do it, and every time I kind of just get around to do it, the plant is pushing out a new leaf. Now, this time around I thought the same happened again, but it's actually just a, oh my god, big inflow that's coming over here. So I'm gonna chop that one off anyway. Alrighty, so before we go into actually chopping this plant up, let me give you a little bit of background. This was only repotted once in its life so far, and I think it was pretty much, oh my god, hang on, 2 years ago? I think 2 years ago. I'll pop it on screen. And when I potted it up that first time around, I gave it a moss pole. And many people were a bit confused why I give an Anthurium a moss pole. But you can see that over those 2 years, it has climbed up half its pole. Brad, you're blocking the view. Yes, come here. You can here. Be here. Yes, good boy. So it has climbed up half its pole, and if we're looking at the size of the stem, you can see a significant increase in stem size. Now, there's a direct correlation between the size of the stem and the size of the leaf that the plant is going to push out. So you can tell, tiny plants would have been tiny leaves down here, and now it's giving me these huge chunky leaves over here. But overall, it is getting way too large for its Ikea cabinet. I dropped it twice when I was moving, so you can see all of this damage, which I'm not necessarily super excited to look at. So I thought it would be time to chop this up. It has a lot of roots that have grown into the moss pole. Let me put this a bit closer, but well, I suppose we'll find out in a sec how many roots there really are. And to be 100% honest, I haven't really thought this through, what exactly I'm gonna do with her. I feel like it's going to be quite impactful though, like as in it's going to be a big chop. It's not just going to be, oh, let me just quickly repot it. It's like, no, I think I want a full reset of this plant because it is just getting a little bit out of hand. So I think first things first, let me unpot this. So this plant has been hanging in my Ikea cabinet for its whole life now. It's very happy in there, and this is actually a plant that I have actually zip tied the pole to the pot, because the pot, when I initially gave it that pot, I kept the pot very heavy. Oh my god, so root bound. So this mix in here is really just a mix of sand. You can hear it, right? Hear it. Like how sandy it sounds. So it's sand, cocoa peat and perlite. That's the mix that I used for it. So it's not as chunky, so it's not as light. So it was much heavier, so I decided to zip tie it to the pot. Now I think my goal right now is really just to free all of the roots from its current medium, because I have been experimenting with tree fern fiber and it's been giving me amazing results. So I actually want to put this on tree fern fiber. Queens really don't like drying out, and queens also like quite a lot of nutrients. Now I'm not worried about the nutrients because I provide them in, actually her I give it a stronger dilution. It's more like 10 milliliters of foliage focus every week, whereas with all my other plants I usually give 5. So she's thirsty, she's hungry. So tree fern fiber to me sounds like a perfect idea, because tree fern fiber has great aeration and drainage, what aeroids love or what roots love in general, but at the same time it has great water retention. So I reckon this is gonna love it. And this plant has a huge root system actually, that's crazy. Am I doing the right thing here right now? Whatever, let's just keep doing what I'm doing. Seems to be, it'll be fine, huh? Surely. Now I'm gonna take this pole apart. Right, and I'll speed that up because it's a really annoying process of chopping all these cable ties. Alrighty, I opened one side of the moss pole. Let's, oh. Holy moly, look at this. This is what I like to use moss poles for. That is awesome. Okay, one moment. Let me chop the other side. Alrighty, here we go. Look at this. I'll come closer. Look at these roots. still don't know exactly what I'm gonna do with it next. But what I do know is that I need to clean up a bit because this is making me nervous. I don't really know what to do right now. I don't know if I have any other option but to... I think I just have to get rid of all of the moss in here. I think it's a non-negotiable. So it's gonna take like a decade. So that is the problem with moss. These roots have grown into this moss like crazy. Like, it's gonna take me all day to do that. I don't really have a good way of laying this down. Alright, that's okay. So, I'm just gonna free the roots from the moss and make more mess. Why did I not make this outside? So, let me do that, and yeah, like normally, ideally, I wouldn't do that. Ideally, I would just keep extending the moss pole, but I want to replace it with tree fern fiber, so I suppose I don't want the moss in here anymore. Hey Brad, it's a mess. Don't. Brad, don't. Brad, oh, why are you lying in the mess? Oh, but why are you so cute while you do it? Ooh, I think I'm making progress finally. All right, 15 minutes later, it looks like this. I'm honestly shocked at how many roots there were within the moss pole. So, guys, when I'm saying the moss pole is a vertical extension of your pot, all of this was just in the moss pole, whereas this was in the pot. And look how healthy and chunky these roots are. So, I got rid of as much moss as I can, and that was definitely a process, but the good thing is, once I pot this in tree fern fiber, I don't really have to repeat that process again because tree fern fiber should be much easier to be removed later. Now, I'm gonna try and actually keep the mesh intact. Oh my god, I made it! Well, of course not without any casualties, but that's okay. So, mesh and the plastic bit are kept intact as well, so all good. So, this is the queen. Now, with a sharp knife, I'm gonna choose where I will change this. So, I reckon... Is this gonna be okay? Yes. Oh my god, there's so many roots, I can't really decide where to chop. Okay, I reckon I'll just chop here. Alright, this is gonna be my new top cutting. Now it is throwing out an inflow over here right now, but I do not want it to focus any or like lose any energy on growing an inflow. I have nothing to pollinate it with at the moment anyway, so I'm just going to chop that off. So this is number one. I'll just let the cut colors over for just a hot minute. In the meantime, I have this, which, you guessed it, I'm going to turn into a bunch of cuttings. One. Now, queens have really small internodal spacing, so I don't really want to cut them into single nodes. I just keep them in double nodes, so they have 2 roots as well. Because if each cutting has at least 2 roots, if something happens with one of them, I have like a security. And here. Another one, this one has 3 roots, and then the stomp. So I'll let these cuts dry out for a minute. And I'll just clean up in the meantime, because I do not operate well in messy space. Alrighty, and we're back. It's been maybe like 10-15 minutes. I should, like, you could easily let it dry out for an hour or so, but I wanna be done with this. So, what am I gonna do? Let's pot up the big one first, because that's gonna be like my main plant that I'm gonna put back in the Ikea cabinet as well. So, given the size of the large root system, and I did a video on this recently where I said choose the size of the pot according to the root system. Now, that's a good fit for me. Now, that's a 20 centimeter pot. The roots will have plenty of room in here, and I can pot a new pole in here as well. Now, always put the pole at the very bottom of the pot so that it's nice and stable. And this is going to go back in my Ikea cabinet, and normally I don't choose large pots for my Ikea cabinet, but this time it's going to be at the very bottom of my cabinet. It's not going to hang there, it's going to sit there, so the bigger pot is totally fine. So, let me, all of these roots kind of, I want them on this side. So I can pop this back in here, and I'm going to move this in and jiggle all the roots in here. Beautiful. Alrighty, now let's talk about the mix that I made. I made a mix that I've been trialing a couple of times and had great success, and it's basically very tree fern fiber heavy. Tree fern fiber is a New Zealand tree fern fiber, and I talk about it in my potting mix video as well if you want a little bit more information. But basically it has great water retention but still great aeration and drainage at the same time. Now I mixed a bit of perlite, pumice, bark and sand in here as well. So it's a pretty fine mix. I usually don't use fine mixes like that for my aeroids, but my queen seems to really like it. She really doesn't want to dry out, and the tree fern fiber is going to make sure this is just not going to dry out anytime soon. Alrighty, happy days. That's it. Now what I'll do is, I don't like this leaf here. It annoyed me. So here we go. We've got 3 leaves on here. Now I just need to fill the actual pole, and I fill the pole with the exact same substrate. Alrighty, here we go. Number 1, I'll park it on the side. Alright, let's move on to the other cuttings. Again, I'm choosing a pot according to the size of the root system. So even like this, for example, it doesn't have any leaves. According to the leaves, I should choose no pot. I'm going to choose the pot according to the size of the roots. So this one will go into a 14 centimeter pot. Beauty. Next, we've got 2. I'm actually going to pot them up together. And yes, this pot size is quite small. I could probably go a little larger, but I'm running out of substrates and I don't want to mix more, so that's it. A top tip, if you're worried about stem rot, see how I just kind of made the stems hover and really just the roots go into the pot, so the stem itself is not inside the pot, so it can't rot. And last one, this one actually came with a leaf, happy days, but even if it doesn't have leaves, these plants can easily reshoot. And let's go. Oh my god, did I just make the perfect amount of substrate for this? I just did. Oh my god, I love when things just work out. Alrighty, and that's it. So due to my moss pole and the propagation benefits of the moss pole, I was able to cut my queen without really losing the big leaves into 4, or actually 5. These ones are 2, 5. And I could have gone smaller, right? All of these are 2 nodes, or at least 2 nodes, some of them 3. Once they reshoot, I might actually chop the stem again, but just for now, I didn't want to induce too much shock or stress all at once. Now I'm going to give these a thorough watering, and then I'm going to try and put as many of those back into my Ikea cabinet, because, well, they came from the Ikea cabinet and I already induced a lot of shock with chopping, so I don't want to create more shock to the plant based on now changing environmental conditions as well. One other thing I sometimes do, I don't really think I need to anymore with this, but sometimes I use a piece of twine, I clip it to, I'll tie it to the petiole, and then I can kind of tie it to the pole to give this plant a neater look. But I think I don't really need it at the moment. The plant is pretty contained within itself. Alrighty, thank you so much for watching. I hope I gave you some confidence to maybe just go ahead and chop your plants, and I hope I also inspired you to maybe put some of your Anthuriums on a moss pole. Alrighty, Ikea cabinet. Lots happening in here. I'm currently rescuing this verrucosum, and look at it. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shoots going on at the moment. So I think it's just a matter of time until this is really, really lush. But I'm working on a separate video of that. The queen is doing well. I'm not going to take her out. She's a little bit too big, but she's rooting really well after the huge chop that I gave her a couple of months ago. Third time lucky. I'm trying to grow a variegated Adansonii for the third time, and so far this is doing the best. See, this is like half white, half green. That's what I want. This was attempt number 2, wasn't successful, and attempt number 1 is dead. Right, what else can I point out over here? This is my Philodendron rugosum. It is getting a little bit too big for the cabinet, and it's getting a little bit too big for its pot. See how thick the stem has gotten, and like these chunky roots? I definitely want to put it on a pole, but to put it on a pole, I need to start moving it out of the cabinet. And I think if I just wait another month before I move it out of the cabinet, it will be a great success. I got this as the tiniest seedling for my birthday last year. Let me put in a photo for you. It's honestly crazy to me how much this plant has grown. Some other smaller plants, but I'm working on a lot of specific videos for those. Maybe just one more that I want to point out is my El Choco, which is one of my absolute favorites at the moment. And that's growing without a pot at the moment. It's just growing on that pole. And have a look in the back, there's a new leaf coming, and I just think these new leaves unfurling are so nice with their red backs like this. That's, I suppose, where it got the name from. Alright, let's close this off. A lot of projects coming that are currently still in here. During winter, I could not appreciate the cabinet more, specifically if I get smaller plants during winter. They're having a really, really good time in here. So I really like, I think it's the single best thing I've ever done in my plant journey to get one of those, because all of my small plants just go in there. They have a really easy time recovering from any shock if they were shipped to me or from a repot and so on. And then once they're really happy, I can start potting them up into bigger pots, put them on a moss pot, and then start moving them into my bedroom or my office and so on. But right now, while it's still dark and cold, and I'm trying to keep them in there as long as I can, but a lot of them have outgrown it, so I think next month or so I can start taking a lot of these outside. So it's quite a small room, so I can't have all too many plants in here, but let's have a look at them a little bit closer. So on this side, and I think this side of the room needs a little bit more work. I really don't like this shelf, but I've already had it, so I might as well use it. So this is kind of my Anthurium shelf, but I'm really hoping that I can move most of my Anthuriums into my greenhouse in spring. This is my Vitarifolium. It's happy as ever, and it's also grown 3 inflows at the moment. I've got a Clarinervium over here with literally the longest petioles in history. I'm not too sure what's going on here, but I just repotted this recently and a new leaf is already coming. A Magnificum over here, a Crystallinum over here. Despite it looking kind of sad, it's giving me an inflow. These are these larger propagations of my Anthurium hybrids that I made myself, the crazy rubbish ones. So these are the larger ones that are isolated so that the rest isn't getting all too shaded. And I potted them up, and you can already see lots of tiny little roots sticking out here. And look at this cute new leaf. And this is another one. Same here, you can see all of these roots. Nice! Success! Alrighty, then this is a Puppy X Dresslery, I think. Super nice in dark, and look at this sheen, beautiful, and also giving me an inflow. They've all grown so many inflows recently, but I just chop all of them. This is a Anthurium hybrid, and it's not super happy at the moment. Looks like it might have had a little bit of root rot. YOLO. Another Anthurium over here. My, what's it called again? Veitchii. New Veitchii leaf here. I've had this for so many years, and I grew this from seed, and it's honestly just never exceeded anything this size. I'm not too sure. This is another Anthurium hybrid that AJ gave me for Christmas, and it's also growing really nice dark leaves. This is another propagation of my Queen Anthurium, and another Magnificum over here. Honestly, my Anthuriums have taken the move the worst. They definitely did not appreciate the new environment, and for the first 2 or 3 months everything just went down here, and only recently things have started picking up again. Right, let's skip the ones in the middle for now. I'll talk about these in a sec because I need to back up a little bit more so you can see them properly. But in this corner over here, I've got my forest from Mother, and I've just done a full video on my 4-month progress of this, including a review. So you can have a look at this, but really loving these Scindapsus over here. Can't wait for them to trial. And my carnivorous plant is also growing one leaf after the other. However, it's not giving me pitches, and the existing one are just drying out. I think the humidity is just not good enough. See how they're here, but they're not doing anything? And eventually they kind of just dry out, like this one over here. So I think it's a humidity thing. However, if you've grown carnivorous plants and you know what the issue is, please let me know. I would love to grow a few more pitches. Down here is another mixed pot of Anthurium seedlings. These were not my own hybrids. A friend made them. They're Magnificum hybrids, but he gave me a bunch of seeds and I just potted them all up in one big pot. And I'm loving this lush display with different colors like the reds, the oranges, the greens. I think it's really nice. And then there's another one over here. These ones I made myself, and they were Magnificum mixed with a Forgetii, I believe. Yes. See, he's kind of getting like some closed sinus action over here. Alrighty, now let's focus on the thing in the middle. So first of all, I've got my 2 mother lights over here, and I just screwed them on top of each other, and a lot of people have asked me how. So you know how they normally, oh my god, sorry, cable management. You know how they normally come with that little disc down here? Well, to screw the light into the disc, it came with this little screw. So what I've done is I just unscrewed the top over here. I just unscrewed that and then put the screw in from below and then screwed it back in. So there's like the screw sticking out here, and then I can just twist them on top of each other. I hope that made sense. Sorry, I would love to show you, but I've cable tied this all so securely together that I'm just kind of gonna make a mess if I try and undo it. Alrighty, over here we've got another version of my Anthurium Crazy Rubbish, and this is a seedling that I separated from the very beginning. So instead of growing them all in the same pot, this one was in my Ikea cabinet, so it's by far the most advanced out of all of them because it was given more room, and you can see it has like a decent root system. So it's now throwing out this new leaf over here, and I'm really excited to see how big it can get. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it had its first teeny tiny inflow already, so nice. But at the moment I'm cutting out all the inflows because I just feel like they're gonna take up energy, and I have no desire to make any hybrids at the moment. This is the mother plant of that Anthurium Crazy Rubbish, right? So this is, it was sold to me as Anthurium Wild Crystallinum. I'm not too sure what makes it so wild. So what it was crossed with to call it Wild Crystallinum, why don't they just call it based on whatever parentage was used? Anyway, It's always my very first Anthurium I ever bought, and it's still one of my favorites. And it's currently pushing out a new leaf over here. That's kind of pointing in the wrong direction, but given that the wrong direction is actually the direction I'm facing most of the time, I'm kind of excited to have one leaf that's looking at me and all the other leaves look outside. Alrighty, that is already it for the bedroom. It's a tiny room, so there isn't all too much in here. So let's move on through to the next room. Just over 2 months ago, I gave my Queen Anthurium a massive chop, and today we're going to look at the propagations to see whether it was successful. Hi everybody, and welcome back to our YouTube channel. Alrighty, so as I said in the intro, it's been about 2.5 months that I gave my Queen Anthurium a massive chop, and 2.5 months ago I had to do that because she really outgrew her pot as well as the moss pole. Plus, as part of moving and me dropping her twice during the move, she was a little bit damaged overall. I just didn't necessarily like the look of it, so I thought let's just give her a reset and start fresh. Wow, Brad is really putting on a show, right? I don't usually chop my plants into that many parts just because what am I going to do with all of them? But with the Queen, I definitely have a few friends who would love a propagation, so I thought might as well. So let's maybe focus on the big plant first, and then I'll talk about the little propagations as well. So this is the mother plant, and the mother plant was inside my Ikea cabinet the whole time. Pretty much straight after the chop, it grew this weird leaf over here, and I actually had to chop one half off because one half, and I suppose that's the half that developed later, was really struggling. It was kind of really like deformed in shape, so it kind of like stopped the other half from growing as well. So I just decided, well, I just knew, okay, this is never going to be a nice leaf, so let's just chop one half off. I don't know if that makes sense. Oops. Well, whatever. Anyway, that wasn't unexpected because that leaf would have already been in development at the time of me actually chopping the plant. So I basically just stopped it in its tracks, and instead of just developing beautifully and normal as usual, it suddenly had like a 1/10 of the root system left. Obviously the plant kind of stopped putting its energy into the leaf and started developing a root system again. So that is very common, and that's one of the reasons why I also really don't like top cuttings, because I feel like even if you have a top cutting, yeah, you have the active growth point, but the active growth point is most likely going to produce a really like manky leaf. I much prefer stem propagations. But yeah, each to their own. Now let me come up close maybe. Ooh, what is this? Oh, that's a manky old stem. Let me get rid of that, and then I'll come give you a close up. So this plant has been very busy building a root system. Look at these juicy roots everywhere. It's really loving that water retentive mix. Here, everywhere. I hope it's okay. I hope the visibility is okay despite the glare. And also have a look at this new shoot over here. So it is definitely happy, and it's growing a new growth point right here. And I can't wait to see how big that leaf is going to be. Also, I can see a few roots sticking out over here already. So definitely there's some sort of level of vertical root growth, which is good. So yeah, overall a really big success. As I mentioned again, the focus is not necessarily on the leaves that it already has. Leaves come and go, right? They will eventually deteriorate anyway. And obviously with a massive chop like the one I gave it, it's going to deteriorate a little quicker. So really the focus over here is re-establishing a healthy root system so that it can grow nice new leaves, and large ideally as well. And obviously the bigger the root system, the more potential the plant will have to grow and support large leaves. So very happy with that. Cannot wait for it to grow 2-3 more leaves so I can chop the old ones off. But for now, you know, as long as these can still contribute to photosynthesis, why not keep them? But I can't wait for it to grow big leaves like this again. We'll see. That's also something that we should really normalize. Like with plants, they don't just, it's not linear. It's not like they're just gonna keep looking nicer and nicer and nicer. It kind of comes in waves, right? There's like a moment where some plants just look absolutely perfect and then they kind of just slowly deteriorate with the season, or maybe because there was some pests or something like that. And that's okay, they can regrow again, right? So I have different favorite plants depending on whichever plant is currently thriving. But they're not all thriving at all times non-stop, right? And that's okay. That's what I appreciate about the hobby, right? Like we're working with living organisms. They are changing. It keeps it interesting. Otherwise it would be boring, right? Alrighty, and then I had 3 pots of propagation, some of them single planted, some of them double planted. This one over here, I put inside my bedroom with all the other Anthuriums. And 2 of them I just put into this prop box, and I had it right pretty much where you are right now, where the camera is right now, so right in my west facing window. This one got light from my mother grow light, these ones got natural light. But I think the big difference really is that within the prop box, and I keep the lid kind of closed most of the time. Sometimes like I lift it up a little bit just so there's a little bit of airflow. But really the main difference is that within this prop box there would be, 90+% humidity, very similar to the Ikea cabinet that also has great humidity. The Ikea cabinet would have way more airflow though, so there is obviously not much airflow within this box, so that was actually my main concern, but there was no issues. Let me take them out so you can maybe see them. Here we go. And I'll give you a close-up as well. So quite clearly the 2 in the prop box are doing much better than the one that wasn't in the prop box, despite the fact that the one that wasn't in the prop box is the thickest part of the stem. So it's the most mature one, should grow the biggest leaf. This one is the second biggest stem. This one is the stump, right? So you can see that technically this should be the biggest leaf. Now it's still unfurling, it could become the biggest leaf, we'll find out, but it's definitely a little behind, like a little slower. Now that could also be because obviously the biggest piece of the stem is the newest piece of the stem, which would have had the least time to root, so potentially has the least root system. But that's the main benefit of this propagation method, me using the grow vertical pole. So the grow vertical, this one over here, you know that with the plastic backing, and they're always linked in the description. Using that pole to grow the plant in the first place is basically air layering every single node. So by the time I potted these up, they don't need to work on re-establishing a root system. They have a root system that is much larger than the plant itself at this stage. The plant is just a stump. So the plant doesn't need to focus on growing roots. The plant needs to focus on growing leaves so it can produce energy. So none of these are really showing big signs of root growth. Actually, like pretty much none. I can't really see any roots pushing towards the edge of the pot. But again, not unexpected. It already had roots. It doesn't need to work on a root system right now. It needs to work on leaves, and that's exactly what it's done. So I don't know, I've never propagated queen Anthuriums before, so I don't know if like 2 months is a fast propagation or if it's slow. I mean, it was also winter, so they got not the best light, specifically those that were relying on natural light. But ultimately, it's not necessarily just about speed. This is not a race. It's about the fact that it's basically going to give you 100% success unless you somehow end up getting root rot on your propagations, of course. But the most likely part to fail when it comes to propagations is getting the stump or getting the cutting to root. Once it has roots, there will definitely be leaves at some stage, right? But if you don't have roots or the stump fails to root in time before it kind of just shrivels up and runs out of energy, then it's a lost cause. So with that propagation technique, I have had nothing but success, if that makes sense. So if you're worried or if you have a plant that you know is having a hard time being propagated, like I heard Pothos Enjoy, Florida Beauties, I think they're really hard plants to propagate, or I've heard a lot of stories about people really struggling to get them to root after they take cuttings. Maybe get them to root before you take the cutting using that vertical growing technique. Anyway, let's look at these a little bit closer. Alright, so cutting number 1, that was the initial stump. So quite thin. Yeah, you can see first leaf is looking cute and it's already working on its second leaf over here. So happy days. Not much happening on the root front. I can see some of the existing roots that I potted it up with, but if you compare that to the growth of the mother plant was definitely showing way more root growth than leaf growth. Alright, then next to that we've got 2 stumps actually in here. One is here, that will be the second biggest one, and it's now pushing out its first leaf. And then this is the third thickest piece of the stem, and that has produced this beautiful leaf over here. Very, very happy with that. Despite it being double planted, I cannot see a lot of roots. Again, I just see the roots that I already potted it up with, but I can't see much new root growth. And then lastly, this is the biggest piece of the stem. So that's just the last piece, and then the mother plant would have come up top here. Working on its first leaf, still unfurling, so we'll see how big it's gonna get. But it actually has 2 shoots. I don't know if you can see that. There's one more shoot hiding over here. So double shoot on this one. Yeah, but again, only you can see the roots that I already potted it up with in the first place. So definitely a success in my books. Now when it comes to care, I think I watered them twice in those 2.5 months. If there aren't many leaves, the plant isn't going to use a whole lot of water. If they're in an environment that is very high humidity, there's not much water evaporating that the plant isn't absorbing. So overall, there isn't much watering requirement because the plant nor the environment is using a whole lot of the water in the first place. So specifically after I propagate and they're like leafless stumps, I'm very, very conservative with the watering. I also used a much more water retentive mix for these than my normal aeroid mix. Remember, it's very, very tree fern fiber heavy, so it was mainly tree fern fiber, bark and perlite. So the tree fern fiber has a much higher water retention capacity than my normal aeroid mix, so I don't need to water as much. Same goes for this one. It has a little bit more airflow in the Ikea cabinet, so it dries out a little bit quicker, and obviously it has much larger leaves to support, so I definitely have to water this more frequently, about every couple of weeks. But I sound like a broken record. Don't just take a number that I use and apply it to your journey. Always assess whether the plant actually requires watering and then water accordingly. Alrighty, so in a nutshell, what have we learned from this experiment? We've learned from this experiment that it is definitely worthwhile growing your plants on a grow vertical pole, even if they're really slow climbers. Anthuriums are not often plants you consider when we talk about growing them on moss poles, but they are slowly climbing, and despite just providing them with a support system, you're predominantly helping your future self with propagating these Anthuriums. Secondly, I think it was a good idea to take double node cuttings, not single node cuttings. So some of them can have a double shoot, but most importantly, each piece has at least 2 root systems, if that makes sense. If you only have one node with, let's say, 1 root, then chances are, thanks Brad for your contribution, chances are that that 1 root might kind of get damaged during potting up and so on. So always taking slightly larger cuttings, specifically with plants that have really small internodal spacing, is just a little less. It's just reducing the risk of anything going wrong. Thirdly, when you do propagation, the most likely thing to happen is rot. So the way that I potted these up, because it already had roots, was that kind of the stem is hovering and only the roots are really potted up. So that way the stem isn't really touching the substrate in the first place. So it isn't getting in contact with moisture, apart from obviously moisture in the air, which just reduces the likeliness for rot. Nothing has rotted over here. These are all looking perfect. And then lastly, don't be afraid to cut your plants. I did the job and it was quite substantial, and I got rewarded with now, well, 5 plants. One is still growing over here, but with 5 plants instead of just 1. So that was definitely worth it. So I hope with this experiment I can encourage you to go ahead and chop your plants, but maybe before you cut them, grow them on a moss pole so you can take advantage of all the propagation benefits moss poles have to offer. We're starting with probably the part I'm the happiest with at the moment, which is the greenhouse. Last time you saw the greenhouse, it definitely wasn't as lush. In the meantime, I have put a little bit more effort into setting up the conditions in this greenhouse. So quite obviously, you can see I've now installed a misting system. It's from Sproutwell, so same brand as the greenhouse in itself. I've still got my fan running over there. Oop, I'm getting really wet. I've got my fan running over here and I've got the solar panels on top. So with those 3 things, I'm now able to control the conditions in the greenhouse, and with more controlled conditions comes more success in growing some of these plants. The misters are gonna go off soon. Hang on. So the misters are just on the timer. They kind of turn on every 5 minutes for 10 seconds, I think. But then obviously I'll turn the timer off if it's a really cold day and so on. So I haven't fully figured it out. It's still really early days for me in my greenhouse journey, but I can also manually turn on the misting system at any time. So I just got a little humidity reader in there. So if the humidity goes too low or the temperature goes too high, I can just put on the misters, and that will reduce the humidity, that will reduce the temperature, and it will increase the humidity. I have the windows open at the top for the hot air to escape, because that is my main issue at the moment. It's getting a little bit hot and I don't have a shade cover yet. That's the only thing that I still need to sort out. But so far, so good. The misting system also kind of helps me with watering everything, right? So I still go ahead and water everything in there, but I don't have to water all too frequently anymore, because the misting system keeps everything kind of consistently moist. Hello, baby. Then the fan is on 24/7. So basically I'm using the same principle as in my Ikea cabinet. I want to have this on all the time so there's always consistent airflow. Specifically with the misters, there's going to be water on all of these leaves. If I don't have airflow, fungal issues are inevitable. So the fan is on 24/7, and the fan is powered by solar panels that I got on top of my roof. I've done a specific video just reviewing that sort of setup. And actually, since I've done the video, or in the video, it was still earlier in the year and I didn't get as much sunlight in this courtyard, and I actually had to manually charge the power bank that kind of powers the fan every couple of days. Actually, I haven't had to manually charge it in, I think, a month now. It gets plenty of sun, and pretty much by midday or so, the battery is fully charged, and then it doesn't deplete fully overnight either. So at this stage, really happy with the setup. This is an Anthurium I grew from seed, and it's supposed to have really ribbly edges and nice veining. But what it does when it's exposed to a lot of light, can you see this? It's called flushing variegation. So it kind of, it's very bright in here, isn't it? Can you see this better over here? I think so, yes. So it comes out really red with some green variegation almost, but it just fades. But it looks really funky when they first come out. So the Anthuriums are actually really, really happy here. I didn't expect them to be that happy. So I'm really glad that they are. So I started moving a few more out. Alright, this one is a Magnificum and Forgetii hybrid. And look at how beautiful this new leaf is, and this sheen. And oh, I love this. And there's another pup coming over here. And everything is throwing out inflows at the moment as well. Kind of my Anthurium room, minus the ones that I moved into the greenhouse over the last couple of weeks or months. And the Anthuriums were really the plants that didn't like the move at all. They suffered the most. And at some stage I almost had like just stumps left. But they are recovering. So let's have a look at some. A lot of these are actually the exact same. Let's start off with the mother plant, actually. So then it will all make sense. Whoop. This is Anthurium crystallinum. It's a hybrid called wild crystallinum. I'm not too sure what it's hybridized with. So look at this new leaf. It's gonna be nice. All right, so the reason I'm showing you this one first is because I actually used this one and pollinated it with itself to make some babies, and I call them Anthurium Crazy Rubbish. That's the little hybrid that I made. Really unique. So this is one of the little Crazy Rubbish. So it's basically the same plant. It should technically have the exact same DNA, but of course with Anthuriums, especially if they're hybrids, and the mother plant was a hybrid to start off with, you can get a lot of variation in leaves, but these all look fairly similar because I crossed it with itself, I suppose. So this one, and all I've done with these is I grew them in one big pot, and you'll see the big pot later, and I just at different times isolated different plants. Obviously the earlier I isolated the plant from the big pot, the earlier it started to thrive because it got a bigger pot by itself and so on. So the one that I separated from the rest of the bunch first already looks as big as this. So this was the last leaf, and now this new leaf is going to be much bigger. And you can already see it's starting to have this sort of closed sinus, or similar to the actual mother plant that has that as well. So this one by now is already in a 20 centimeter pot, because I separated that out at the very beginning. Now maybe 2 months ago I separated out more, like this one for example. So it hasn't had its own pot for all too long, so it's still small, but look at the healthy roots that it has grown. I started using more tree fern fiber in my mix for Anthuriums, and they love it. I have a Veitchii over here, finally growing. I've grown this one from seed, and I think I got the seeds, that would be 3 years ago now. Holy moly, I think 3 years ago I got these seeds. So yeah, clearly it's not super happy with me, but that's okay. This is another crystallinum hybrid that I bought, and this is its newest leaf, and I only repotted this a couple of weeks ago, but you can definitely see how there's roots growing into the moss, and then from the moss they'll eventually expand in the aeroid mix. So the moss is really encouraging new root growth, and then they'll eventually reach the mix and then go crazy. Lots of flowers at the moment as well. Sometimes I just go around, cut them all off. Sometimes I just keep them on there, but I don't really have the desire to make more hybrids. I just run out of space. This one, I don't want to, should I pick it up? I'll pick it up. Really love this one at the moment. I just know that it's a puppy hybrid. I don't remember exactly what it was hybridized with, but I'll find out and put it on screen. Look how dark these new leaves are. And they stay really dark even when they're fully in flight. So this was the latest leaf. Really happy with this. What else do I have? This one is a little hybrid. Was Magnificum with a queen that I made. But I have a larger one of these hybrids in the Ikea cabinet. I think last one. AJ gave me this one for Christmas last year. It's a Clyronervium hybrid with a really wide sinus, so quite interesting. So Anthuriums are thriving again inside the greenhouse as well as outside of the greenhouse, so maybe it has absolutely nothing to do with the greenhouse in the first place. I'm currently also working on a separate video for the Ikea cabinet because I'm trialing out new lights. These are again new Soltech lights. And that's because the previous light that I had was actually so strong, it was kind of blinding. Like it didn't make a nice atmosphere within the living area. It was just way too bright. And the plants at the top were burning. So I had to build like a little shade cover. I now switched to Soltech lights. It's the new Groove Soltech light that they've got. And I can just remove them. They just look like this, nice and small. And they just have these little brackets that they slide into. And you can also then twist them around, you know what I mean? So I can make them point forward, or in this instance, I have it point backwards a little bit. So if I'm sitting on the couch over here, I'm not being blinded. They're also touch operated. I think I can dim them by touching them like this. Nah, hang on. This way, I think. Yeah, so I can dim them. You can see it's slowly getting darker, but they're only 10 watts in the first place. So I actually want to have them on the brightest setting. So let's do that. But you can also turn them on and off via just tapping. So they are perfect for like under shelf lighting or something like that. But I thought I want to give them a go in my Ikea cabinet. So I've got some small plants over here. Cute luxuriance, huh? I love the luxuriance over here. This is the Queen Magnificum hybrid, so another one of those ones that I showed you earlier. I think this one is more stunning, and I reckon it's just because it's growing in better conditions. But look at the nice sheen. Closed sinus, so there's definitely some forgetii in that Magnificum in the first place. And nice and elongated, almost like the Queen, which we've got down here. So she has grown. Can I take her out? I think so. So this is the Queen, and I just need to hold her down here so she's in the light. But this is the new leaf that she has grown. Really, really beautiful. So she definitely has recovered from the big chop. In case you haven't seen that video, I chopped her into 3, 4, I think 5 bits. There's some propagations still here, but the big mother cutting really only had 2 leaves left by the time I was done with her. So pretty happy that it recovered so quickly and went back to growing really nice large leaves. Leaves me with a new problem. It's definitely outgrown this cabinet, so maybe it's time to move into the greenhouse. Hi everybody, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. I've been at the new house for just about a month and a lot has happened since the initial move. So I thought it would be good to give you a really quick update of what happened. And of course, my Ikea cabinet with all of my smaller plants in here. Really happy with that at the moment as well. This is my bedroom and a couple of things over here as well. Lots of you ask about this rug. It's my friend from uni made this rug for me specifically. I sent her one of my very custom photos and she did that one for me. Well, I paid her for it, but it's a custom one. Really love that, and I think it's so much nicer than like a generic throw to put on your bed. And I'll link her Instagram down in the description as well. Alrighty, and then over here, I kind of really like keeping the plants in my bedroom to a minimum. I don't spend much time over here, specifically now that it's upstairs. I feel like there's this very distinct like separation between sleeping and living. So I only come here for sleeping, so I just thought I'll keep my Anthuriums in here because I don't air condition this room despite having an aircon. I don't really use it. So it's a bit warmer up here and a little more humid as well because air conditioning definitely just kills the humidity. I mean, what is it right now? Those are the temperatures and the humidity, 27 degrees Celsius and 61, and that's with the window open. So that's just the natural humidity we've got in Sydney at the moment. Isn't always like that. I think when I first moved in, the first week after I moved was just rain, like non-stop. The humidity was over 80%. But we've also had days with 30% humidity, and I just regulate it by opening and closing the window. Anyway, a couple of things I want to show you over here. New crystallinum leaf over here, and look how beautiful that sheen is on that. And new queen leaf over here. She has been inflating over the last week or so, and she's still very soft. So I think she still has a bit of inflating to do, and you can just see how big she's already is, kind of becoming a little fatter. This one was the latest leaf, so I reckon it's definitely gonna supersede that leaf in size. Really exciting. What else do I have? This is my Crazy Rubbish, also getting a new leaf. So Crazy Rubbish is a offspring of this one. I pollinated this one with itself, gave me this. And this one has grown its first decent sized leaf over here. I think AJ gave this one to me for Christmas last year. And it's like, last year or maybe, last year. That made me real. Last year Christmas I was still in my old house. I moved twice since last Christmas. Jeez. Oh my god. This is weird when you think about it like that. Anyway, I think it's a white sinus clarinervium hybrid, but I think it's quite unique compared to the other plants. I mean, technically they all look very similar, but yeah. Alrighty, quite hot over here. So let's go downstairs again. In today's video I'm going to share with you my entire Anthurium collection and any tips and tricks to grow them large and lush. Exactly 1 year ago I turned my spare room into an Anthurium room, and the idea was to have this dedicated room for the Anthuriums, but I moved house twice in the meantime, so quite a lot has changed, but my Anthuriums have actually coped really well with the change. So I thought it would be good to make an updated video on what my Anthurium collection looks like these days and what I've learned about these plants over the last 3-ish years that I grew them. Now, my Anthuriums have expanded quite a bit, they've grown and I've added a few new ones, so they don't all fit in the same room anymore. This is just one component of my Anthurium collection, and we're going to go downstairs and outside into the greenhouse to look at all the other ones as well. But let me just go through a few of these, and then we're going to keep talking along the way. Let's maybe start off with my very first Anthurium I ever bought, and I don't remember the exact timing, but I think it was 3 years ago. This one. Sorry, the lighting over there was terrible, so let me bring them all over here so I can show you a little bit closer. This one was my very first Anthurium. It was sold to me as Anthurium wild crystallinum. So I think that's just some type of hybrid that they decided to call wild. Now we're going to talk about hybrids and so on in a sec as well, but just assume that all of my Anthuriums are some sort of hybrid. This was my first Anthurium ever. I was really nervous back then, and the prices were still through the roof back then as well, but it honestly has been so easy to grow and super rewarding to watch it increase in leaf size. This is the newest leaf. It just stopped unfurling. I suppose the reason it's called crystallinum is pretty clear. It has this really nice crystally veining. Now I have used this plant to make babies. I pollinated this plant with itself, and let me show you the result. I had a really lush pot of many of these seedlings, and every now and then when one of these seedlings grows a little too large, I separate them from the rest of the pot. I'll show you the pot downstairs. This is one of the ones that I separated. So this one is an offspring of that crystallinum I showed you earlier. And yeah, this is its newest leaf, and I love how when Anthuriums first unfurl, they have these nice brownish leaves, and then they just start fading into this really nice dark green over here. Now this one I separated at a later stage. This one is from the same batch of seeds, but this one was separated from the rest of the seeds straight away. So this one had its own pot from day dot, hence it grew much larger. Whereas this one was in a pot with many other seeds having to compete for light, nutrients and so on. So it definitely started increasing in leaf size once I separated it. But I'll show you the full pot later and you'll see a huge difference in size. So if you want to grow them nice and large, of course you need to provide them with enough room for roots. Talking about room for roots, all of my Anthuriums are in my aeroid mix, and I like having them in see-through pots so I can see the root health. And Anthuriums have these really nice chunky large roots, so they really love the aeration that my aeroid mix offers. I have a full video on how I make my aeroid mix, and it's always linked in the description. Now this hybrid that I made, I call it Crazy Rubbish as a little ode to all of the crazy Anthurium hybrids that are being sold out there and given ridiculous names. It's almost like an issue, because if you're new to Anthuriums, you might think that they're all different plants, but it's really just people hybridizing Anthuriums at home and then giving them random names as if it's like a brand new species, but it's not. Don't get me wrong, sometimes you can make a hybrid and it's a unique hybrid and it gets recognized and you can formalize the process and so on, you know, you can trademark it and all of that. But most of the time what I see online is just people crossing very similar parent plants, so all of the offspring is going to look very similar. You'll realize with my collection most of them are dark velvet with nice veining, right? Now they might all have different names, but in the grand scheme of things they all look very, very similar. So just be really careful with plant names that you see online. Just because somebody decided to give them a fancy name does not mean that it's a fancy, super rare hybrid or anything like that. It could literally just be an upselling technique. So as a little piss take, I started calling this Anthurium hybrid I made crazy rubbish, and it kind of just stuck. I like it. Alright, my next Anthurium is an Anthurium that has been in my collection for a very, very long time. I think it was my second or third Anthurium, and I grew this one from seed as well. This is the only one that actually survived, and it's I think 3 years, and quite clearly it hasn't really sized up as nicely as a lot of my other plants. This is the newest leaf over here. And to be honest, I don't really know why it's not really increasing. I think, if I'm correct, this is a high altitude Anthurium, so I think it would prefer cooler temperatures, but I could also be wrong, don't quote me. Again, in chunky aeroid mix, and you can see some nice chunky roots in this pot. Now, slightly more impressive, this is my queen Anthurium, and she is probably my favorite. This is her newest leaf, and she's gone through a massive propagation earlier in the year. I chopped her into 5 bits. This is the main bit, and she just pushed out this leaf. Now what I really, really love about Anthuriums is how small the leaves are when they first come out. You think, oh, look how tiny this leaf is, and then it keeps inflating and inflating and inflating, and it's just so exciting to see how big it's gonna get. You kind of never know. Oh, can you hear the thunder rolling in? It's going to be fun when we move to the greenhouse. Now this is my only Anthurium that I actually put on a moss pile. Now most Anthuriums are climbers, not all of them are, but they climb really, really slowly with very small internodal spacing. So you don't often see them being given a moss pile. But I put in a video on the side over here. When I first grew this up a moss pile, this is already its second one. When I first grew up a moss pile in preparation of the propagation, you can really see how this plant grew up the moss pile and how many roots there were within the moss pile in itself. So the moss pile is an extension of the pot. Now this one in particular is not actually filled with moss. I filled it with aeroid mix. And this aeroid mix that my queen is in, let me show you, she also has lots of roots, is actually a little bit more water retentive than my normal aeroid mix. So there's a little bit more tree fern fiber in here, has great water retention capacity. So yeah, my queen Anthurium, probably my favorite of all of my Anthuriums at the moment. Another small hybrid I made with a friend, it was Magnificum with Queen Anthurium pollen. So I gave the pollen and my friend had the Magnificum already, and this is what it looks like. Again, very, very similar to the other hybrid I showed you, right? So I could give this a really fancy name and pretend that it's like super unique, but it's just not. But some nice roots over here as well. Alrighty, next up we have my puppy crossed with a Dressleri. I didn't make the hybrid, I bought it, and I really, really love how dark these leaves are. When they first come out, they're this crazy burgundy color, almost with like a bluish sheen to it. Yeah, and then they inflate and get really nice velvet, large, beautiful. Really love this plant. A little different to the other Anthuriums in my collection because it's not so veiny compared to the other ones. Again, some really, really nice chunky roots over here. Wow, very chunky roots. Now, let's talk about this. I've got a layer of moss on all of my Anthuriums, and I only do that with my Anthuriums. What it does, it takes roots. So let me have a look. It's probably not the best. Yeah, there we go. So this is the stem over here, and as I said, the stem grows with really small internodal spacing, but there's lots of roots coming out of the stem. The moss basically takes these roots and then encourages the root growth and then funnels the roots back into the pot. So it's the same principle as a moss pole. The moss pole is right there next to the stem so that when aerial roots come out, these aerial roots can grow into the moss, absorb water and nutrients and become proper part of the root system. So the same principle, just because the Anthuriums climb so slowly, I basically just make a little mountain of moss around the stem rather than having a pole. but very similar principle. Now of course that layer of moss also stops it from drying out. In my experience, Anthuriums don't like to dry out. Not like a Monstera, for example, who doesn't have an issue with drying out a little bit in between. I do like to keep my Anthuriums consistently moist, and because I use a really chunky aeroid mix, I don't really have to worry about root rot all too often. Doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. I have had root rot on my plants, any of them, like Anthuriums, Alocasias, Philodendron, Monsteras, they're all still subject to root rot. Ultimately that's caused by bacteria, and that bacteria is just encouraged by overwatering. But that doesn't mean that you can't have root rot while still having a good medium and while staying on top of your watering routine and so on. They're still plants, they're living organisms, which means things can go wrong. This is an Anthurium hybrid that AJ gave me last year for Christmas, and I'm pretty sure it has some Clarinervium in it. I'm not too sure what the other thing is, but what is special about this is that it has a really wide sinus. So instead of having these lobes, this sinus is quite wide and open. And if you look at it from the side, it kind of has a little ruffled edge, if that makes sense. Really like this one. And yeah, let's have this root system. Oh, decent roots over here as well. Talking about root rot, oh wow, can you hear it? I don't know if you can hear the thunder. I don't know if my mic's picking that up. But talking about root rot, this is one of my Anthuriums that have had root rot twice already. So it seems to be that maybe this is just very susceptible to this. But regardless, it's still growing. This is also a Clarinervium hybrid, and I think it's hybridized with Macrolobium. I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. Anyway, I'm trying to find out and put it on screen. Also another hybrid I got from AJ, and this one is called Square Hearts because the heart shape comes from the Clarinervium, but it is a little more squared off compared to the regular Clarinervium, which I think I have one downstairs. Really love this hybrid, but it just had a little bit of a rough patch with me, so yeah, it needs to go back to thriving, please. Alright, next one. This one was also sold to me as a crystallinum hybrid. Quite different to the first crystallinum that I showed you, right? Much wider sinus over here. The other one was actually like half grown together, which makes me think that the first one might have had a little bit of forgetii in it, but anyway. Yeah, again, I really like this. I think this is a good example over here where you can see that the stem is pushing out aerial roots, or I mean just roots, and because I have moss over here, they can grow into the moss like they did over here, for example, and then from the moss they've funneled into the pot, and then they can have a proper big root system in the pot. Alrighty, that's for my Anthuriums in the bedroom. Now let me talk about the setup a little bit. So you can see the light source over here. Those are two mother lights. There you go. They are the PS32, and I mounted them on top of each other. So usually you mount them on a disc over here, and I used the screw that you use to mount the disc onto the light to actually just mount the two lights on top of each other. So that way it's a little bit taller. Now those two are about 50 to 60 centimeters away from the actual display shelf over here, but there's also a south facing window over here. Now south is the worst exposure in Australia because we're in the southern hemisphere, so I don't get all too much light coming through that window, but the grow light is basically supplementing the natural light. They would definitely not grow as well if it wasn't for the grow light supplementing that light. Light will always set the potential for plants to grow, and then I just need to realize it by providing them with good care. I also have a humidity and temperature reader over here. I'll pop in the statistics on the side of the screen. I don't do anything to supplement the conditions in here apart from opening and closing the window. So if it's a really dry, hot day outside, I keep the window closed so that the humidity stays a little bit higher in here. If it's a really humid day, then I'll open the window so the humidity can come in. Airflow is provided by the window, but sometimes I also turn on my Dyson fan over here. I do have an air conditioning unit right above there, but I don't turn it on. Plants don't like air conditioning all too much. It also completely kills the humidity. So it's naturally quite humid in the part of Sydney that I live in, and my Anthuriums really like that. Apart from that, I've actually been really lazy, and instead of taking all of the plants into the bathtub or on my balcony and so on, I often just spray the top layer of moss when I notice that it gets a little drier, and I just let that drip through, and so far so good. But if you can, I would recommend taking them outside, thoroughly watering them, let all of the water flush out, and then putting them back. Now with every watering, I also use GT Foliage Focus, which is the nutrient that I use with all of my plants, and it's always linked down in the description as well, and I use it at a weak dilution, so around 3 to 5 milliliters per liter of water. Alrighty, enough about this room. Let's go downstairs because there's a few more really nice Anthuriums I want to show you. And we moved into the greenhouse. This is where a lot of the Anthuriums that kind of didn't fit in my room anymore moved into. And I moved them here at the beginning of spring just to experiment with growing them in the greenhouse first and whether they like it or not. And it's safe to say that they absolutely love it. But the Anthuriums in my bedroom are also thriving. So this is not necessarily better than the other room, but yeah, it's probably a little bit less work in the sense that I can be super messy. I can just go here with a hose and hose everything down without having to worry about carpet, walls and so on. Conditions over here are a little more humid, a little warmer as well, but in general it actually has more fluctuations, so more ups and downs in temperature, more ups and downs in humidity actually, because it's obviously exposed to more sun and air, and so it's more subject to the weather basically. When the weather changes, the conditions in the greenhouse change as well. But with the misting system that I installed, one thing is certain: there's definitely always nice humidity, which these Anthuriums really appreciate. Again, I'll put the statistics of the averages and so on the side, but let's have a little look at some of them. Let's keep going with the crazy rubbish. This is another one of my crazy rubbish hybrids that are isolated somewhere in between the other two. So you can really see the earlier I separated them from the rest of the pot, the larger they grew because they've had more time in their own pot. Again, so there's a lot of condensation in here. That's one of the reasons why I love using see-through pots. I can see the root health, but I can also see the moisture level, right? Plenty of condensation in there, meaning I don't need to water it. And again, you can see these roots coming out of the stem, and kind of, you know, the moss is ensuring that they don't dry out by the time they hit the pot. So another crazy rubbish, and it's just nice to grow one. I kind of grow one in every room just to see the differences, so see which room they like, which one they don't like, and so on. Yeah. Oh no! Oh no! This is Anthurium crystallinum. No, this is Anthurium clavinervium, but something happened to the stem. It's a bit floppy. So, bye. Oh. That's sad. But look, it just shows that I have a pretty perfect setup for these plants over here, and things can still go wrong. That's just normal. We're dealing with real life organisms over here, so things can also go wrong. Alright. Good thing about me is that I love growing multiples of each plant, so don't worry, that Clarinervium might be dead, but this Clarinervium is still alive. So this is its newest leaf over here. It hasn't really ever fully sized up for me. I've had this for quite some time now, but I kind of really love these perfect heart-shaped leaves. I think they're really nice. It's beautiful. Anthuriums absolutely love to flower, and I've been taking advantage of that by making my own hybrids, but I'm over it. I feel like the market is really saturated with hybrids. I don't have any very unique parent plants in the first place to make really unique hybrids with, so I kind of just given up. And it's starting to rain. Let me take you inside. This is a Magnificum hybrid. Magnificums, I believe, can be easily identified by the petiole. They have like these rectangular petioles with really sharp corners. I have no idea what it was hybridized with. Again, it's just something that I bought as a Magnificum X, and I really like it. I think this is really nice and stunning, but you get the gist, right? I have a specific taste in Anthuriums. I like green, velvet, veiny. Alrighty, this one might be my second favorite right after the Queen. This is a Forgetii hybrid, and Forgetii hybrids are easily identified by the closed sinus. So it doesn't have any lobes over here, it's just like a UFO kind of. These are so pretty, super dark and nice and velvety. And when the first leaves first come out, look at how cute they are, like this one over here. Then they start going more brown, yellow, golden, and then they'll turn this deep dark green. This plant has kind of propagated itself, so it shot out a little pup next to it. So this is the mother plant, and then a little pup over here. And you can see all of the inflows that are cut off over the years over here. Yeah. Very happy. She's absolutely been loving the greenhouse, and yeah. Wow guys, it's just been getting so dark. I don't know if the camera's picking it up, but it's like nighttime, like a big rain cloud coming. You probably heard the thunder, right? Alrighty, and this one is another Magnificum hybrid that I grew from seed. And it has lots of veining, and it has also these ruffled edges over here. So pretty cool. Yeah, and just really proud. If you grow something from seed, it's like a special achievement. It's getting really bad now, so let's run inside. Please excuse me, I'm just building a table over here, but can you see how dark it is? This is the middle of the day. There was just this massive storm cloud that just came in. We're gonna keep filming anyway. Let's keep filming, might as well. The show must go on. It is 3 p.m. Look how dark it is. I really hate that, but ultimately that's one of the reasons why it's always nice and humid over here, because we have so much rain. So I have to rely on artificial light to finish the video. I hope this is not too glary. So the third iteration of my Anthurium collection is in my plant room. And most of them are inside my cabinet, apart from this one. This is Anthurium vitarifolium. I think this is its newest leaf. Look how beautiful and long it's been getting. And she's been with me for a long time. Try and take her out of the pot. She's very different to all of my other plants. I don't really have trailing plants or like the strappy plants often, but I really love that. Makes everything look so tropical. Now the crazy thing about this plant is that it has really juicy, thick roots. So this one can handle drying out a little better than some of the others. Now in general, with Anthuriums and with care, I do care for most of my Anthuriums in a really similar way. Well, to be honest, I care for most of my plants in a really similar way. They're all in the same room over here, right? I got high altitude philodendron and low altitude tropical Anthuriums in the same room. I can't separate my room into 25 different zones and give each plant conditions that are really close to their natural conditions. But if you want to have success growing plants, no matter what plant, it's always good to understand what conditions this plant would grow in naturally and then try and replicate those conditions. Now, of course, that gets a little bit harder as we're introducing more and more hybrids, because those hybrids don't have a natural environment to start off with, but you could look at the two parents. So yeah, I care for most of my plants in the same way. So any of the tips and tricks that I've shared with you around philodendron or monsteras, moss poles and so on, they still apply to Anthuriums as well. Just with Anthuriums, I would make sure that you don't let them dry out, and the other thing that I just do for Anthuriums is that layer of moss on top of the pot. Oh my god, look at this. No, this just turned to shit so quickly. Let me quickly close my windows upstairs. Holy shit, have a look at that. Can you see that on the other side of the road? Alright, we are moving on regardless. Let's get through this. Might just move this over, so it's not gonna annoy us. There's one here. This is one of my pots of mixed Anthurium. I grow them in these orchid pots and you can see lots of roots coming out the bottom. Actually, this is not a mixed pot, this is all the same. So I made a hybrid Which one is this one? I don't remember. Oh, I think this was not my hybrid. I think a friend gave me some Magnificum hybrid seeds. I just popped them all in one pot because, well, I don't have space for 100 pots with the same plant growing 100 times. Pop them all in here. Of course I have my layer of moss on top as well, and then they're all just starting to grow. Now these have been in here for over 2 years and they're quite small, right? And that is because they are fighting for space, nutrients as well as light. So stunting their growth, but I just wanted to create a lush display. I'm not necessarily aiming for huge leaves. I already have plenty of Magnificum hybrids out there that I'm growing in their own pot for large growth. Oh, now I'm confused. Actually, that pot, that was the crazy rubbish. Yeah, that is the Magnificum, I think. They all look the same to me. Anyway, same thing over here, another pot of really lush Magnificums. Heaps of them. They're not going to grow to their full potential because they're competing for light and so on, but I just love having this really nice lush display. Looks great anywhere you put it. Correction, this is the crazy rubbish Anthurium hybrid thingy. Okay, now in my Ikea cabinet I have 2 Soltech lights, one at the top, one on the side, and in here are all of my smaller plants, my propagations, because this Ikea cabinet is basically providing perfect conditions. Again, I'll put the conditions on the side, but you'll see by far the least fluctuations in conditions within the Ikea cabinet because it is an enclosed space and it's not necessarily subject to the weather like my greenhouse outdoor is, right? It doesn't get direct sun exposure and, well, it is ultimately inside. Now, where do I start? Maybe let's start with this one. This is another one of these hybrids, Magnificum, with the Queen Anthurium that my friend and I made together. But this one is a little bit larger because it's just growing in better conditions. About 3 years ago, I also bought a batch of seeds, and one of the seeds turned out to have a little bit of variegation. And this is the little baby that's left of it. It grew really nice for a while, and then it kind of just went downhill and never came back. I kept propagating it and it's kind of alive. It has the tiniest bit of variegation. So yeah, she hasn't really been doing much since then. So I just popped her in the Ikea cabinet and I hope for the best. Alrighty, what else do we have? These are 2 of the 4 queen propagations I spoke about earlier. And yeah, they're really, really happy. Another good example of aerial roots over here. You can see that this is the new shoot that it has grown so far, and then look at all of these roots coming out. I should really put a layer of moss on top of this to stop these from drying out, but because it's inside my Ikea cabinet that has like 99% humidity, these aren't drying out anyway. And you can see here, definitely very successful propagation with lots of roots. Only 2 more to go, I think. I'm sure I missed one somewhere. This one is Anthurium, I think Cyranoides, something like that. AJ gave it to me, and yeah, I don't know. Just popped it in the Ikea cabinet, see what will happen to it over time. So far so good, but because it's still quite juvenile, I don't think I can necessarily see where this is going or what this is going to look like. But we'll find out. Exciting. Alrighty, and then the one I'm looking forward to growing the most over the next few months and years is an Anthurium luxurians. They were ridiculously expensive just a couple of years ago, even just last year they were still really, really expensive, but they now came out of tissue culture, and when I bought it, I'll put in a photo, it was the teeny tiniest tissue culture baby, so I'm really happy with the progress it has made so far already. You can see that nice textured leaf, and then you can see that newest leaf unfurling over here. Let's see what comes out of this. Now you've seen all of them and I shared some tips and tricks with you throughout, but I thought maybe it's good to just summarize everything again. First things first, when it comes to Anthuriums, I always assume that the Anthuriums that are in my collection are hybrids. Anthuriums have been hybridized for a really long time, and from my experience, and I can only speak from my own, whenever you go find something online and it comes at a very reasonable, affordable price, it's most likely not a pure species. People like to advertise things as pure species or pure seeds or whatever to charge a premium, unless you're a very, very crazy collector and it's really about having that DNA. I don't necessarily recommend going for species. You're just going to spend an arm and a leg, and ultimately these species might not actually be that nice. People create hybrids for a reason. People take traits from one plant and traits from another plant. They put them together into a hybrid and then select the ones that have the best features for aesthetic reasons. So often hybrids might actually look nicer or have these desirable traits that you're after, while at the same time potentially also growing more resilient and easier and faster and so on. So if you're new to Anthuriums, or even if you're not new to Anthuriums, I highly recommend getting hybrids. But don't get caught up on this whole hybrid thing. There's thousands of hybrids out there. You definitely can't catch them all, right? And people are making more and more and more. So don't get too caught up on names that people give these plants online, because they're all just made up. Just look at the plant in itself, see if you like the features or if you don't like the features, and if you think that this is a plant that adds something that other plants in your collection don't already have, then of course go ahead. I mean, ultimately your money, you can do with it whatever you want, but just a word of caution, I recommend not buying into this crazy hype about all of these different Anthuriums. I know what it's like to be a collector. I know you want to have the collection complete, but trust me, when it comes to Anthuriums, you will never have the collection complete, because as soon as you get one, somebody made a new one and so on. But again, each to their own. I'm just sharing my experience, and that experience is what really made me fall out of love with Anthuriums over the last year and a half or so. I really only started appreciating them again once I started putting them in my greenhouse, and they're just growing with such ease. But for the longest time, everything to do with Anthuriums had this really bad aftertaste, because I just feel like there was so much artificial hype created about plants that are all the same online. It made me feel like people are in this hobby for the wrong reasons. Not because they actually like the plants and they like the way that they look, or not because they want to share plants with as many people as possible to spread the joy, but really just for financial profits. People want to make unique hybrids, give them a unique name, and charge a crazy premium, pretending that they're pure species or very rare hybrids or never seen before things and so on. And I didn't see the right intentions behind it. That really made me step away from Anthuriums as a whole. I just found it to be very toxic, specifically here in Australia, and I've spoken about this previously a lot. It was specifically experienced with Anthuriums, which really made me dislike these plants, and it wasn't because of the plants, it was because of all of the drama and the backstory around them. Over time, as the dust settles, I can actually now look at these Anthuriums again and appreciate them for how beautiful they actually are, rather than thinking about these Anthuriums as like these wanky status symbols. Okay, so rant over, let's get into the actual care part and so on. Now, I like to differentiate between conditions and care. First things first, you gotta set the right conditions for your plants. So that's light, airflow, temperature, and humidity. When it comes to light, they do need a lot of bright indirect light, but I don't give any of my Anthuriums direct sunlight. Whether or not you're giving your Anthuriums enough light will actually be shown by the Anthurium itself. If you're giving it enough light, the next leaf will be larger than the previous one, and so on. If you're not experiencing any growth, your Anthuriums are never really drinking much water, your Anthuriums are growing really leggy with really long petioles, for example, your leaf size is decreasing and so on, those are all signs that you're probably giving your plants, and it's not just Anthuriums, plants overall, you're probably giving them too little light. So bump up the light a little bit, but I would stay away from direct sun exposure for these Anthuriums. Humidity as high as possible would be preferred, but that doesn't mean that I can't survive in lower humidity conditions. I just moved my queen from the cabinet into my bedroom and it unfurled the biggest leaf ever. Now there was a drop of about 30% in humidity, from 90% to about 60%, and it's going just fine. However, wherever a plant is used to one set of conditions and then you change it drastically, you will always see some sort of shock, or most likely see some sort of shock. That doesn't mean that the plant can't recover from that and then subsequent leaves thereafter, once they're used to these sort of conditions, could still be thriving in lower humidity conditions. But from my experience, the higher the humidity, the easier over time the plant will have. Temperature wise, I can't give you a specific temperature that I grow my Anthuriums in. It could range from up to almost 40 degrees inside my Ikea cabinet, but I could also go down to about 13 degrees inside my apartment during winter. So quite a bit of fluctuations. Ultimately, there are Anthuriums that are from really hot tropical countries. There are Anthuriums that come from high altitude cloud forests that are much cooler. So I can't give you a temperature for all of your Anthuriums. Best to research that specific Anthurium, looking into what natural conditions this would be exposed to. But on average, I'd say that my temperature is around about 20 to 22 degrees Celsius. Can go down to like 16, 15, 13, you know, depending on how bad of a winter day it is during winter, but I can easily go up to 27, 28, 30 during summer, or even up to 40 in the greenhouse during summer. Airflow is really, really important. These love high humidity, and specifically in the cabinet or the greenhouse where I also have misters, it's really important that you have airflow, so that you're reducing the likeliness for fungal issues, especially with the layer of moss on top that I've got as well that is moist. You know, if there's no airflow, you might increase fungal issues. So airflow is really, really important. I always have a fan in my Ikea cabinet, my greenhouse, and I have my window open in my room and or use the Dyson fan. Now when it comes to care, I use my normal aeroid mix, nice and chunky, but I make sure that it never dries out. I use a layer of moss, and I use my normal GT foliage focus on a weak dilution on a weekly basis. I water before the plant fully dries out, and I'm able to assess that based on the condensation on the pot, because I love using my see-through pots. Now, I don't think they mind being super root bound. I do in general underpot my plants quite a bit. I give most of my plants a nice small pot that is a snug fit, but because I provide liquid nutrients that are readily available with every watering, the plants aren't relying on all of the nutrients just within the pot. But of course, eventually they can become too root bound, and then you might be stunting their growth or stunting their potential to grow further. So of course, as with all other aeroids, you need to have a pot that is in proportion to the size of the plant and the size of the root system. Now with most of my other plants, majority of the root system is within the moss pile, so I get away with quite small pots. With my Anthuriums, I actually have to pot them up more frequently or size up the pots more frequently, because I don't grow all too many of them on the moss pile. Doesn't mean that it can't be done. I just don't grow them on moss piles, because I just rather put a little like mountain of moss around the stem instead, and use my moss piles for one of the 150 philodendron or monsteras that I also have. When it comes to pests, I've never really had pest issues with my Anthuriums. That might be because I like to take them outside and just hoist them down very frequently as well, or when it's nice and rainy, maybe not quite as rainy as it is today, more ambient sprinkle, then I love putting them out on my balcony or out in my garden and letting rain just wash everything off. Clean, healthy leaves have a much easier time fighting back against pests or any other adversity that the plant might be facing. Today I'm going to give you an updated houseplant tour. We're looking at all of the plants inside of my house, in my garden, and the ones in the greenhouse. It's been 6 months in my new house, and I'm really happy with the growth I have seen, and I'm really happy with what I've done with the house so far, the way that I have decorated it. So I'm really excited to give you an updated tour. But I would love to start this tour the other way around. We always start off at the front of the house. Today I actually want to do the opposite, and we're going to start upstairs and then we're working our way down. Hey Bradley. Alrighty, so upstairs I actually only have one room with plants, which is my bedroom. And that is mainly because upstairs I have south-facing windows, and keep in mind I'm in the southern hemisphere, so south-facing windows are kind of the worst exposure you could possibly ask for. Now, when I first moved in summer, I still got decent bright indirect light coming through these windows, but as we're heading into autumn and winter, that natural light is becoming weaker and weaker. But I'm supplementing the light with this new Mother Grow light. It's the new Mother Life Spectrum, and it's not released yet. I'm actually testing a prototype that they sent me just a couple of weeks ago. It has the same specs as the previous plant spectrum that I've been using, but it comes on a little stand, which is really handy, and it has a little screw at the top, and eventually, they're not released yet because it's still a prototype, but eventually there'll be extensions that you can put on top if you want to create a more vertical, taller grow light. So that's really, really good. That is feedback that I've been giving them for years now, and I'm really happy that they actually implemented that feedback. If you want to learn more about Mother, I've got it all linked in the description, and I'm working on a proof in the pudding video about the lights specifically as well, so stay tuned for that. But before we talk plants, let's talk about conditions. I always say conditions set the growth potential. This is the little humidity and temperature reader in my bedroom. So it is cooling down a little bit, only 20-ish degrees, 19.8 degrees in here. I do still have the window open. Nighttime, actually, it started getting down to like 12 to 13 degrees at nighttime, outside, not inside. So heating season is coming up. Now with the cooler temperatures, the relative humidity actually goes up. Cooler air can absorb less moisture, so the relative humidity is quite high, around 80% in here. And that is because it is super, super rainy in Sydney. It feels like it rains pretty much every day. So obviously, if it's nice and humid outside and have all of my windows open, it will be nice and humid inside as well. We can have some dryish conditions as well. Then it can go down to like 40-50% in humidity. That's where I keep my windows closed to keep the humidity up inside, but I don't use humidifiers. I'm pretty lucky that I live really, really close to the ocean, so naturally have good humidity. And I won't take all of them out, I'll bring you closer in a sec, but there's a few I really want to show you. Whee! So this Mother light is not just a grow light, this is now also a spotlight for my plants and for filming. I hope this works. Should be better. Alrighty, so this is my queen. This is the newest leaf, and I also filmed a time lapse of this leaf unfurling, which was honestly just so incredibly rewarding to watch. She is quite thirsty, and you can see, hopefully you can see, that she has quite a lot of roots. I actually need to water this. But she is not in my regular chunky aeroid mix. Most of my plants are in my chunky aeroid mix. The queen, however, I put into a more water retentive mix, so it has more tree fern fiber rather than so much bark. Guys, as a content creator, light is the biggest challenge I'm facing, because with plants I want to film with natural light as much as I can. If there's too much natural light, then the shadows and the highlights are too much. I have a lot of grow lights. They make it look so harsh on camera. In reality, they look so much more integrated. You don't even notice them as much in real life, but on camera it's a bit hard. I'm struggling with that, but I hope the end result looks a bit better than what I can see on my viewfinder right now. Now let me take you closer to show you all the other ones. I think that's better from a lighting perspective. This one is a Forgetii and Magnificum hybrid. It spent the summer in my greenhouse, but I would love for it to be here now instead, because I think it looks nice. I love the Forgetii parentage coming through with the closed sinus, and so nice and shiny. Down below I've got a crystallinum. Hasn't really done much recently, but that's okay, I'm not mad. Then, as I mentioned, the queen over here, I mean, she is just a stunner. And over here I've got a little hybrid of Verrucosum and Billy. I have one in every room of my house. This one is actually a hybrid of Magnificum and a queen. I think I made this hybrid with a friend, yeah. Over here we've got Papillomillium and Dresslery hybrid. I love how beautiful and dark this foliage is. So freaking nice. The king, and I've had the worst time growing King Anthurium. So this is the largest it has ever been, and I've had it for many, many years. So there's something about the king that just doesn't like me. This one is my crazy rubbish hybrid. I made these hybrids myself. by self-pollinating my mother plant, which is a crystallinum hybrid. And this one is from the same batch of seeds, just isolated a little bit earlier. So it's already in a 20 centimeter pot rather than a 14 centimeter pot. And it is a little bit larger as a result of that. Down here, this is a Anthurium hybrid, kind of with a really nice white sinus. That's it for the room, but just quickly wanted to show you my setup with all of the Anthuriums. So I've got my really nice chunky aeroid mix, apart from the queen, and you can see all of these air pockets in here, and these air pockets have the humid air in it, so you can see all of that condensation, and look at all of these roots. I only recently potted this in here. There's already some sticking out the bottom, which is not a problem. They're just looking for more oxygen, but lots and lots of roots over here. Now, to prevent this from drying out, I have a layer of moss over here, plus that layer of moss. See these little roots that come out from the stem? Some Anthuriums are crawlers, but most of them are actually climbers. They just climb really, really slowly with really short internodal spacing. So I don't give it a moss pole, instead I just give it a moss pile, if that makes sense. I'll just put the moss around here, which will then make these roots grow from the moss, like here, from the moss into the aeroid mix. And at the same time, the moss is preventing the water from evaporating, so keeping it moist. My chunky aeroid mix is very, very chunky. It actually relies on me watering quite frequently because there aren't many water retentive parts to it. But I do that on purpose. I have time. Growing plants and watering them, that is my hobby. That is now also part of my job, actually, and it also is part of my content creation. So I don't want an automated setup. I don't want a setup that is just set and forget, right? I enjoy the hands-on part. I enjoy the caring for my plants part. I'm not aiming for this to be all done automatically and I just sit there and watch. I feel like that would take a lot of the fun away. But I could understand if somebody doesn't have as much time available as I do, then maybe you want to add a few more water retentive elements to your chunky aeroid mix. Make it less chunky, or just use less chunky ingredients like smaller pieces of bark, smaller pieces of perlite, but then ease up on the watering instead. My watering frequency is quite high-ish. Obviously it depends on the weather, right? If it's 30 degrees and 50% humidity, I need to water more often than when it's 20 degrees and 80% humidity. So first and foremost, the conditions will obviously impact your care routine and your care schedule, but also your substrate, the pot size, the size of the plant, the amount of growth that the plant is currently having will all impact your watering frequency. So use that to your advantage. If you know you don't have much time to water, give it a more water retentive mix. Maybe go less conservative with the pot size. I'm really conservative and I give them really small pot sizes and I rather repot more frequently. Maybe go another number up and so on. Don't go too large, it's also not good, but you know what I mean? There are these small little things that you can take and adjust to suit your needs. You don't need to copy exactly what I do, but I'm just telling you what I do so you can hopefully take some inspiration. Anyway, let's pop this one back. Oh, one more cool feature about this light, because obviously I've got my bed right here. This light doesn't just turn on and it's like crazy. You can actually put it has an automated smart timer with it, and you can set it up so that it slowly like dims itself up and then dims itself down at nighttime as well. So it's almost like I think they call it wake up call or something like that. It's almost like sunrise and sunset, but I'm just producing it myself in my bedroom, which is pretty cool. Since I quit my job and I do content creation full time, I actually wake up super early, way before the light even is on anyway, because I don't know, I'm just so excited to do things on a daily basis. Like I wake up and I'm like, let's go. But yeah, alrighty, that's everything we got to see upstairs. So let's head downstairs because that's where most of the magic happens. Alrighty, of course we've got a Billy verrucosum over here as well. I think they're calling it Billy cosum. Let me actually turn this off, it's better. And this one is doing really, really well. Look at this, it's looking so cool. But again, I'm planning on a special video for this plant as well. My luxuriance, the newest leaf, that is just so sexy. Super, super happy with that. Another obliqua propagation over here, just in moss. And this is a variegated Anthurium that's really struggling. Patriciae, really need to give this one a moss pile. Look at the roots, look at this. What a waste. They should go into a moss pile. So that's on the agenda for this week for sure. Can't wait for this one to grow up. This one I'm really excited about. This one is a crazy rubbish propagation over here. This one is Anthurium Chernia, something like that. I'll put it on screen. Crazy texture. So nice and velvety. Really happy with that. This one is a hybrid I made with a friend. It was a Magnificum Forgetii parent. The other parent was my queen. Another crazy rubbish propagation. Another crazy rubbish propagation. I have a lot of crazy rubbish. More obliquas over here, because why not? So I think I triple planted this one over here. So can't wait for this to go nice and lush. I just love that. They're not going to grow super large, so I went for a lush look instead. Over here I've got a variegated Milano, and the variegation used to be really nice, but it kind of like turned into a bit of shit, to be honest. This is definitely also thrips damage, and the last one has nothing, but see if it comes back. Over here I've got a frosted heart Syngonium growing on a pole quite nicely, working on a separate video on this one as well. I've got a, what is this? Square heart, I think, a Anthurium hybrid. Had root rot, so I'm propagating it now just in water. And over here I've got a Rugosum with nice textured leaves, also growing nicely into its pole. So yeah, this is my Ikea cabinet. In here I have two Soltec row lights, one at the top and one at the door, because with the door, when I then close it, I make sure that the light comes from the front. And I mean, I said that a couple of times now, it's not just about light intensity, it's also about the light positioning, the exposure. So it coming from the front, make sure that these leaves don't all just face up, but rather face to the front. Anthurium radicans over here, Magnificum, another Magnificum. Obviously all of these are hybrids. This is my crazy rubbish, another one of course. Newest leaf over here, looking very nice. Love the crazy rubbish. And a Clarinervium over here with a new leaf as well. Happy days. This over here is my lush table display full of Anthurium seedlings. There's many dozens of seedlings in here, and I grew all of them from seed that I pollinated and germinated myself. And in today's video I'm going to show you the whole journey of this plant, all the way from pollinating the mother plant to having and maintaining a beautiful lush table display. This over here is a beautiful lush pot full of Anthurium crystallinum hybrids. I made them myself and I lovingly call them crazy rubbish. We can talk about the name in a little bit. Anthuriums are the one genus where I personally prefer sexual propagation over asexual propagation. So sexual propagation is if you're basically using the flowers to reproduce a plant. Asexual propagations will be your traditional forms of propagation that we're probably all familiar with. So for example, just taking a cutting. Sexual propagation can be a little bit trickier, but I found Anthuriums to be an easy genus to do this with. And I think this is something that most of us could easily do at home. All you really need is one Anthurium to start off with. I have not tried sexual propagation with philodendron or syngoniums or any other aroid. It seems to be a little bit harder, but Anthuriums seem to be quite easygoing. And so far I think I tried maybe 4 or 5 times and I've had about 80% success so far. So it seems to be something quite easy. So hopefully this video will encourage you to maybe start this journey as well, because it is a really inexpensive way of creating volume. There are, I don't know how many, it's so cramped in there, but I think I probably started off with about 100 seeds. Not all of them would have actually eventuated, but you can imagine if you want to buy, let's say, like 20 or 30 little plants from a nursery to then create a pot like that, that could set you back quite a lot of money. Whereas with sexual propagation, you're just taking advantage of a plant that you already have. And you don't even have to cut up that plant. You're making use of its inflorescences instead. So it is a fairly unintrusive way of propagating for the existing mother plant. plant and you have a really high yield. And with sexual propagation, you can also make kind of interesting hybrids, as well as seeds will never be exactly the same. You might see a lot of variation in your seeds and so on. So there's some really interesting parts to this way of sexually propagating plants. By the way, I hope my video isn't going to be demonetized because I say sexual propagation. YouTube gods and YouTube algorithm, if you're watching, this is a super innocent hobby, okay? So in today's video, I'm going to talk to you about the 8 steps that it took me to get to this beautiful lush display. Growing the mother plant to maturity in the first place, collecting the pollen, pollinating the plant, waiting for berries to form, pop the berries and clean them, germinate them, plant up the seedlings, and then ongoing maintenance. So let's get started with the first point. You need a mother plant. Where is it? Oh, over there. Alright, this is my mother plant. And look, honestly, she's seen better days. She did not like winter. But that's okay. But you can see this is basically the mother plant. There's a lot of visual damage on here, but you can see she's a decently mature specimen with quite a thick stem. I've had this for, I think, 3.5 years now, this plant actually. Here. And this last leaf is probably the nicest one. Let me park her here. So the mother plant is a crystallinum X. I don't know what the X is. So the mother plant is Ovidii crystallinum hybrid. It was sold to me as wild crystallinum, but I don't necessarily know what makes it wild. I don't know what it was crossed with to get to this. All I know is that it is a crystallinum hybrid. That's probably the topic where we can talk about the names as well. With Anthuriums, they are very popular in being hybridized, so I would always assume that when you buy a plant that it is a hybrid and not a pure species. If it's a pure species, I would expect it to come with some sort of paperwork to prove that it's a pure species. I personally have no interest in species being pure just for the sake of me being able to say that it's pure. I judge them based on the look and I don't really care about the name. But a lot of people have started getting into Anthurium hybridization and they're crossing all sorts of Anthuriums and they come up with weird names. Hence my little piss take of calling this crazy rubbish, because the problem with giving Anthuriums crazy names is that we forget what the actual parentage is, and that's exactly what happened here. I don't know what my crystallinum was hybridized with initially. It was sold to me at a random name, so when I now make hybrids with that, I kind of, I don't even know what is in the DNA anymore. Again, technically not an issue for me because I just judge them based on the look, but you might end up buying 2 plants that are actually the same, just 2 sellers called them 2 different names because there's absolutely no regulation in that space. We're just talking about plants, nobody's gonna die, but I just thought it was a bit funny how many random Anthurium names are popping up left, right and center just to describe a crystallinum hybrid. There are some really, really stunning, nice hybrids out there, and if you go through the proper process of registering and so on, I think there's a point in giving your plant a specific name. For example, with Philodendron Splendid, Philodendron Majestic, those are hybrids that were created from philodendrons, and I think it was Henderson who did it. Henderson, I think, did Splendid and Glorious. Anyway, but at least they went through the proper process of registering everything, and those are universally accepted hybrids. Enough about the taxonomy of things, because the name I call this thing is irrelevant for the plant itself. The plant doesn't care. So I got the mother plant about 4-ish years ago, and it took about 1 year for the mother plant to start having decent sized inflorescences. Inflorescences come out of the petiole of the leaf, and they're basically little structures that have lots and lots of tiny flowers on them. It's basically the reproductive organ for a plant. Now, I found Anthuriums grow inflorescences very early on in their life stage. I've had philodendron and alocasia flower for me as well, but specifically philodendron require much more maturity to flower, whereas Anthuriums, I've seen Anthuriums flower like in the first half a year of having them. But the smaller the plant, the smaller the inflow, and the less likely the inflow is actually going to be, let's say, useful. So With my Anthuriums, I usually wait for, their third inflow or so until I attempt to pollinate them, just so I have a larger inflow to work with as well. The larger, the more berries you'll end up later on. And each inflow is going to take a bit of energy away from the plant, so I don't necessarily want to go through the process with a more juvenile plant still. So yes, you can start this process early on, but the inflows might not be super viable. Now, of course, there's different ways in which these work, but most of the time these inflows go through two stages, a male and a female stage. First comes the female stage. The female stage is indicated by a little sap forming on the inflow, so you see all of these little droplets, and that indicates that this inflow is ready to be pollinated. But we don't have pollen yet. So we need to collect pollen. How do we collect pollen? The inflow produces the pollen in the male stage. And that male stage is usually following the female stage. So you actually gotta wait for the female stage to be over. The inflow is then gonna produce pollen, and you can then collect that pollen. I just take a brush and a piece of aluminium foil, and I just brush the pollen off the inflow, and I collect it in the aluminium foil. I fold it up, I label it with what pollen I took and the date I took it at, and then I pop it in the freezer. And then we need to wait for the plant to grow another inflow and wait for the female stage again. So basically you do need at least 2 inflows for this to work if you're just using one plant. If you're using 2 plants and you want to hybridize them, then you could also have 2 plants with 1 inflow each. 1 in female stage, 1 in male stage, and do it then and there rather than having to go through the whole process of collecting the pollen first, freezing it, and then putting it on the second inflow. Now the chances of that happening are relatively high if you have a lot of Anthuriums. They flower very readily, so if you have a collection of 10-20 Anthuriums and they're all thriving, chances are that you can actually do that. All of the ones I've created came from the freezer, or like the pollen came from the freezer, and some of the pollen was up to 3 months old and it still worked. But I suppose it would also depend on the pollen in itself. But this is exactly how you make hybrids. If you collect the pollen from the same plant that you then later on pollinated with, then you're basically just making a hybrid with itself. But given that my original mother plant was already a hybrid, there is some sort of variation in it. But this is your moment where you can take 2 different Anthuriums and cross them. Now depending on how you cross them, you can end up with different results. Are you taking the pollen from plant A and you're putting it on the inflow of plant B, or are you doing it the other way around? You could end up getting different results, and that's the beauty of that sexual propagation I was referring to earlier. You can actually create different hybrids and you get variation, and they're not all going to be the same. Whereas with asexual propagation, if you just take cuttings, all of the plants will be the exact same. Obviously, if you grow them in different conditions, they might look slightly different, but technically they should all be carbon copies of each other. Now, can you cross-pollinate all Anthuriums with each other? No. Do I know any more about it? Also no. But I do think it has something to do with like the match of chromosomes and so on. Am I gonna look into this? Absolutely not. My approach to this is just trial and error. And from what I've heard online, that is what most other people do as well. Trial and error, they see what works and what doesn't, and you learn a lot from failure. I know that Tim from Grow Vertical, for example, one of the most experienced and knowledgeable growers that I personally know, he does that too. He does it with philodendron more so than with Anthuriums, but he still just tries, and he also just pollinates things and they don't work out, or they take forever, or the yield is really low and so on. So there is no definitive guide on which plants to cross. But from my experience, all of the Magnificums, Forgetii, Crystallinums, they all kind of go really well with each other. All of the kind of like the dark velvet, veiny ones. But you can also just look online. There's so many hybrids out there by now. If you've seen somebody else has made a hybrid from 2 plants, then chances are you can repeat that as well. Anyway, for today, we're not going to keep talking about making hybrids. We're just going to talk about actually multiplying that one specific plant. So we're basically moving on to step 3. We've waited for that second inflow to now go through the female stage, and we're taking the pollen out of the freezer, and we are going to pollinate the plant. And I do that with the same brush, or ideally just take the brush and freeze the brush with the little sachet that you created, and then you know that this is the brush that had the same pollen on it. Or you could also wash it, I suppose. Or you could also not care. Anyway, so I just really gently brush that on the inflow while it is in the female stage. The female stage isn't just like once, it depends on each plant as well, but from my experience the female stage can last a couple of days. So if you have enough pollen, you don't just have to pollinate it once, you can go in the next day and do it again and do it again, and it just increases your chances of this working. And then we're on to step 4, which is sit back and wait. And hopefully after a couple of weeks or months time, you start seeing the inflow kind of getting little bumps. If you see the inflow going all yellow and red and shriveled up, then your pollination was not successful. The plant can still go through the male phase after you pollinated the plant within the female stage, so you can collect that pollen again and work on the next inflow and so on. So it going through the male stage is not necessarily an indicator that it was unsuccessful. I'd really look out for the color and like the firmness of the inflow to assess whether or not this was successful. But yeah, after a couple of weeks or months time, once you see these little bumps forming, that's a pretty certain sign that your pollination journey was successful. And then you just gotta wait and hope for the berries to form. You're aiming for something that looks a little bit like what I put on screen right now. Like the berries can vary in size, form, color, shape and form is the same, but you know what I mean. And the timeline for these inflows to turn into infructescences, that's when it turns into the berries, really depends on the plant. There isn't like a specific timeline. It also obviously depends on the energy that the plant is available, but most definitely it depends on just the DNA, right? It can take half a year, it can take a year. I think I've heard people that had berries ripen for over a year, you know, just to then end up having no seeds and so on. So I can't give you a definitive answer, but you will certainly know once the berries are ripe because they're just kind of gonna pop out. So as soon as I see the first berry starting to pop out, I take a Ziploc bag, I put it over the infructescence, and then all of the berries that pop out can just be collected by the bag. Now that popping out of berries can also take a couple of weeks. It doesn't all just happen within one day. So you might end up having multiple batches of seeds. Now just be careful when you have all of these berries in that Ziploc bag because there's no airflow. You don't necessarily want the berries to start molding and potentially jeopardizing the health of them. So I usually, when there's a couple of berries, I just start taking them as the first batch. I put the bag back over the inflow and wait for further berries. Perfect, we're moving on to step 5. We now harvested the berries, so it's time to pop the berries and clean the seeds. Now each berry has usually 1 or 2 seeds in them. Sometimes berries could also have no seeds. If that's the case, then it might have been that these 2 plants that you hybridized, or the plant that you used to make this, was sterile or like infertile, or I don't know what you want to call it, but basically that is a chance. Like you can have success all the way to berry and then realize that, oh my god, there's actually no seed in that berry. So you pop the seeds out of the berry, and then what I do is I take the seeds and I kind of just clean them in a little bit of water, but they still have a little film over them. It's called a mesocap, and that's gonna potentially either cause rot issues or it's gonna delay the germination process. So what I do is I take the seeds and I just kind of like squeeze them over a piece of paper towel, and that will get that weird little slimy skin off of the seeds. I then clean the seeds again, and then they're ready to be put in their new home. Do you have to do this 2-step cleaning process? I don't know. I've always just done that 2-step cleaning process and it's always worked. So I reckon it's worth the effort. The new home that I give my Anthurium seeds is just a little takeaway container full of moss. Now over here, be strategic. Are you planning on growing a lush display like this one? Then you have no need to kind of separate all of the seeds and grow them separately. But if you put them all in one container and you want to end up separating them later on, you're gonna have a lot of trouble freeing all of these little germinated seeds from the moss later on. So you can either chop the moss very finely so that when you later on try and take it apart, the moss kind of just flakes out, or you could use a different medium like tree fern fiber, or you could take one of these little seedling trays that already has individual pots in them and then just put 1 seed or 2 seeds in each pot. So Pot them up individually from the beginning if you want to grow them individually in the long run. If you want to grow them into a nice lush display, group them together from the beginning. It doesn't matter, takes up less space. And that's exactly what I wanted to do. I already have a big mother plant. I don't need 100 of the same plant. It takes up way too much space. I specifically did that to get a really nice large display. That was always the goal. A little heads up. Here's the moment to avoid a lot of work for future you. That leads us to step 6, germinating the seeds. Well, the seed is going to do all of that by itself. All you need to do is provide it with good conditions. So you wanted to put it in a bright and warm spot, and you want to make sure that there's airflow as well so the seeds don't mold. And then I pop in some footage over there. Over the course of, at least for this particular plant, 1 to 2 weeks, I saw the seeds going from this really pale color to a more greenish color. And then eventually you start seeing one teeny tiny root coming out, like the kind of the top or the bottom, I don't know, of the seed. As soon as the seed has started to grow some roots, you will eventually also see the first couple of leaves. For this particular one, it took about 3 months to then have smallish seedlings that have outgrown the little takeaway container. What I then did is I took the takeaway container, and again, I have no desire to separate them by now. I want to keep it nice and lush, and they're already in moss. And that's perfect because I like my Anthuriums to have at least a top layer of moss. But underneath the top layer of moss, I always have aeroid mix. So I took this nice, fairly shallow orchid planter. I fill it with my aeroid mix, fairly chunky, but not as chunky as I would do with a mother plant, right? These are teeny tiny plants, so they also need water retention. So I add a little bit more cocoa peat in my normal chunky aeroid mix to give it more water retention. I pop in that layer, and then all I do is I take that whole moss out of the takeaway container and I just put it on top of the aeroid mix. The roots can now be funneled from the moss into the aeroid mix down below. And then I just let it grow in there. Again, I give it bright indirect light, no direct sun for my Anthuriums. I put it in a high humidity environment, but I still ensure that there's sufficient airflow so that I don't experience rot. I don't let it dry out ever. I want to make sure that this top layer of moss is always moist, because that is what these new roots that are coming out of the stems are going to get in touch with first. And if I keep that moist, it's going to encourage more root growth, which is then going to be funneled into the aeroid mix. At this stage, I would not use my foliage focus because I am not focusing on foliage. I would use my GT CCS, which is a clone solution, something like that, basically encouraging root health. And you know, I love all of the GT products, but those are the main 2 I use. The CCS when the plant is smaller and I want to focus on root growth, and then once the roots are established, I switch to foliage focus to focus on foliage growth. And then the last step is the maintenance. Now, because you're growing them in a small pot, super crowded, you're not getting the best out of all of these plants. They will compete for light, nutrients, space, and moisture. So you're not optimizing each individual plant's growth. You're basically stunting all of the plants in growth, which is precisely what I was after with this display, because I want this to be a nice lush table display. I don't want it to be super large. I want it to be kind of low, but I want it to be 360 around and in general just lush. So I wanted quantity rather than quality. Now, as part of that, I also every now and then have to separate out plants that outperform the others. For example, this one over here is getting a little bit too large, so I'll probably have to remove this fairly soon, and I usually do that just by pulling on it. And yes, sometimes I pull most of the roots with it, and then I just have to propagate it again, but that's okay. I don't want to unpot the whole thing. But I separate out the large ones so that they're not sticking out so much, but also so that they're not stealing all of the light, nutrients, water, and so on from all the other ones. So that way I kind of purposely keep the display nice and small, and that's why this display is still quite small after 3 years. The ones I separate out, I usually give away. I don't have all of them still, but I'm growing them separately, and you know, I mean, this leaf is a little bit weird, to be honest, but as soon as I separate them out, they grow so much faster and larger than the ones in here, right? Because they have more space. They're not competing for light, nutrients, and so on. They have their own pot. Here's another one that I separated out recently. So over the years, despite ending up with this lush pot over here, I also ended up with lots and lots of more like small plants, or not so small plants by now anymore. This plant is literally the gift that keeps on giving. I still have my mother plant, I have this lush display, and I have had so many plants that I had to separate out, or that I wanted to separate out, that I was able to give away to friends and so on. So everybody gets an Anthurium crazy rubbish for birthday, Christmas and so on, right? So it's honestly the gift that keeps on giving. I've already had some of the offspring that are separated also grow inflow, so I could have just repeated the process again and so on. Also, eventually it started outgrowing that little pot, so I had to give it a larger pot, and I increased the pot size last year. So let's have a quick look at what happened last year when I did that. I'm just gonna try and take it all out. Oh my god, it is very root bound. Alrighty. Have a look. So you can quite clearly see that all of the roots started within the layer of moss, and that was the layer of moss that I used to propagate it in, or like germinate it in, and then the roots have just expanded into the aeroid mix. Okay, let's actually add and I made an aeroid mix, bark, perlite, pumice, a bit of cocoa chips, bit of tree fern fiber, bit of charcoal. Nice and aerated, chunky, wee, Salt Bay. Okay, so I just put a new layer of aeroid mix down there, and I mean I could just put it in there and fill out the gaps, but I do want to split it out a little more, maybe, if I can, but at the same time I don't want to disturb them too much. And I also need to see how I'm gonna isolate some of these. Am I just gonna rip and like hope? Okay, that worked. So I got separated one out. I'm thinking maybe I'll separate out the big ones. I'm sure they would love a little more room, these big ones, and then they'll also stop shading everything else. So I definitely ripped a few of these roots, but that's okay. That is okay, it will survive, I'm sure. I hope. Definitely much easier to take them out from the side, because then I can just pull the roots out. Okay, so I've got 4 out. The rest is going to stay in here, so I'm just going to fill in the gaps with more aeroid mix. And I almost want the stems to kind of like crawl to the edge of the pot rather than it keep climbing, so that should be fine. I actually forgot moss. Let me get some moss. Alrighty, got some sphagnum moss. And now I'm just gonna, on top of where I put the aeroid mix, I'm just gonna put a little layer of moss. Couple of reasons. The layer of moss kind of prevents the aeroid mix from drying out too quickly. It encourages new root growth from these little Anthuriums. They're technically climbers, but they climb so slowly that they really don't need a moss pole in itself, I'd say. You could though. And lastly, apparently it's a good like pH neutralizer or something like that. But that sounds a little too scientific for my liking. Alright, I don't even know where the front is now. I think this is maybe the front. There we go. So I just want to make sure, look how nice. I want this to be really well draining. And I mean, look at all of the drainage at the bottom of this pot. Anthurium roots definitely love aeration. And here we are now. Now surprisingly, I don't actually have, I mean you can see some roots sticking out the bottom over here, but surprisingly I don't have all too many roots sticking out the sides. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. I'm not complaining because the top looks nice and lush. But basically, I don't think I'm in need to repot this anytime soon. So that's good news. And I suppose that is because I'm also stunting the growth a little bit by it being just too cramped. I also don't provide this with the most light, right? Because it doesn't need the most light, because I don't want it to grow or too big or too lush anyway. I just want it to kind of stay the way that it is. Happy days. You will see a few little bite marks over here. As much as my little Bradley is an angel and usually doesn't care about my plants, because this one is on my table, he likes to jump on there and look for attention. He knows that once he approaches this plant, I will pay attention to him. So he uses it as a little tool to get my attention. Aren't you, my darling? But you're being very naughty because these plants are toxic to you. You cannot eat them, yeah? I think he's smart enough to not eat them. I think he's really just teasing me with it. But yes, that's why you might see some little marks over here. You are very bad. Bad boy. Yeah? But yeah, the maintenance in itself is actually super easy. If it rains, I just put it out there. It's very low maintenance. I think I water it maybe every 2 weeks or so. Obviously depends on the weather as well. I haven't had any pest issues with this either, so that's also good news. And it's just been a really consistent, nice grower for me. I really can't complain. And yeah, it's not taking up the most light. I think the biggest challenge with this plant for me was to continuously rotate it. You can see that this side is definitely looking a bit nicer than this side, because there was a while where I just forgot to rotate it. I now put it on a Lazy Susan, so it kind of rotates itself a little bit, so I'm having an easier time creating that nice lush display. I have a round dining table and it just really works with the round dining table, so happy days. But yeah, the maintenance in itself is pretty easy. You just need to plug out these larger plants every now and then, if that's what you want, right? Maybe you want a few larger plants in there, but I've noticed that all the other ones perform so much better once I take the larger ones out. Now, let me quickly recap, and I'll also give you a timeline, but keep in mind this is just a very loose timeline. Depending on what kind of plant you're trying to pollinate over here, depending on your conditions and so on, this could be much faster or slower. So I started this whole project 3 years ago by pollinating my mother plant. That was in September 21. The pollination was successful and I was able to harvest berries in January 22. So there was like 4 months or so between pollination and ripe berries. I then put them in the boxes to germinate, and they germinated within a month, and then within 4 months the germinated seedlings were big enough to have outgrown the takeaway containers and they needed more space. So in May 22 I then potted it into that first little orchid planter, and it stayed in that first little orchid planter for about 14 months, and in July 2023 I then put it in that larger orchid planter that you see now, and it's been in this for yet another 14 months without the need to actually repot it. And I don't think I will repot it. I think I'll just thinning out the pot over time, if that makes sense. So remove the larger ones. So yeah, I think I can't really go much larger and still justify putting it on my dining table. It's a dining table, not a plant table. So yeah, a lengthy journey, but it's about the journey, isn't it? And it's not like it takes 3 years to look nice. I do think that within a year or so, it started looking really cute, you know, like these tiny little seedlings. I think they already look cute. So this is definitely one of my favorite displays I've got. Specifically because I also made them myself, so I think I have a little more sentimental attachment maybe to this, and I highly recommend doing it. It was honestly so easy and a really cool experience to have done once, and you end up with this plant that makes the perfect presents for everybody who knows you as well, because it's something unique, right? It's like, hey, I made this hybrid. You can't buy this one. Like, I hand pollinated this, right? Who wouldn't want one of those? Yes! I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope it inspires you to maybe create a nice, lush, inexpensive pot of Anthurium seedlings as well. So, turns out I wasn't sad. I just really hated winter and I needed spring ASAP. Because spring is here, it is 27 degrees today and I am living my best best life. And not just me, my plants are also starting to wake up again. And in today's video, I want to show you all of my beautiful spring growth. I'm filming a time lapse over there. I cannot touch the time lapse. I'm trying to film everything from a little further away. I hope it's going to be fine. Oh, by the way, in here, I have had my window open all day. 42, now 43% humidity. So humidity is actually much better during winter. Another Billy Coysum over here, newest leaf, looking amazing and already growing by a Cataphil. Newest leaf on my queen, happy days. But what I've noticed with most of my Anthuriums, they are just growing in flows very, very prolifically. A new shoot coming out here. Over here, a new inflow growing as well. And a new leaf, I hope you can see that. New inflow and leaf and new root growth. Then here, new growth on this plant as well, new leaf. There is a new leaf here. It is a little bit manky, but that's okay. This plant hasn't had the best time in a while, but at least it's finally showing signs of growth again. A new leaf over here, that's the one I'm doing the time lapse for. And look at this big inflow that it has grown. That's my puppy hybrid over here. I had a new leaf on my Veitchii, a little bit deformed, but again, that's okay. I'm not mad at it. At least it is growing. This one is a Forgetii magnificum hybrid, and I took this inside. It was in my greenhouse. I took it inside at the beginning of winter, and it hasn't done a single thing all winter long. And now there's a big inflow coming, and two big new shoots over here for two new leaves. There's basically the plant has two shoots, the main one, and then it just gave me a little pup, and both are growing a big leaf, so I'm very excited. Twice the impact, right? And a new thick shoot coming through over here as well. But overall, very happy with my Anthuriums. And I actually don't want to cut any of the inflows at the moment because I would like to try and make another hybrid. I haven't hybridized any of my Anthuriums in almost 2, maybe 3 years now. So I think maybe it's time to try again, and I really want to try crossing this dark hybrid over here, the puppy hybrid, this one, with my queen, if it works. We'll find out, but I'm just going to keep all the inflows on here for now so that I have options. My Anthurium collection has outgrown the shelf that I've got. So there's basically two options. I can either reduce the size of my Anthurium collection, or I can increase the shelf space. And it's your best guess what we're going to do in today's video. Slightly different setup today. We are in my bedroom, which we are not in all too often. I don't have many plants upstairs actually. It's really just this shelf and then my rescue section upstairs in the attic. Most of my plants are downstairs because, well, those are kind of the living quarters. That's where we spend most time. I really only come to my bedroom for sleeping purposes. Plus, it's easy to have them downstairs because then I can easily take them outside for watering, showers and so on as well. So really I only have my Anthuriums up here, but they are really enjoying this setup. I'm quite limited with space. Not too sure if you can see that all in frame, but I think this is the best position for my bed to be in, which leaves me only with a really narrow walkway on this side of the bed. Now, I actually had this idea of having two of these shelves right next to each other, so to create a whole wall of greenery over here. But the problem is, if I have the shelf over here and I want a light source to come from the front so that the leaves all face the front, then the light source would basically be right where Brettles is right now. So that's not really a viable option. I also thought maybe I can do a corner shelf over here. That is to be confirmed actually, but I thought the most logical way to give these plants more shelf space is to utilize the vertical space a little bit better. I think you can't fully see it. Let me zoom out a bit. So, as you might now be able to see, there's a little gap at the top, so I'm not fully utilizing the vertical space. And because I've got the grow light on a little table over here, it is not actually optimizing the light that the plants on the bottom shelf over here are getting. They are growing, but probably not to their full potential. So in a perfect world, I would make better use of the bottom shelf, and I would have another shelf above for one more layer of Anthuriums, and I think that would fix my issue. So I went online, and I'm very decisive when it comes to these things. I literally went online and it took me about 5 minutes to find a shelf that I liked. It's from Mocha. Never ordered from them before, but I think I ordered it last Friday, and today is Wednesday, so I got here in no time. And I told my friends from Mother about this project, and they have kindly sponsored a extension for my grow light. So this is the Mother Life Spectrum. I have a full video on reviewing this, and this light can be extended. This is actually their prototype. So they sent me their prototype before it even went into production. So I have been testing this for, oh, it's been a while. Let me check. Yes, just over 6 months. So I have been using it for over 6 months already, and clearly the plants are enjoying it. I have seen new growth on every single one of my Anthuriums, despite growing in the worst 6 months of the year. So I reckon the next 6 months will be even better. And there's a couple of really cool features about the light that we can discuss when I work on it and so on. But the main feature is that you can vertically extend it. So I can mount a second one on top of that, which I have already done in the video before for one of my displays downstairs. So hopefully, second time around, it's going to be, you know, super easy to do this again. But let's get started, because we've got a few things to build, a few things to work on, and yeah, I mean, I want to get it done, so we gotta get started first. Oh my god, also I have so much cat hair on me already. Alright, so, oof. See how dark it is in this corner without the grow light? We're quite far away from a south-facing window, and south is the worst exposure as well. So if it wasn't for that Mother grow light, nothing would grow in this corner. Absolutely nothing. Okay, this one we will need later, so let's park this here. Also, it actually gives us a good opportunity to look at these plants, because I just repotted all of them a couple of weeks ago. So let's see if we can maybe already see some root growth. By the way, I have one non-Anthurium over here. It's a Billycoisum, and it's part of an experiment. I have one in every room of my house, and this one is doing by far the best, actually. Oh yay, look at that! New leaf on my queen coming out. Oh, that's exciting. So she does. Oh my god, this is so heavy. This one is in a black pot, so I can't really spy on the roots. I hate that. I'm so curious. I want to see if they're healthy or not. Also, if you've never seen this before, a friend of mine from uni made this for me, or well, I commissioned her to do this for me, and I'll link her Instagram on screen as well. This one definitely needs some water, but again, it's in a black pot. I can't see anything. I don't have much of a surface to work with, so we actually do need to, so Bradley, we do actually need to work on the bed. Not my preference, but that's what it is. Okay, first one in a clear pot. I don't know if you can see this here. Nothing amazing, but also nothing shocking. To be honest, I think it's only been 1 week since the repot. I don't remember. Maybe 1.5, so not necessarily expecting any amazing root growth just yet. Now, another reason why I wanted to change this setup is because the setup as it is right now is actually kind of giving me anxiety. Every time I move one plant out, I feel like I'm ripping another plant's leaves, or like it just feels a bit dodgy. Oh wow, okay, I forgot a bit of substrate around these roots. Oopsie. But yeah, not bad. Definitely these look fresh and exciting. Alright, also doesn't look bad, also doesn't look good, but it is growing a new leaf, despite being on the bottom shelf. And you can see it is Very humid here today. It's been raining for the last 2 days. I kept my window open. I just closed it actually because it was getting noisy. So yeah, of course, if it's humid outside, it's going to be humid inside, but it's not that warm, 20 degrees. But I think my Anthuriums really enjoy that. What are you doing there? Are you licking your naughty bits? And then you're going to give me a kiss, huh? Okay. No immediate plans with, actually my immediate plan with this shelf is to deep clean it, but let me just park it outside because we're running out of room in here. I parked this outside as well, we don't need it. One consideration once I build the second shelf, and we'll see how we go, is that I could potentially keep this one here, have the other one here, and create like a corner display, as I mentioned earlier. But with a corner display, I really would rather have 2 lights, one this direction, rather than 2 built on top of each other. So I'm going to build the shelf first. I'm going to put the plants on and see if it actually works for the plants, and only then I'm going to make a decision on the grow light. So whether I use it as a second standalone grow light or whether I extend the original one. Let's see how we go. And oh my god, I really need to clean behind that shelf. Don't look too closely. Is it even Australia if you don't have a spider living in the corner of your room? I don't think so. I think it's mandatory. Like when you move here, you get allocated an amount of spiders that have to live in the corner of your room. Alrighty, here it is. I think that was the brand. Yeah, that was the website. And it's called Milton Tall Plant Stand. Now whether or not this is gonna withstand the test of time, is that what you say? I think so. We'll keep an eye on it. So guys, this is not a product endorsement. This is just me making really financially irresponsible decision late at night at the pub. Yeah, literally, I was at the pub with Timmy and I was like, Timmy, what can I do with my Anthuriums? They don't fit anymore. He's like, why don't you get a bigger shelf? Hang on, I thought I bought it in black. And I literally googled shelf. And I bought one 5 minutes later. Oh no, I bought the wrong color. Alright. Well, then it's definitely not going to be a good fit with the other one, but we'll make it work. Anyway, basically the shelf has this like wooden colored shelves. Duh. They also existed in black. And I wanted black. It's my fault, let's make the best out of it. I'm definitely not a person to ever send anything back, by the way. I'm way too lazy. This bag is not a toy, Bradley, yeah? Oh my god, there's way too many bits in here already. I suppose I could always stain the shelves if it really bothers me. But ideally the shelf is hidden by amazing plants anyway. Sorry, baby. Bradley, it's fine. It was just a box. I have a question, you know? There was like this thing in Australia where I think X amount of children have died from shelves falling over. So it is kind of like mandatory to secure your shelves to the wall, which I also think makes 100% sense, right? Especially if you have like cats or children or whatever, you know, dogs. But at the same time, I'm not allowed to even put blue tag on my wall to put up a freaking poster technically. So how am I supposed to rent and secure all of my furniture to the wall without touching the wall? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it makes no sense. So the safety of the tenants is not as important as the pristine wall for the landlord. I love that this is the first page. Already gives me a freaking heart attack. To help avoid serious injury, this product comes included with a wall strap to prevent topping. We strongly recommend that this product be permanently fixed to the wall or other suitable surface by a qualified tradesperson. Oh, hello. Suppose I'm a qualified tradesperson now. Or are you you're the qualified tradesperson. So glad I've got you here. Okay, let's keep moving on. So we've got number 1 and number... Probably doing it on a soft surface, like my bed, isn't the best idea, but it is what we're gonna do for now. Qualified tradesperson, how may I help you? Oh, you want me to build a shelf? Oh, no problem at all. I'm very qualified. Yeah, very, very, very qualified actually. Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. We have completed step numero 1. What's the problem with producing a sticker that just comes off, huh? Why is it like so impossible? Oh, you're gonna run out of battery. One moment. Alrighty. Done. This sticker, by the way, is also not coming off. So we're keeping it. We have moved on to step number 4. We are so good at this, I have to say. Now I believe we are moving on to the actual assembly part, and that's the part that requires a lot of space. This bit and this bit. This is so easy with the right tools, but I don't want to jinx anything. I mean, it shouldn't be hard, it's just a shelf, right? But still. I am working this. We just speed run to step 8. Did somebody say qualified tradesperson? Lucky I put this towel down on about 1/3 of the bed that this shelf is actually occupying. Oh, hello, Tiger. Do you want to go out? Come on. I think this was a little too scary for him. Let's go. Let's go! Alrighty, the moment of truth. Are we ready for this? So it don't have to be right in the corner. It finishes exactly where the bit starts, kind of. I'm gonna slightly tilt this backwards with something. I think I'm gonna go downstairs, make myself a little coffee, and I'll see you in a sec when we're tackling the light. Oh, I also need to clean up. I'll get rid of the boxes and I'll clean up everything over there. And then we'll see the plant placement. Let's do that. So, I'll see you soon. In general, I like that there's so many cross beams, because these cross beams help me kind of manipulate leaves. It looks so ugly at the moment, holy moly. See what I mean? This leaf was already broken, but when I now slide this in, this beam is gonna make this leaf face forward. It's not a beam, but you know what I mean. So they're all facing like more into the same direction. I really like this. I was thinking maybe give it a little bit more breathing room on this side. Again, see this shelf here? I'm going to use this to keep this leaf here. No! The grow vertical is slightly too tall. But you know what? Scissors is a real solution. Alright, just cut it slightly shorter. No! No! Oh. Classic. Oh no. Oh well, you go back to the bottom shelf then. What? I can't believe that snapped so easily. Well, I suppose I'm doing a good job at hydrating my plants. Oh well, at least that looks good, huh? That new leaf better hurry up because these leaves aren't getting any prettier. Looks good, huh? I think I'm going to cable tie this to here. Alright, I'm quite happy with that. Alrighty, I am quite happy with it, but probably should have just pushed it all the way into the corner. That's okay, we leave it for now. Next time when I go water them all and hose them down and I have to take them out anyway, I'll then push it back into the corner. And I also think it is pretty stable. I'm not worried about it falling forward, but I think I could definitely tilt it further backwards. Okay, my friends. Now onto the lights. And I have done this before, but I don't remember fully, so I will have to look at the instructions, but I'm probably going to speed it up for you guys. If you want to learn more about these grow lights, I will link the full review of the product in the description and at the end screen. And to my knowledge, they still have the 25% pre-order discount because they are producing them, they're already sending them out, but they don't have that much stock. So it's still technically on pre-order, which means you might have to wait a little bit longer for the product to arrive, but you get 25% off. I opened these teeny tiny screws last time. Let me quickly check my own video how I did that last time. Do I have like another tool I'm unaware of? Okay, I did it with this thing. Wow, that video was chaos. I ended up doing it with this, so I'm not too sure. How did I do that last time? What? I'm so confused. Did I lose the piece? It's been going so well. But I mean, come on. What were we expecting? One moment, please. Okay, I cannot find that little adapter piece, but I found this teeny tiny screwdriver. It's manual, but better than nothing. Let's see if that works. It definitely fits. Yay! Okay. Here we go. So at this stage, finding the screwdriver took me longer than building the shelf. So what do we learn from this? It's all about having the right tools, and I never have the right tools, and even if I have them, I don't know where they are. That's one of the things I really dislike about this house. Everything is spread across 4 levels. Stuff is in the basement, some stuff is in the attic. Yeah, they actually have different screws even, because I think this one is the one I'm unscrewing now was the prototype. So I think they made a few changes since then. I hope they're still going to connect just fine. That part I remember. Lifting up the diffuser. We're lifting out the LED panel. Righty tighty, lefty loosey, okay. So this is the bottom part. Bottom linear. This one's going to be the top linear. Alrighty, we put the LED boards back in here. I remember this being so much harder the first time around. If it wasn't for just trying to find the right tool, this would have taken me 5 minutes. I mean, that looks so good. Super stable. So previously, when I just had one, I had it on the Pro base. It's a bit heavier, and then the extender. But I don't need it to be that tall, because if we're looking at the Anthuriums, their leaves kind of hang down based on the shelving, right? So the leaves kind of start right from the bottom. So I don't need the light to be elevated. I mean, we'll find out. But for now, I think I'm just gonna put it on the Pro base. You're running out of battery, I'm running out of patience. Let me quickly clean up the mess. I'll change your battery around, and then I think we are ready to reveal the result. I have to say, I'm really struggling setting up the camera in this room. I just don't know how to make this look good. It looks so much better in real life than it does on camera. I think this warped photo over here doesn't help, but yeah, anyway. Let's turn on the light. Whee! Oh my god, it looks good. Maybe I should have it on the extender. They say don't stack the lights and use the extender, because it's gonna be a stability issue. And specifically on carpet, I can actually see this being an issue, but no risk, no fun. Looks so good. Oh my god, I love it. I really, really like it. 2 months ago, I repotted my entire Anthurium collection, and I did something risky. I tried a brand new substrate with every single one of my plants, which isn't necessarily a smart thing, because usually when I try out something new, I want to try it on one plant first, assess how it works, and then move on to other plants. But you know, I love to live on the edge. And in today's video, we are going to look at these plants and their root health to assess whether or not the big repot was a success. And while we're here, might as well just you know, take care of some cosmetic aspects, and also gonna water them all. So yeah, just a little day to check in on my Anthuriums. As I mentioned in the intro, it has been 2 months since I repotted my entire Anthurium collection, and spoiler alert, it's going quite well. I suppose if it wasn't, I would be sitting here surrounded by ugliness, but I've actually seen some nice growth on most of my Anthuriums. Not all of them, but most of them have had some sort of growth. And luckily, I also like to use see-through pots, so we're in a really good position to actually spy on the root health, because I suppose that is really what we are interested in today, because I used a brand new substrate. Now, I didn't just use a brand new substrate, I'm also pretty rough when it comes to my repotting. I'm not super gentle with my plants, and specifically given it was a repot going into spring, so I know that the plants will be growing in really good conditions going forward. I felt like I can be a little rougher with these plants, and you know, do some resets, do some cutting of ugly leaves, and so on. And looking at the comment section of that video, people were definitely surprised at how rough I am with my plants at times. And you know, I've kind of always been like that. I've always treated my plants fairly rough. I mean, you probably know me also for shaking my plants and so on, and I've never really noticed them minding it at all. Like, I suppose I know when to be gentle with my plants depending on how small they are and so on, but I think sometimes we are projecting. You know, these are not newborn children, they are plants, and in nature they're being treated quite rough as well. There can be storms, heavy rains, strong winds, animals jumping on them, sitting on them, whatnot, you know. So I think sometimes we are projecting a little bit, and we are being more careful than we absolutely have to. But at the end of the day, each to their own. Let's just quickly look at what happened 2 months ago, so we are all on the same page, and then we're going to look at each of these plants one by one, and we're assessing their health. Now, I have a huge bucket of aeroid mix over here that I prepared, and I have tried something, or I'm going to try something new with this aeroid mix. There's a lot of Australian tree fern fiber. Let me bring it a bit closer to you. Here we go. It's a new product that Tim from Grow Vertical is stocking, and he said it's a waste product coming out of Tasmania. Apparently this is a byproduct of what they're doing anyway. So there's no deforestation purposely for this product, but rather taking the product and then making the best use of it, right? So I thought, okay, let's give this a shot, because it is much more cost effective than the New Zealand tree fern fiber that I've tried before, and I really had good results with tree fern fiber previous, but it looks very different. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes, but technically it should have really good water retention, which these Anthuriums like, right? So I don't need to worry about them drying out, but at the same time it has good aeration, and of course I have, as always, my bark, pumice, perlite, cocoa chips in there as well. Now it looks more dense than my normal chunky aeroid mix. You can't see as many air pockets. You probably can't see anything from how far away you are. I'm sure we'll see it over the course of the video. But it feels very light. I think that's because the tree fern fiber is actually just really, really light in weight. So yeah, I'm curious to see. I might need to compact that a little bit just to give it structure. There we go. Going to be interesting to see how this one goes. And yes, I'm experimenting with my whole collection all at once. YOLO! Why not? You know. The longer I've been doing this hobby for, and the more content I am with my collection, the less need I feel to actually buy more plants and own plants. I can just look at other people's plants. I don't need to own every plant to appreciate it. Yes, of course, some of these plants I would also love to have at home and look at and decorate my house with, but I already have amazing plants and I'm really grateful for them. And you know, I'm running out of space. Like, adding more plants isn't necessarily gonna make that problem go away. It's just gonna make the problem worse, right? So I just put a little topping on all of those, and let's park them back on the side over here. Oh God, I think it's the tree fern fiber that gets into my nose. Keep going with the ones I can reach. This is also Crazy Rubbish hybrid. First of all, so many ugly leaves. A lot of my plants have definitely suffered a bit over winter. Should I do it? Should I just... Yeah, you know what? Oh my God, you guys gonna hate me, but I'm gonna cut all of them because they're all ugly. Honestly, the deeper I get into this repot, the dumber I think of an idea it was to just try this new substrate with every single one of them, but... Oh well. Do you think this is too big? Oh, might as well, right? What is going on over here? Wow, you are crazy. That's also... Oh, I forgot to cut off some of the ugly leaves here. I'm so excited to cut off all the ugly leaves because they're all on like a big shelf and the ugly leaves are spreading everywhere and taking up so much space that it is annoying me. Oh, it feels so good. I feel like a weight lifted off my shoulders. Hey darling. Oh my God, don't jump around, please. You're so sweet, my darling. So sweet. Meow. Oh no, not enough. Little layer of aeroid mix. Now let's talk a little bit more about how I care for these Anthuriums. I mean, throughout the video I kind of addressed a little bit of it already, but basically I'm not super consistent with where my Anthuriums live. Some are in the greenhouse over summer, some are indoors for the whole year, some are upstairs in my bedroom, just supported by a mother grow light, some are in my Ikea cabinet. Do I have some growing just in natural? Well, I suppose the ones in the greenhouse just live, they just get natural light. And they move in there. which also means that in summer they can easily be exposed to 35, 38, 39. I think it's gone up to 40 degrees in that greenhouse, but I have misters, so it's constantly humid. Whereas inside, some of these might be exposed to, you know, like down to 16, 17 degrees at nighttime. Some of them I had in a more chunky aeroid mix like that I used to make. Then I started using a bit of tree fern fiber in it because I know that they like a bit more water retention. Most of them have a moss. What's next? Are you next? Because you're annoying me a little bit. But before, this ugly leaf has been bothering me, and it looks like little baby was naughty and had a little bite of them, huh? This one's ugly too, and this one's ugly too. Worries about this. Nah, that's not happening, eh? Okay, now this one, oh my god, you're gonna hate me. Now this one is living in my attic, like, because I don't want to look at it because it's too ugly, and because it lives up there, it also gets neglected because I'm hardly up there, only up there to do laundry sometimes. So I'm gonna try something, and I think I'm gonna completely cut this back because I don't know where to put this plant with that spread. And realistically, at the moment, I just don't enjoy looking at this plant. I'll keep the newest leaf. It's ugly, but it exists. So at least we're not going full bald. But I also can't wait to eventually chop this off. You know what? I feel so much lighter now that I cut this off. Okay, let's see what we end up with. Number one, decent. I cut one more. I try to come a bit closer, but it's honestly, I can hardly see what I'm doing. Can you see this over here? I'm just gonna cut. Yeah. You can see this compressed moss in here. That's not what I want. Beautiful. It's giving me like a it's giving me club kit. And that is it. Let's do a little video in a couple of months time on my Anthuriums and see how they coped with my rough repot. Oh my god, I have substrate on my face already, it's itchy. Okay, now technically it wasn't like a brand new substrate, right? It is just a new iteration of my aeroid mix. My aeroid mix changes all the time. It depends on what sort of ingredients I have available, and I had a whole lot of tree fern fiber available that Tim from Grow Vertical sent me. So I figured, why not make a more water retentive aeroid mix compared to my normal super chunky one. The super chunky one I love to use with my moss poles because I watered the moss pole itself quite heavily, and I just want it to be super chunky so it doesn't retain too much moisture in the pot, because the pot will always retain much more moisture than the moss pole due to it being in plastic rather than mesh, so way less airflow in the pot, and also the vertical exposure of the moss pole. Now with my Anthuriums, only the queen is actually on a pole, so all of them are just in pots. So I thought, you know, Anthuriums really don't want to dry out. I think they like to be kept on the more moist / wet. I don't like to use the word wet, but you know what I mean. Let's call it moist. They like to be kept on the moist side. So why not use a more water retentive mix? That way I actually also reduce my watering needs, or the frequency in which I need to water. Plus I had just heaps of the tree fern fiber available, and I like to make use of the ingredients that I've got instead of going out of my way to buy more. Right? Before we look at all of these in a little bit more detail, there is actually a bad news story, like a bad news story. Let me show you something. Help! Fungus nets. I successfully avoided fungus gnats for the last 4 years, and that's because I make my own aeroid mix and it is soilless. So I never use store-bought potting soils that come in bags because they are usually infested with gnats, and then once they're there, they have a good time spreading, specifically given I have so much moss pulse. So I haven't really had to deal with fungus gnats in over 4 years because I've been so good at preventing fungus gnats in the first place. Literally the day, I can't make this stuff up, the day after I filmed that entire repot and repotted every single one of my Anthuriums, Tim sent me a DM and was like, hey, heads up, make sure you bake the tree fern fiber, and I think you need to heat it up to 70 degrees to kill the larvae and or eggs, because the tree fern fiber wasn't treated yet, so I need to treat it myself before I use it. Well, I got that memo literally 24 hours too late. Did that stop me from using the same substrate with another 20 plants? No, it didn't. And now I'm learning my lesson, but that's okay. I don't want to talk too much more about fungus gnats today because I'm actually filming a full video about me trying to fight the fungus gnats and tackling the issue, and I will share that with you once I have had success. But yeah, I suppose that's definitely a huge negative of having used so much of that substrate across various rooms of my house. I basically introduced fungus gnats to my entire collection, and I wasn't even thinking about that at all when I decided to use the new substrate with everything, because I've used the tree fern fiber before, but different one. I used the New Zealand tree fern fiber, and apparently that has been treated. So usually the materials that I buy, to be honest, I never checked, I just assumed, but like the bark and the cocoa chips and so on, they sterilize it, I believe. So I think if you just heat it over 70 degrees Celsius, then it will kill any sort of egg larvae and whatever. And you know, then when I make my mix and I put all of the ingredients together, because everything was sterile in the first place, then you know, there is no fungus gnats issues and so on, right? So now it being more water retentive doesn't help, because gnats also really love a good water retentive mix. So anyway, I've been fighting the battle. Definitely nothing I wanted to do, but I suppose it's those sort of experiences that make me grow as a grower. So I try and see the positive. That is definitely a huge negative that I didn't consider, and I suppose that's our first learning for the day. If you use a brand new substrate, definitely don't go ahead and use it with everything. Use it with a couple of plants first in, you know, maybe one room, and assess if it works for the plants, but also assess whether or not you're potentially introducing fungus gnats to your room or to your collection, right? And that can take, I think the cycle from egg to larvae to adult fungus net actually takes up to 3 weeks. So after I repotted it and Tim sent me the message, I didn't see anything for another 2 weeks. So I thought, oh, maybe, you know, maybe I got lucky. He personally has used it for over a year already and hasn't seen any fungus net issues, but he's using it outdoors and in a greenhouse, not in an indoor environment. Indoors, less airflow means everything stays more moist, meaning that these fungus nets have a much better time thriving. Right? So I'm also not blaming Tim for it. He did his due diligence and he didn't have any issues with it. So, you know, he gave me the heads up as soon as he found out. So, you know, it is what it is. It's just a sequence of unfortunate events, but I'll make the best out of it. And by the best, I mean I'll make some content out of it. Right? Yay! Thanks for the content idea, Tim. It's like with moving. I never want to move, but my moving vlogs always perform really well. So in hindsight, moving actually saves my business. Maybe I should move more often. Anyway, let's move on because we haven't even looked at any of the plants yet and I've been talking for a long time. So I'll put this back. I hate the sticky tapes because I'm worried they're going to stick to the leaves and they rip the leaves. So let me put this somewhere safe and then we can finally look at the roots. And I'm alright, maybe I'll just sit here so we can take them out one by one because it's getting messy. Let's start off with one that's not actually repotted. I did not repot this as part of the last video, but it has grown quite nicely. So this is a hybrid of Magnificum Forgetii crossed with my Queen. And this is its newest leaf. It's looking so beautiful. Really happy with this hybrid. Now it is actually due for a repot soon, and this moved out of the Ikea cabinet as a result of the last repotting action and so on. So it used to live in my Ikea cabinet. I've also built a new Anthurium shelf in the meantime, so I've got a little bit more space upstairs on my shelf. And look how incredibly happy this is. So this is still in my old substrate, and I think it might be a good comparison. I really hope there's not too much glare. We're right in a window. But it's a good comparison. If you look, apart from these super chunky roots, you can definitely see that this mix is much more chunky, right? There's more gaps in there. There's more perlite in there. It just doesn't look quite as dense. So the previous mix worked perfectly fine. It required more frequent watering because it wasn't holding all too much moisture. But yeah, this leaf, it grew this leaf after I moved it out of the Ikea cabinet, so I think just a testament to the actual setup, the grow light that I use upstairs and the shelf. Like it's working really well. But such a gorgeous plant, that's why I wanted to really include it. Alright, I'll start parking them on the side because they're all gonna go outside for a shower today as well. Alrighty, next up, my Anthurium luxurians. Now this one was repotted in the new mix. Very root bound. I don't know if you can see this, so let's repot this. This is one of the latest additions to my Anthurium collection. So I just want to loosen up a tiny bit, but I also don't want to disturb the plant too much, especially while it is growing a brand new leaf up there. I don't want to undo all of this beautiful work. You can see how it's a climber, right? You can see it's climbing quite slowly, and there's some aerial roots over here that I would love to now make contact with a substrate. So I'm gonna pot this up a bit deeper. So I also want to loosen this up a bit so it's not already right at the bottom of the pot. I said I'm going to be gentle, and I'm like going pretty hard on this, am I not? Her or other, let's say like plant. Oh my god, I just ripped so many roots off just then. Let's stop. Oh my god, you can see the fungus nets flying around. After the repot, I put it back in my Ikea cabinet, but very fast outgrew the Ikea cabinet. It just gotten a bit too close to the grow light, and I was worried about it burning. And it's so beautiful, I really didn't want anything to happen to it. So it also moved out of the Ikea cabinet. So additional stress, not just a repot, but also changes in condition, and it's now also living on my Anthurium shelf upstairs, but it is growing a new leaf over here. So it is happy, and look at the roots. Yeah, I mean, you can see this really chunky root, and it's a perfect example of it coming out of the stem, then being funneled by the moss, like traveling across the moss all the way to the edge of the pot, and then funneled into the aeroid mix, right? So super chunky root over here, and then lots more smaller roots, another super chunky root over here. So all of the roots you can see pushing to the side of the pot, they've all grown over the last 2 months, right? So very happy with that, and given these new chunky roots that are growing, I am pretty confident that the new leaf is also going to be huge. Yay! It's always hard to judge Anthurium leaves at the beginning because they come out so small, and then eventually something's happening. Alrighty. This one is Cineroy, oh my god, I was confident I would get it right today, but I didn't. I'll put it on screen. Exact same scenario as with the luxurians, was in my Ikea cabinet, grew a little bit too large, now moved onto my Anthurium shelf upstairs, supported by a mother light, and was also repotted. As soon as they become too big, it gets a bit messy in there. Yeah, it's another really tree fern fiber heavy substrate to start off with, and see how nicely it just flakes out. Hardly any effort involved over here. I think with the luxuriance earlier, I left it a little too long. And we can see some roots, not quite as many. There's like a little one here. Yeah, that's actually about it. Just one little root, but it is growing a new leaf over here. So it's doing something, and it actually started pushing out like a little propagation of itself. Often I don't like when they start propagating themselves and sending out like a second shoot, right? It means that something is wrong with the OG growth point and the plant is activating a secondary one. But I can't actually see anything wrong with the growth point. It's still here. So let's just hope it's a good thing. It hasn't dropped any leaves or anything like that. So I think I'll just need to stay patient. Next up, my VGI, and I never really have good success with my VGI, and to be honest, nothing really changed. Alright, kind of a disappointing root system, but it is what it is, huh? This is the newest leaf. It is probably the biggest one it's ever grown, but I don't know, maybe somebody has an answer for me. What is it? Like, it always has these little cheeks here. See this? Like, it always has this fold. As soon as it's getting a little bit larger, so the last two that gotten a bit larger have this weird fold. Like here. And there was no mechanical damage when growing up or when unfurling. But anyway. It grew a new leaf, that's positive. This is probably the most leaves it ever had. This could be one of the biggest leaves as well. I've had a really terrible run with this plant over the last 4 years, and it grew from seed. But I bought a little tissue culture one to see if I'm maybe more successful the second time around. Now there's just a few really tiny roots. I hope you can see them because there's also quite a bit of condensation that's kind of blocking our view. But there's one right here, just right above my finger. There's some small ones here. There's a more chunky root starting to grow over here. Teeny tiny one pushing here, 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 like really, really small one. Easily getting confused with a piece of perlite. But yeah, this one I suppose is the best one, the most visible one. Is it? The closer I come to the camera, the closer I get to the window, the more glare. But trust me, there is a root. So that's also good news because I suppose with this plant I've had really poor success. And I think part of it is also because of the poor root health it's had the whole time. So hopefully this more water retentive mix is actually going to change something for this plant. That would be really nice actually. Next up we've got a Clarinervium hybrid. No, Crystallinum hybrid. Still healthy roots. Looks good. So I don't know why the leaves are looking so bloody sad. But I know what I'm gonna do with sad leaves. You know what? You as well. We're gonna, given there's a new one coming, we're gonna focus all of our energy on that. But I'm running low on substrate, so I wanna put this back into a smaller pot. This is a new leaf that it unfurled. Unfortunately had one little blemish over here that then caused the whole leaf to deform a little bit, but I think it has just absolutely stunning colors and veining. And already pushing out another leaf over here. So we are really happy about that. And by we, I mean mainly me. I don't think Brad cares. Brad, do you care? No. Alrighty, over here, I can't really, like I can see some roots, but they all look to be more like the old roots that it already came with. I can't really see any, see a little bit there. There's no way you will be able to pick that up on camera. But I can't really see any root growth. Oh, no, down here. This one you can definitely see on camera. Yay. So there is new root growth. Nothing, and up here, oh my god, look at me. There's one sticking out over here. So this is one of these roots that, you know, came out of the stem and then started going towards the edge of the pot, and now I'm just going to use the moss to actually push this down because I want this root to grow into the substrate instead. So good news, within another week or so I reckon that root would have expanded quite significantly. I'm not concerned because purely based on it growing another leaf, it must be quite happy. Anthurium Clarinervium. I think this has had root rot. I think. Let's see. Yeah, it smells a bit like root rot. Actually, no, it doesn't smell too bad. Yeah, okay. It had root rot. Anyway, this is not as bad as I actually expected. This is kind of okay. Now, what I could also do is, I'll bring you a bit closer. That should be good visible. You can really see these more healthy roots at the top over here. They were all grown in the moss because I did a good job keeping the roots in the moss moist or consistently moist. Whereas I think all of the ones that were in the pot over here, they went through a few cycles of just drying out too much. And this is a result of that, had a little bit of rot. I'm actually thinking I might cut this over here and let the top just grow nicely, and then I'll propagate the bottom. Then I have two, one for the greenhouse, one for indoors. To be honest, I didn't actually want to make any propagations because, well, I feel like I have too many plants already. I want to have more quality rather than quantity. Hey, I could just put them together, huh? Let's maybe do that. And all of these old pots, I'm just going to give them a good rinse, especially if I know that there was a bit of root rot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to park this on the side, let the cuts callus over a little bit, and then I'll just pot them back together. But then I have two plants in here to create a lusher look. Let's have a look over here. There is a new root coming out here. Can you see that? So that's obviously going to find the moss really soon, and then hopefully the moss is going to funnel it into the air white mix. You can see some roots here. Sorry, there's again a little bit of condensation here, but there's a new root here. There's a new root down here where my finger is. Yeah. Let's use this opportunity to also peel off all the stickers. That's it. Oh well, not that many roots, but we're getting there now. And I think it grew this leaf. Cute. Look, it hasn't grown well over the last 3 years, so I'm not expecting a repot to magically change that straight away. Right? At the end of the day, the conditions set the potential and the conditions haven't actually changed. So maybe, but I'm happy. It's a good plant that just sits there. Doesn't take up too much space. Happy days. Magnificum hybrid over here. I think when I did my Anthurium shelf video, that's the one where I by accident snapped the leaf. So it could have had a really beautiful new leaf, but I snapped it. No! No! Oh. However, it is almost like maybe a blessing in disguise. It looks like it is now activating two growth points. There's a new leaf unfurling here, and this also looks like a leaf, not like inflow. So maybe me snapping the active growth point will work in my favor. I don't know. However, hang on, sticker time. Look at this. Chunky root over here. Chunky root over here, very chunky root over here and here, super chunky roots here and here and here and here and here, and more chunky roots over here. I mean, I think specifically this should definitely pick up on camera. Yeah, there you go. So lots and lots of really chunky roots in here, so it is definitely happy. And yeah, really can't complain. Now I just gotta make up for my accident when I ripped the leaf, and give me a new one, please. Thank you. Next one. What do we have here? Which one are you? Are you a crazy rubbish? I think it's a crazy rubbish. Yes. You can definitely see how this one is a climber. So I could give this a pole, but really what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pot this a little bit deeper into the pot. So this would be too small, right? I'm just going to pot this a bit deeper like this, and then I don't need to give it a pole. Too many poles already as it is. Okay, it's pushing out a new leaf over here, and that actually looks fairly chunky. Like that could be a good one. From a roots perspective, you can definitely see some new root growth right in this area over here. They're not quite as chunky as the ones from the plant before. You can definitely see these are the older roots that are just they just ended up like that as part of the repot, and then the newer roots looking a little bit whiter. Are there any chunkier roots? Look at the top over here, the very, very top. I don't know if that's visible. Right there. Kind of right where? Right here, right under the lip. So again, those are roots that are coming from the stem, they're going through the moss over here and now just finding the edge of the pot and then hopefully travel down. They seem to be traveling more sideways, but I'm going to push it down so it goes down, because there's obviously more room down here. Another root here, and I can see lots of smaller roots over here as well. Hard to see with the condensation, but definitely roots. Definitely roots. Let's maybe get this one out of the way. This is my puppy Dresslery or puppy Hoffmannia. Anyway, one of those hybrids. I put it on screen. This ugly leaf has been bothering me, and it looks like little baby was naughty and had a little bite of them, huh? This one's ugly too, and this one is ugly too. Worries about this. Nah, that's not happening, eh? I have no fear of this not recovering. Okay, this is the only other pot I've got up here, and I can't be asked to go back down into the garage again. It will be a pain to find a pot for this one, but I think I'll do it. What is this? 30 centimeters. Might as well, huh? I am filming a pollination journey with this plant, but I pollinated it with itself because it has such beautiful black leaves. I want more of it. Now, because it's not in a see-through pot, we can't really assess whether or not there's any sort of root health, which is unfortunate because it's a large plant, right? So this one could have really chunky roots, but there is a decent sized leaf coming out here. Can you see that? I mean, it's teeny tiny now, but you know how tiny Anthurium leaves start off with. This has a lot of potential. And also, I grew this entire inflow since then. I mean, look how long, where is it? I don't think it's even in frame. Look how long this inflow is. So it definitely has energy, otherwise it wouldn't be growing such a large inflow and a new leaf. And, well, not just energy, but also water. So there must be roots. But, yeah, I hate when I don't have the see-through pots to spy on the roots. I just find it so rewarding to see the root growth. It's like twice as exciting. You don't just get to look at leaves, you get to look at leaves and roots, right? Anyway, let's park this on the side again. Alrighty, I was pretty rough with this crazy rubbish. My God, I think it's the tree fern fiber that gets into my noise. Keep going with the ones I can reach. This is also crazy rubbish hybrid. First of all, so many ugly leaves. A lot of my plants have definitely suffered a bit over winter. Should I do it? Should I just, yeah, you know what? Oh my God, you guys gonna hate me, but I'm gonna cut all of them because they're all ugly. Honestly, the deeper I get into this repot, the dumber I think of an idea it was to just try this new substrate with every single one of them, but oh well. I kept one leaf. It's not the prettiest leaf I've ever grown, but it's a leaf. Oh well. Most importantly, it is now growing another leaf. New leaf over here again, just judging by the thickness of the petiole, this could be quite a nice large leaf, right? I mean, with Anthuriums, you got to be patient. It can take up to like a month for it to actually really expand and reach its full length. But also another inflow over here, which I don't want. So we'll cut this. Now, I don't know if I'm actually, saving any energy here by cutting the inflow. I mean, common sense would kind of mean that, well, that inflow, I cut it when it was this tall, so I'm obviously saving the energy the plant would put into growing the inflow larger, like the other one, right? So obviously the less time I give the inflow to grow, the more energy I should be saving, but some also say that they can just encourage more inflows. I don't know. I think it also depends on if we're talking about monsteras, anthuriums, alocasias and so on. But with anthuriums, they flower so prolifically, and I find it, like once they mature, I find that each leaf grows one inflow out of the petiole. So I don't think it will encourage more inflows because it already had the one. Anyway, I always chop it off unless I have active plans to pollinate this plant, which I very rarely do, to be honest, because I already have enough anthuriums. But every now and then it's fun to just go through the journey again, so right now I'm doing it with that one I showed you earlier. Ah, nice. Okay, but over here again you see root health, some roots here, some roots there. Hard to see with the reflection or the glare, but there is a root here and you can really see little secondary roots coming off that. So I think the original root was already there, but the secondary roots coming off of that root, they are all new. And over here again you can really see these chunky roots again. Obviously the newest roots will be the chunkiest because that's the most mature growth, right? So the newer roots are always really chunky because look how chunky the stem is now. Chunky stem is going to grow a chunky root. That root is and that root does not dry out because of the moss pile on top and then is funneled in here. So that's really what I'm after. I'm really after all of these plants growing new chunky roots and they will expand really quickly. Next one, this is a Clarinervium hybrid though with a wide sinus. Let's cut this off because you're ugly. And here we can see a tiny new leaf. Look at this. That is cute. If you compare this one to the other one, you can tell that the other one will be much larger, right? This one will be quite small, to be expected given that the original leaves are quite small. Wow, I did a terrible job at peeling off these stickers, huh? Alright, I can see some root growth over here. Oh my god, I hope I'm not going to look at this footage and you can't see any of the roots. Some root growth over here. Yeah. I don't know, don't focus on my face, focus on the plant. Focus on here. But nothing super special on here for now, but oh well. We'll stay patient. At least it's growing a new leaf. This is another one of... Is it? Hang on. Is that? Yeah. Oh, I think. It could be a crazy rubbish or it could be one of the hybrids I showed you earlier. The first one, the Queen Magnificum. Yes, it's the Magnificum Forgetii crossed with my Queen. Has a more closed sinus, but sometimes they rip. Anyway, let's use this leaf because it's pretty. Anyway. There's also a new leaf coming over here. Very excited about that because again it has quite a thick petiole, so I'm confident that it's going to grow quite nice and largish. Oh, and look at that chunky root that's hiding behind the sticker. Very nice. I like that. Hopefully it's going to focus. Don't focus. Lots and lots of chunky roots here actually, down here as well. Look towards the bottom of the pot. Over here you can definitely see some of these roots are the old roots, but you can see how the old roots you can see how the old roots are growing new secondary roots in this sort of pocket, right? And that pocket would just be really nice humid air. Over here as well. Oh, another really chunky one up here. Another chunky one up here. Awesome. Okay. All of those plants are on my Anthurium shelf upstairs. That's actually crazy when I bring them out one by one. Feels like it's never ending, wow? So it's quite busy up there. Maybe I need another shelf. Anyway, moving on to some of the plants that are in my Ikea cabinet. And there's only two Anthurium left in my Ikea cabinet because the other ones outgrew it. This is a Delta Force. This is the Delta Force, that's it. That's the Delta Force. So I just gave it a fresh pot, 10 centimeters with my new aeroid mix and see how it goes. first really nice leaf over here, and look at this super chunky root that is growing here and now pushing. Can you see this is coming out right here? And look at the other side, look at this super chunky root. For this tiny plant, that root is absolutely ginormous. And another one here, and another one here, and another one here, and another one here. I know this is really hard to see because first of all I watered this yesterday, plus there's algae in the pot, so it's even harder to see it, but I am so impressed by the root growth of this plant in my Ikea cabinet. Specifically considering that there's fungus net issues. Fungus net larvae feed on roots. So smaller plants like this one would be more vulnerable to actual damage from the fungus nets, but it looks like at this stage there's not going to be any damage from the fungus nets. It's just an annoyance to me. So very happy with that, and those sort of really chunky thick roots is really what's gonna make this plant explode over the next few months. Really excited for that one. And then my Anthurium that one, it's in the same mix, it's in the same Ikea cabinet. Also watered it yesterday with algae buildup, so the pot is, you can't see much in the pot. But surprisingly, there are actually no roots pushing towards the edge of the pot. However, it has given me this leaf, which is the biggest one it's ever had. I mean, this is a teeny tiny tissue culture plant, so yeah. The leaf is giving me hope, but I haven't seen any roots. So quite crazy to see the difference in roots between these two, even though they get the same conditions, same everything, right? So yeah, I suppose while I always say Anthuriums are all the same, they're not actually all the same, right? Alright, the next section of plants comes from my outdoor greenhouse, and I mainly put like stumps there because well, they weren't looking that nice, and yeah, why not? Now over here there's 3 stumps in there, 1, 2 and 3. Definitely a rescue case. This one I left in the greenhouse. I don't know why. It just, I forgot this one when I took them all inside. I forgot this one, and it really didn't like it. I then eventually discovered it, but this one would have lots of root rot. I know that because it was getting really cold in that greenhouse, like 6-7 degrees, which isn't good, and too wet. So wet and cold, not a good combination, but let's see how bad it is, and let's see what I can do about it. It's actually not that bad. There's some roots here. I mean, I'm more or less gently pulling on them. This is a Magnificum hybrid I have also grown from seed, so it's a little sad because it's also the only seed that I have left, I believe, or the only plant from that batch of seeds. So after I discovered it, I just kind of put it upstairs in my little rescue section, and I kind of did nothing for it over winter. So I suppose it's not really going to recover until I give it some fresh substrate. So that's what we're doing now. And I really don't mind growing Anthuriums from stumps. Like, look at this little stump over here. It's already sprouting a new little shoot. It works really well. I actually, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure I've seen people also just like purposely just cut back all of their Anthuriums at the beginning of the growing season to just encourage new leaf growth rather than having the plant hold on to old leaves. Leaves come and go, right? Roots is really what we need to look out for. And that's where I failed this plant. I did not give it conditions and or substrate that would prevent root rot. Even though my substrate is so chunky, I still sometimes get root rot because ultimately it's bacteria and or fungal. And I think sometimes my substrate is so chunky that I let it dry out too much, and then re-wetting is what's causing this, the root rot. I'm just saying, we're different people with different priorities, with different time availabilities. I'm going to squeeze these all into a teeny tiny pot because why not? Less chances of root rot in a tiny pot usually. Now, number 1 has given me 2 shoots. Number 2 has given me 2 shoots as well, and number 3 is currently giving me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 growth points. I mean, it's only grown 1 leaf over here so far, but just judging by the growth points, and I hope you can see all of them, judging by all of the growth points in here at the moment, will be good, I hope. Now this has crazy condensation because it came from outdoors, and outdoors is much warmer than in here, so it's going to be really hard to see anything, but I can't see any roots in here, unfortunately. Next one, and those 2 belong together. That was probably the roughest repot of all of them. Okay, now this one, oh my god, you're gonna hate me. This was my first Anthurium, and it's probably my most hated at the moment. Look how much it spreads and look how ugly it is, and also look at all of the holes that this newest leaf has gotten. Now this one is living in my attic, like because I don't want to look at it because it's too ugly, and because it lives up there it also gets neglected because I'm hardly up there, only up there to do laundry sometimes. So I'm gonna try something, and I think I'm gonna completely cut this back because I don't know where to put this plant with that spread. And realistically, at the moment, I just don't enjoy looking at this plant. I'll keep the newest leaf. It's ugly, but it exists. So at least we're not going full bold. But I also can't wait to eventually chop this off. Yeah. However, oh my god, it actually has very healthy roots. However, this has been my first Anthurium I've ever bought, and it was actually really expensive back in the days. Anthuriums were really expensive 4 years ago over here in Australia. Or 3 years, or whatever. They've come down in price a lot because so many growers are now making their own hybrids and so on. Oh wow, this is getting messy. Anyway, where am I going with this? It was my first Anthurium, and it was the Anthurium that I used to make my crazy rubbish hybrids. Well, it's a hybrid with itself, but it's a hybrid in itself already, so you know what I mean. So, I should have really used that repotting mat, which I've put together and then never used. So, it has sentimental value, but for me, plants also need to look good. I want to look at nice looking plants. I don't want to look at something that bothers me. And this plant was bothering me. I didn't know where to display it. It took up the space that 3 other plants could fill instead. So I'm like, well, if I need to choose, I'd rather have 3 plants than just one ugly one. Wow, this is super root bound. But given I'm already doing fundamental resets over here, I'm also not going to be too gentle. And look, we're gonna find out. So it looks like with the last repot, I just took the plant, put it in the bigger pot and filled in the gaps because it's very compacted in the middle. Sounds like something I would do. Look at the roots. Oopsie. Look like delicious noodles, huh? Oh my god, what have I done? So, I'm gonna go ahead, you can see the stem now, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stem. I'm gonna cut right here. Okay, let's see what we end up with. Number 1, decent. I cut one more. I try to come a bit closer, but it's honestly, I can hardly see what I'm doing. Can you see this over here? I'm just gonna cut. Yeah. You can see this compressed moss in here. That's not what I want. Beautiful. It's giving me like a it's giving me club kit. And I've decided to maybe put this into 2 pots. Especially in the root department, can't complain at all, huh? Yes, this is already quite root bound, but that's okay. I'm happy for this plant to be root bound and focus on some leaf growth, huh? Because you have nothing to show for. Nothing. Oh my god, what happened here? Did that get even worse today? I think I ripped apart, huh? Oh well, oopsie. And basically the two bottom parts with heaps of roots I put in here. Chunk number 1 with a new growth point over here, chunk number 2 also with a new growth point here. Just one each. It's a bit disappointing, eh? Again, crazy condensation because the plant comes from outside, so the potting mix is a bit warmer. It's like 30 degrees outside today. So when I put it in here, lots of condensation. There is like one root that I can hardly see with my eye, so absolutely no chance for you, but there is one. But with this plant, it had heaps of roots already, right? So I wouldn't necessarily expect this plant to focus on growing more roots because it had heaps of roots but no leaves, right? Because I just cut these chunky stems. So what I would expect over here is for the plant to give me a shoot, then give me leaves, and then from the new nodes that the plant has grown, new roots will find their way into the moss and then into the potting mix. I wouldn't expect the old root system to expand further because it has plenty of roots for absolutely nothing to support with those roots, right? This one I absolutely destroyed as part of the repot. It was a new leaf that was unfurling, and halfway through watering I was like, oh my god, did I rip this whole leaf in half? It had a few holes before, but then I also completely ripped it. Anyway, it definitely will, we will say goodbye very soon to this leaf, but I kind of, like, it could have been so nice. Look at the color and the veining, right? Anyway, it is growing a new shoot over here. Yep, stem feels firm, so I don't think there's any rot issues. Roots. I don't think you can see this, but maybe there's something pushing here. I don't know if you can see that. A lot of condensation again because it came from the outside world. Some roots pushing up against here. So definitely some roots there, but that was hard to see. I could hardly see it with my eyes. So no chance for you. And last one from the greenhouse. This wasn't originally in the greenhouse. It moved back. So it was actually originally in the greenhouse over summer, and then it moved inside over winter. It didn't do anything over winter. It just didn't die. Yay! And then it had these two leaves when I did the last repot, and I kind of damaged both of them. As well as like with the Anthurium shelf rebuilding, and because I'm also dealing with fungus gnats, I'm taking them out of the shelf and onto the balcony and thoroughly watering them with like a solution. But again, like, don't want to spoil the other video, do I? Anyway, basically I have been moving this plant around so much over the last few months, right? And every time I move, I'm hurting this plant, or I'm somewhat scratching this plant, or whatever, because it spreads so far. Look, there's a leaf here, there's a leaf there. It spreads in all directions. It's hard to move this plant without causing any damage, specifically when the leaves are really young and vulnerable. So that's how I managed to rip it in so many spots. If you want your Anthuriums to look really nice, try and not move them. But yeah. Anyway, not much to say over here because unfortunately also not in a see-through pot. I think unfortunately this is going to be a little bit too big for my normal 20 centimeters, so I'm gonna put this in a 25, which unfortunately I do not have in see-through. This entire bucket of aeroid mix might not be enough. Crazy. These big pots take so much medium. But it is growing a new shoot over here, so that's positive. But I really wanted to have like a couple of new nice leaves because I'm so sick of all of these old ones. Talking about being sick of them, I think it's time to say goodbye to some of these because it's just taking up too much space. And they're like hooks, you know, I move them around and this petiole leaf thing hooks into another petiole, and then it's like domino day, and like all of the Anthuriums just like bloop, 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 start falling, and that's how leaf damage happens. So now we're not, sorry baby, I'm squeezing in. Now we're not fully done. We've got the queen left. This is the newest leaf, and it was unfurling and everything was going well, and then suddenly it stopped unfurling properly. See how it's kind of curled like it should be? It should be more like this. Maybe I can like bend it. Is that better now? Yeah, but it's kind of like... See how it's like curved? Actually, that's much better. It was more curled up like a taco before, and it's not dehydrated. But I, by accident, ripped it over here as well, and the rip is just getting bigger. So I put like a little piece of sticky tape here to hopefully stop it from ripping further. See how we go. It could have been such a beautiful leaf, but then there was a little bit of damage, again, by having to move it around too much. So next one that unfurls, I'm not gonna move this at all. But look how thick, like it's so wide. I don't understand why it can't just, see how these are really flat kind of? Why is this so curled up? I don't know. But what I do know is that these two are not doing it for me. So I'm almost thinking I'm gonna chop these two leaves off. I know that kind of really reduces the leaves that it has, and the other two that are left are far from perfect. I don't know, I just hate looking at them, and I could cut the edge again, but every time I cut the edge, it's just gonna make it worse. So I think I'm gonna cut the whole, yeah, I think I'm gonna cut these two, sorry. Now, these two are kind of hooked together by some twine. Okay, now I'm gonna redo the way that this plant sits on here. So let's manage this one first. Not perfect, but a little bit better, huh? Takes up less space. Honestly, in my shelf, I don't want old leaves to take up nice light for new leaves to then not fully thrive, if that makes sense. But we haven't looked at the roots yet. This also was not repotted because it didn't need it. But actually, I think soonish it might need one. Look at all of these roots over here. Wow. Alrighty, I'll put all of these plants outside. I'll spray them down just with water, and then I will also thoroughly water the ones that need it. But it is actually really hot out there. It's really sunny, so I think I need to probably wait another hour or so until I've got a little bit more shade in my backyard to do that. So I'll let you go. You don't need to wait for that. You've seen me water my plants before. It won't look any different today. Today was really all about, why am I hovering, huh? Sorry, Bradley. Today was really more about assessing the root health. So in a nutshell, the substrate is actually a success when it comes to the plants and whether the plants like the substrate or not. However, I completely forgot about the fact that a new substrate could also introduce pests. Now, fungus gnats are probably the best pest to introduce because the only damage it could cause would be the larvae causing root damage, but from what we've seen, there wasn't all too much root damage to be worried about, right? So they're really at this stage just an annoyance to me, but of course I don't want it to turn into a big infestation where it will actually harm my plants. So I'm working on, you know, getting on top of it, and hopefully I will get on top of it pretty quickly, and then hopefully I can also share my advice with you on, you know, what I did to counteract all of it and what I will do to prevent this from happening again. Anyway, that was totally my fault, and yeah, we learned from it that when introducing something new to your environment, if it's a new substrate, if it's just one new component to your substrate, if it's maybe something like a moss pole, right? Like you could have fungus, you could introduce fungus nets to your place via the moss poles if the eggs are in the moss that you're using, right? So whenever you introduce, even when it comes to pest treatments, fertilizers, if you're doing anything new to your plants that you haven't done before, it is always a recommendation to go slow. Don't go so hard like I do, otherwise you'll end up with the consequences, and yeah, I hope the consequences end up making a good piece of content for all of us. And then I think the second learning is that, you know what, despite the fact that I was so rough with my repots, that I chopped ugly leaves off very liberally, none of them is suffering. There wasn't actually a single casualty as a result of this whole repot. Some have definitely recovered faster than others, but all of them seem to definitely have recovered from the repot. Every single one has at least shown signs of new leaves or new inflows or root growth or all of the above. So all of them have given me some sort of sign that the repot was successful and the plant is now living its best life again. Yeah, I suppose I won't have to repot them for probably another year or so. I'll probably do the next repot next year in spring. So sweet. Anyway, thanks for coming along. If you watched the whole video, leave a little noodle emoji in the comment section to represent the nice chunky noodle looking like roots that Anthuriums grow. Give the video a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, and hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye! Hey, you were so boring today, you're just sleepy! Bye! Sorry. Oh, sorry, I'm in trouble. Now it has been, oh my god, I think a year and a half of having the greenhouse now. Alrighty, let's have a look. And I've done a few videos on the plants in the greenhouse recently, so I'll be quick. Here we've got my Forgetii Magnificum hybrid. It's looking good out here. It's doing this again. I don't like when it does this thing. It should be this way. I don't know if that's maybe because I underwatered or if something went wrong in development stage, or if that's normal. Hopefully it corrects itself. But look how many new shoots there are in the pot. I hope some of them actually eventuate rather than just doing nothing again. And what do we have here? I think this is a crazy rubbish. It's got to be a crazy rubbish, surely. I think, yep. And this is also a crazy rubbish. Looking good. So the crazy rubbish is a crystallinum hybrid I made myself, crossing it with itself. Such a beautiful leaf. Loving it. Alrighty, I don't even know how to get in there, and I'm worried about opening this second door and smashing this for a crescent leaf. Okay, let's keep it at that maybe. Okay, one of the Spiritus Sanctis are gone. I used to have 3, now I have 2. This is my Spiritus Sancti number 1, Spiritus Sancti number 2. My little Veitchii over here. I can probably zoom in a little more. This is a batik, the only one that's left of my Odora batik from a corn. The mother plant died. A little variegated Anthurium, a Villabolo. Need to put it on screen. Really enjoying that. This is my Delta Force. It's gonna be such a stunner, but probably has to move out of this cabinet very soon. It's gonna overgrow it. Our last room of the house, the bedroom. You've seen this shelf setup, but it's now on the opposite wall to where it used to be. And again, I've got the Mother Life Spectrum over here coming from the front, right? That's my main thing. I want the light exposure to come from the front so that all of the leaves are facing forward. The display side, right? If I would have the light coming from above, most of the leaves would be facing up. Plus, these plants over here would be stealing the lights from the plants down there. So realistically, I would need a light on each shelf. So instead, I just have one vertical light in front of it. And it is kind of somewhat unintrusive. Let me see what the light looks like when I turn it off. Let me turn my filming light off too. Did you see? Oh my god! What the hell? It is the middle of the day. It is literally pitch black in here. The camera is doing its best to get me a little bit of light in here, but it is so dark outside with the storm rolling in. Did you hear that? That was thunder. Exciting. Okay, I think I need to turn the light back on. Obviously it's not going to show on camera. It is so dark in here. Like, so I could not read a book in here right now. It's too dark. Meaning that these plants would absolutely not be growing if it wasn't for the grow light. We are about 3 meters away from a south-facing window, so you couldn't possibly ask for less light. I think the only way to get less light in this room would be to not have windows. Alrighty, so these are my Anthuriums, and to be honest, I feel like I've spoken too much about Anthuriums recently because they're the ones that caused the whole fungus net infestation, which, by the way, I'm happy to tell you that they're still non-existent. I kept using the drops that I recommended in the video, the 10 drops, and I haven't seen any, which is really good. So I've spoken a lot about them. They're not all thriving to their full potential. I'll take you a bit closer in a sec, but let me maybe point out a couple of standouts, the ones that I actually really like at the moment. This one, why don't I put this light a little bit further back? This is my luxuriance. Look at this new leaf coming out over here. It's just really nice and orange, has a nice structure. You can really see it has large lobes already, so I reckon this is going to increase to be a really large leaf, and it is already growing its first inflow. Luxuriance has very interesting features that none of my other plants have, right? I mean, you can see I really like velvet, dark, veiny Anthuriums. So definitely keen to collect some pollen over here and see if I can make some nice hybrids, because it would be a nice feature to include in a hybrid, right? Like that sort of texture of the leaf. My queen, by the way, over here, this is one nice leaf, but it is kind of like getting really marked quickly, but there is a new leaf coming here. Finally, it hasn't grown in so long. Other one I really want to show you is this one. It is my Propagating magnificum crossed with a queen. A hybrid I made with a friend. It just looks really nice, I think. Nice sheen, nice dark leaves. Easy grower. Down here I'm not going to take it out because it's so hard to take them out without ripping them every time, without a fail. Every time I take these Anthuriums out to water them or to do anything with them, I end up ripping at least 2 leaves. I don't know what it is. I just can't get it right quite clearly. Oopsie, let's do that. But this one, the nice dark one over here, is a papillum hybrid. Love it. I actually pollinated that with itself because I wanted to keep it as dark as possible, and these berries are slowly coming good, so I'm really excited. And guess what? I filmed the whole thing for you. Well, also for me, it's my job. Should we maybe start from the top? At the top over here, first of all, we've got my strappy Anthurium vitarifolium. It is actually hating this spot. It is not growing and deteriorating, but I like how it covers the side of the shelf. I just don't have a spot for it at the moment, but that definitely has to change. I'm looking for a spot for this plant. Yeah, anyway, we'll find out. For here I've got my VGI. Excuse me, what the hell is going on with you? I just can't get this plant to work. And then this is the one I showed you earlier, the hybrid of my queen with a magnificum Forgetii. I think this one was actually the newest leaf. This one's a crystallinum hybrid. I really like this shape and veining. This is another one of my crazy rubbish. This is, holy shit, I get so confused between all of them, they all look the same. This is also crazy rubbish, actually, yeah, that's also crazy rubbish. And then that is the luxuriance I showed you, the queen over here with a new mighty leaf unfurling, finally, thank you. A Clarinervium hybrid, doing fairly little. Another crazy rubbish, because, well, I have a lot of crazy rubbish, but it is a beautiful one. This is a magnificum hybrid, and this is another one of the Varroquianum Forgetii magnificum hybrid, same as the one at the top. And this one had thrips. It's a Serenoi, I think I finally said it right. And then this one over here is the Puppy X Dressleri, I think. So pretty and dark. Look how incredibly dark, almost bluish these leaves are. So hence the attempt to make the hybrids. By the way, it is 24 degrees and 80% humidity in here now, despite having the window open. Well, no, because I'm having the window open. Well, if it's like 80% humidity outside and I have the window open, it's going to be 80% in here as well. The Anthuriums are loving it, but it has been a little bit too warm for their liking in here, I believe. They seem to like spring and autumn better than they actually like the middle of summer. That was the houseplant tour. I always look forward to filming them because I take such great pride in my house and I love rearranging and I love living here. I really enjoy being here. I love working from here, you know. So I also enjoy sharing it with you. I was not happy with the lighting situation today and I also filmed it all by myself. I didn't have Tim to help me today, so I hope the end result is a little bit better than what I've seen on the viewfinder so far. I'm just really trying to capture the way that it actually feels living here, but it is really hard actually with the camera. The camera just does not capture real life the way that real life happens, you know, and the camera just really doesn't capture light in the way that it does. Anyway, the camera also can just capture one moment in time, right? Like, whereas for me it's a dynamic experience living here. So I hope it's still a good video, but it will probably never match what I had in mind for this video, but so be it. I would really love to do another full tour, maybe next time with a cameraman, in maybe 2 months time, just before things go south. And then we can see the full extent of the growth over the growing season and we can really see how much all of these plants have grown. And then we also have some sort of benchmark to see how and if they're declining over the cooler seasons. I'm lucky right now because this is the growing season, so of course things are growing, but I also know that last year winter I felt like such a failure about my plants and I felt like everything is going downhill. I felt really bad about, well, me as a plant parent, but also me as a business owner that's focused on plants. If all of my plants are deteriorating faster, that they can regrow and so on. So I know that I'll also go through this cycle of, you know, feeling a little bit meh about the hobby as a result of winter, and that is normal. I really feel for the people that are currently going through the colder season because it's just not the nicest feeling, but just wanted to ensure you that it is normal and that it's not actually anything about you personally, and no, you're not a bad plant parent. I thought, why not start off the tour in my bedroom, because that's usually where we end the tour. That sounds bad. But usually we start the tour downstairs and then I really only have one room upstairs that has plants, which is the bedroom. So we usually look at that last, but I thought maybe for today it would be nice to switch it around so we focus on the Anthuriums first before we head back downstairs into the garden and my office. The setup has actually changed quite a bit since I last filmed in here. I moved them to the shelves to a new wall, and I'll give you a little pan in a sec as well to show you whereabouts in the room all of this is. But basically I used to only have this shelf over there, the taller one. Well, actually no, hang on. Long time ago I only had this shorter shelf, and then eventually the Anthuriums outgrew this shelf and I got the larger shelf over there to replace it because it has more space. But that also got really cramped with all of the Anthuriums, so I now moved them to a wall where I can have both shelves next to each other, so I have more room for Anthuriums. Later, when we go downstairs, you'll see some Anthuriums that are in my greenhouse as well. They can't stay in the greenhouse over winter, so there will be more Anthuriums moving in here over the next 3 months, so I needed more space. So I basically changed the setup already in preparation for winter. I feel like I already ran out of space. I already filled it before I even moved the winter plants in. We are really far away from a tiny south-facing window. Well, not tiny, normal size. But south is the worst exposure in Australia, and specifically going into winter, it means that this room is very, very dark. So I have these plants growing in the darkest room of my house and the furthest away from the window as well. So these plants would not be growing if it wasn't for me supplementing with grow lights. I have 2 different types of grow lights over here. Over there is the Mother Plant Spectrum. That is the one that I've been using for 4 years or so, and they're black. and they're not supposed to be mounted on top of each other, but I did anyway. Over here I've got the new version of that. It's the live spectrum. They're actually designed to be extended, and I have extended them, and I much prefer the visual, like the aesthetics of this light as well. I have these lights downstairs as well, but they're technically four, two mounted on top of each other, so one here and one there, and they're illuminating this wall, so light is no longer an issue. Happy days. Not sure if I love the setup from a human perspective, but you guys are right now in my bed actually. So this is the view that I get when I wake up in the morning, and I think from the bed it is the perfect view. So I do kind of love the setup. Let me quickly just show you what it looks like without the lights. This is how dark it is without the grow lights. It's actually crazy how dark it is. I think I would get depressed if I wouldn't have grow lights. Like, I can't believe how little light my house actually receives. I'm so used to it being bright, but it's only bright because I made it bright. Let's turn that back on. I'm getting depressed already. Oh my god, vitamin D deficiency kicking in instantly. Alright, let me bring you a bit closer. This is the Clarinervium. This is my strappy Anthurium, the Vitarifolium. This is Magnificum and Volquianum hybrid. Really love how dark that foliage is. This one is actually the exact same, just suffering. Then over here we've got my Luxuriance. Love, love, love this plant. Even had its first inflow and growing a new leaf over there. And this one is a Crystallinum. My queen is looking okay. She only has one leaf, unfortunately, and had thrips, but I think we battled the thrips. Overall, all of my plants in here had thrips. Whoop whoop, happy days. Crazy rubbish. So this is a hybrid that I made myself. This is a white sinus Clarinervium. This is a Magnificum with a new leaf. So most of the plants are now growing their first leaf post thrips damage, which is good. This one is another crazy rubbish. Here is my original VGI that is obviously not doing well. Like, it looks terrible. It's always looked terrible. It's been 4 years. Another crazy rubbish, also looking a bit shabby, but there is a new leaf coming here somewhere. Oop, come on. So let me rotate that so it finds its way. There we go. Serenoi. And look at this beautiful new leaf. It's getting bigger and bigger every day. This is my Puppy Dresslery hybrid. Here you can really see the thrips damage on this leaf. Can you see like these little, yeah, like almost like milky, dull, yeah. Here you can really also see the thrips damage. This one. And I think that's it. Have I covered them all? I think so. Overall, I really love this new setup. I'm not too sure how I'm going to fit more Anthuriums in there. Maybe you need to extend to up top over there. I would also really love to actually replace this black light with another one of the silver ones. I do think black works in this room because the bed is black. Oh, you can't really see that. And the shelving is black. So the black works the best in this room. Silver works better downstairs. I just think the silver light looks better because it's also meant to be extended. Like, it looks more stable. It's like one unit, whereas the other one I just dodgily extended. It was never supposed to be extended over here. Maybe one day I'll replace the black one with a silver one as well, but the LED board is technically the same, so the plants don't care. It's a human decision. So basically, this room, the bed used to be under the window over here, and then the Anthuriums were on this wall over there, but there was a really narrow walkway between the bed and the wall. So now I have a bigger walkway, which enables me to put the lights there that then shine onto that wall. Maybe I should have two of the large shelves, huh? Maybe I'll just buy a second one of the large ones and then I have more room. Now this is the south-facing window I was talking about. You're not going to get much light coming through here. I also have a door over here, but well, I also can't really put anything in front of the door, otherwise I can't use the door. But I have two plants here. It's a Plaumannii, and it's actually growing quite nice. I'm purposely giving it quite little light because I don't want it to mature. And then I've got a Verrucosum over here, and I'm trying to grow this as a trailing plant. And it is growing nicely, but you can also see spider mite damage. Yeah. No spider mites, just the damage left. Now, let's head downstairs into the garden. The Anthuriums will definitely move inside. This one is the Magnificum Forgetii one. Had a phenomenal growing season out here. Is loving it. I think this one is a crazy rubbish. And this one is the original wild crystallinum that I made all of the crazy rubbish hybrids from. Also, that was just a stump at the beginning of the season. Hasn't grown many leaves, but very beautiful leaves. Anyway, this is the Ikea cabinet. Moved in here. We also have a Scindapsus pictus silver lady up here. In a dark corner again, but they don't mind the darkness. With most of these plants in my Ikea cabinet, I am filming full plant spotlights on them, so I'll just quickly go through them. This is Anthurium Pollination, that one. Love, love, love this plant. My variegated Anthurium, I think this is about to go, oh, it's not looking very good, not looking very promising, but there is a root over here, so there's hope. I am, of course, filming a full video on this. Second attempt at growing a Veitchii, going okay so far. And then over here, I've got a box full of crazy rubbish Anthuriums. Now, they had thrips, and I think they also had a bit of fungal issues in that box. So I have treated them, I will treat them a few times. The idea is to pass them on and do like a little giveaway with them, but I don't want to do a giveaway while I'm not 100% confident that they are pest free. So it's gonna take a little while, but yeah, that's basically a little rescue section up here, or like a propagation section. Today is a big day. Today we are getting on top of my winter preparation. It is officially miserable over here, and it's also just starting to rain again. Yay! Proving my point, it is definitely getting into the miserable part of the year over here in Australia. It has been raining so much over the last 3 days. It has definitely cooled down a bit, and by the end of the week we will go down to 12 degrees. Not freezing cold, but definitely not the temperatures that I want my plants to be exposed to. And I already spoke to you in another video about the whole idea of me learning from last year's mistakes. Last year I had too many casualties out here, so this year I want to do a little bit better and be more proactive. So today we're doing a full day of winter prep. There's a few things involved. First of all, I need to choose which plants are going to stay out here and which plants are going to move inside. Well, for them to move inside, I then need to make room inside so I can fit them in, and then the hardest part will be arranging all of them so that it works. A few weeks ago, in preparation for this day to happen, I have already expanded my Anthurium collection over here, or like the setup, and I have 2 shelves next to each other now. But it's already pretty full. But a few of these plants look pretty bad because we had thrips. So for example, this plant currently taking up quite a lot of space but has 0 nice leaves. So oopsie. And now this, it has healthy roots, so I know it's going to reshoot. It's just going to go upstairs into the rescue section until it looks pretty, and then it can come back down here. And you know what? That's okay, because this one is actually the same as this, so I already have a nice one. But I also have so much thrips damage everywhere that it's just not looking that nice anymore, right? So sometimes more isn't merrier, and this one needs to be repotted so badly as well. Again, this one has a nice new leaf over here. Oh my god, I reckon you can see nothing. But good news, it's pissing down again. So at least the plants downstairs will be nice and clean. Has grown one really nice leaf since the thrips. The other 2 are terrible, so I'm cutting them all off. I mean, not the new one. You probably can't see this because you have no filming light. See this? Not nice. I cut off so many leaves. People always hate on me, but hey, look, it's my plants, my journey. Like, I wake up in the morning and literally the first thing I see is this yellow edge. It's the first thing my brain looks at. I can't stop myself from looking at the ugly bits. So let's cut off the ugly bits so that my brain can be retrained to look at the beautiful bits. On that note, nobody will know, nobody will know. That's also been pissing me off every morning. Up here, you're a bit ugly. You're very ugly, actually. Why are you so ugly? Are you healthy? Yeah, you're healthy. Okay. Just ugly. Bad choice. Odd. Nobody will know, nobody will know. Oh my god, my luxuriance, new leaf. I'm so excited. You're pretty. You can go, because you're ugly. Veitchii, terrible plant, never had great success with it. I reckon I'll put the whole plant upstairs. This plant is also not super happy here. I think maybe up here, huh? I'll just park it here for now. Another new post-thrips leaf down here is looking much nicer than the previous leaves. To be honest, it's looking a bit empty, but that's okay. Cut off all of this. Yucky. This one in here. Please fit. Oh. I have this thing in here to hold it up, but I think this one is the perfect fit. Hallelujah! Oh my god, how good does that look, huh? Hell yeah. And then I have this one here. However, I think the luxuriance soon needs a repot and needs to be sized up a bit. We actually have room for these to grow. Or maybe what that really means is that a few more of these plants from upstairs can go down. But anyway, I want to repot the few that I mentioned first, because then they obviously take up more space. And also there's one more in my Ikea cabinet which might also outgrow this space real soon. I mean, I can also put non-anthuriums on this wall, right? But I think I really like it for now. Let's keep it as it is. Also ensures that there's sufficient airflow between them, reducing fungal issues and so on. Wow, I'm so sweaty. One last thing before we have lunch. Over here is my box of crazy rubbish. Crazy rubbish. Now, they had thrips, which was definitely an issue, but the other issue is I think that they're also in this prop box, and the leaves are pushing up against the side of the prop box, and as a result of that, have all of these fungal issues over here, and they're overlapping. Basically, I don't think it's enough airflow in here. Basically, what this means is that I would love to move them out of the prop box and put them in individual pots so that they can breathe a little bit better. And then they're also drained better. Alrighty, and thank you, Jan from the past. Now, let's have a look at the state of my Anthurium collection right now. I mean, the latest update was only last month, but doesn't hurt, does it? I'll bring you closer. Beauty. We do have a few rooms to visit, but let's start off over here. This is my Clarinervium, and honestly, throughout the updates, you can see that this plant has just sometimes grown, sometimes hasn't grown, but overall I feel like this plant has not really changed much over the years. But that's also okay, right? Like, it looks good the way that it is. There was a time when it had really long petioles. It's a little more compact now, so I don't mind this. It's not the lush plant that I wanted, but it exists. This one was one of my favorites, or is still one of my favorites. I think the closed sinus, it's a, to be honest, I don't know if it's a Magnificent crossed with a Forgetii or if it's the other way around, but irrespective of what it is, it looks stunning. I love these closed sinus leaves. The Vitarifolium over here, I feel like it hasn't done all too much since moving into this place. It definitely loved my original place, the one that was the first few video updates. It loved it over there the most, and the larger it gets, the harder I find it to display it. So it's kind of just traipsing over the edge of the shelf over here. And then over here is my Crystallinum. Of course, this has been so lush at some stage that it looks kind of small now, but it was so lush and had such a big spread that I didn't know where to put it. I couldn't display it. So I actually preferred this version. My queen over here has suffered quite a bit through thrips damage. They have all suffered through thrips damage actually, but we are pushing out a huge new leaf over here. If you've ever grown a queen before, these leaves start out really, really small, but they're just gonna keep inflating and inflating. There is a teeny tiny bend over there. I don't know how I managed to always injure these leaves when they're really small, but it's gonna be a really, really beautiful leaf regardless. In the back over here is a luxuriance, one of the newer editions. Love, love, love this. Looks so good, and also in bloom. I'm just waiting for the male phase to harvest some pollen over here. And I think we've got a video about this one already, but this one, the Delta Force, we have not had a dedicated video about this one just yet. This is the newest addition to my Anthurium collection, or second newest one, and really, really liking this. Can't wait to talk to you more about it. This one is the Queen Magnificum hybrid I made with a friend, and it was teeny tiny at the very beginning of this video, so I think this has grown so nicely, and it's one of the darker ones, and I think it's just so pretty. Over here we've got a Crazy Rubbish, so this is one of the hybrids that I made, but I separated that quite early on. This one, honestly, at the very beginning of the video, the square heart, it looked quite good, and ever since it has just gone to absolute shit. There was a whole year where it was unrooted in water trying to propagate, and it just did nothing. Recently, now I spent the summer in the greenhouse, it has not given me a leaf. Hang on, actually I think it gave me this leaf, but we finally have roots again. So this has been a 3-year recovery project, and it's still looking terrible. Clarinervium hybrid over here also has never really done much in its lifetime, I have to say. The puppy, however, has done quite well. And it only has one leaf now, I think, giving us, carrying the infructescence and then having thrips did not really serve it well, but if it gives me just one beautiful leaf like this, I am very happy with that. At the moment it's more about variety on this shelf, right? I just don't want them all to look the same. I have a specific taste. I love dark velvet veiny ones, right? So it's nice to have things like the luxuriance, the Vitarifolium, this one over here, despite the fact that it's also dark veiny and dark veiny and velvet, it looks a bit different. Another Crazy Rubbish over here. I just love this, and it's also funny how the Crazy Rubbish is now bigger than its original mother plant. Hang on, is this even the original? Nah, this is definitely Crazy Rubbish. Over here is another Crystallinum X. Yeah, Crystallinum, is it? Yeah. And over here you can still see these dull parts over here. This is all thrips damage still. Severnoi is finally growing like a nice leaf, actually. This is probably the nicest leaf it has ever grown. I'm really excited to see how large it's gonna get. But yeah, really, really excited about this at the moment. And over here, this was also one of my first Anthuriums. I think throughout the video I just referred to it as Magnificum X. And yeah. It has also grown the biggest leaf since the Anthurium, since the thrips damage. I cut off a few leaves, they were all about this size, and then it rewarded me with one big leaf instead. Alrighty, let's go find all of the random Anthuriums spread throughout the house and garden. Oh, it's getting really dark outside. Let's have a look. Okay, in one of my latest videos you would have seen me set up this rescue section. Sorry, it's an absolute mess. I've just been dumping things here, but here's the original lush pot of Crystallinums. They're finally, see, finally lots and lots of small leaves popping out everywhere again. And then a lot of Crazy Rubbish that I took out of the prop box. They're not doing well, honestly. I think I might just have to chop all of the leaves off and let them reshoot. Sometimes that really triggers beautiful, nice growth. Yeah, I need to do some work in here. I've just been so busy recently. This was not my priority. At least they have good light. I've stayed on top of watering, but yeah, see all of this damage, like I'll never come back from that. So I might as well just start fresh. There's a new leaf coming here. Talking about starting fresh. In the latest video, I chopped this one right back. This was one of two of the Magnificum Queen hybrids and so on. And all of the leaves had terrible thrips damage. So I didn't want to look at it. So I cut it back, I put it here, and it's now pushing out a new leaf already. It's been like maybe 2-3 weeks or so. So sometimes cutting back the old leaves is actually going to trigger new growth. Yep, it looks terrible. Oh, here's also the original VGI. I just wanted to show you. This was, can you believe, this is my first ever Anthurium. So sad. Let's ignore this section. I just wanted to film it for completion purposes, but I need to do a bit of work here, for sure. Oh, I do need to show you this though. Remember how I pollinated the puppy? These are all of the seeds, and I'm doing a video on it, and you might be able to see that some of them look very white. That's because I believe they're variegated. So, can't wait to give you an update on this project. Let's very quickly head outdoors. It's raining and it's getting really dark, but I realized when filming all these updates that I actually have a few Anthuriums in the ground. Specifically, I have Anthurium, the one with D. It was at the very beginning of the video, something with Dicot, that's been planted in the ground year round. Did hardly came back in summer, so let's see how it goes with this coming winter. But over here I've got my Bosworth Beauty, and she is an absolute trooper out here. Even blooms, everything. But she's also grown really, really leggy. She could actually do with a support, but probably a spring thing. Pretty sure there's no more Anthuriums left in the greenhouse. Nope. Let's close that back. Oh my god, it's gotten so miserable and cold. So quickly, let's head back inside. Really the only other place I've got Anthuriums in is the Ikea cabinet now. And yeah, I mean, I've made more room upstairs in the Anthurium room so they can all be on one shelf. This one is the, I'm trying to pronounce it for the first time, Villinarum. Villinarum? Let's call it Villinarum. That is actually the latest addition to my Anthurium collection, and it has... Yes, Bradley? Really? It's almost 5 o'clock. Dinner time then, yeah? It's his dinner time at 5. So, I think it has one of the most amazing textures. It feels really leathery, but it looks very velvet. And over here it's just pushing out a new leaf in the background there. Very, very excited. Which means it probably also needs to be repotted. Oh, this is also very dry. I'm gonna water this. I should have just taken it out, right? But look how nice and lush it looks. I think this is such a beautiful plant. I mean, yeah, I said I want to add variety, but you can see this is my type of Anthurium, right? Second VGI, and it is actually doing better than the one from 4.5 years ago. So maybe we are finally getting there, but time will tell. And I'm trying to bring that variegated Anthurium back. I'm trying the method that I'm trying with my Frydek, and it has actually grown these 2 leaves since I planted it in this lacquer reservoir. So yeah, of course there's a full video coming, but it feels like we're finally getting somewhere. Whether or not the variegation is ever going to come back, that's a different question. Let's close this down and we go back up. Bradley, I'm going to finish the video and then we have dinner, yeah? Okay. And that is it. As you can see, my collection of Anthuriums, I personally think, hasn't evolved that much over the last at least 2 years, I would say. I haven't expanded the Anthuriums that I grow as much either. I feel like with the Anthuriums, because I keep them in their small pots and I actually chop them back quite frequently, they're not maturing as much as my plants on moss poles do. You guys know moss poles is my thing, right? On that note, the only plant that is actually on a support is my queen, and I regret putting her on an aeroid mix support. She appreciated the moss so much, so I'm not too sure why I had the need to change something. With the next repot or with the next thing I have to do something for her, I will certainly change her back to, moss. But yeah, we're going into the colder season now, so I'm expecting less growth over the next 4 months or so, and hopefully in spring we're coming back with really beautiful growth. But again, with my Anthuriums, I'm not super ambitious, let's say. With a lot of my plants on moss pots, I'm trying to grow them to maturity. I appreciate the change in leaf shape and leaf size as we're growing up a moss pole, right? Like, imagine a Monstera dubia going from shingling to huge fenestrated leaves. I like that. That kind of triggers the ambitious part in me. Whereas with my Anthuriums, the goal is really to just have a nice looking display at all times. And if that means having 20 plants with 1 leaf each, then so be it. As long as I have 20 beautiful looking plants on a nice shelf that give me that velvet, veiny goodness with a little bit of luxuriance in it, I'm all here for that, right? So again, I'm not aiming for each individual to be absolutely optimized. I'm really aiming for a nice display. Also, I have to say with Anthuriums, they're probably the genus I do the least work for, which is weird because it's the genus that I gotten into last because I was worried it's going to be the trickiest. They are the only genus that is up here on this level of my house. All my other plants are downstairs or during winter in the rescue section. So naturally I actually see them the least because I'm mainly unconscious in this room, right? I'm sleeping. So I don't actually see these plants as much. Not seeing them means I kind of, you know, do less for them as well. I'm like always surrounded by my plants in the office and I always have a look at them, squeeze them and so on. So over here for good months of the year, like there's been probably 2, 3, 4, 5 months in a row where I didn't even take them out of their pot, but just free poured a bit of water and hoped for the best. So I do the least work with them. They're the least likely ones to go outside for a thorough wash because they're the furthest away from downstairs. So I think the effort to reward ratio with Anthuriums is actually really high for me. At least, and with my conditions right now, by the way, it's 21 degrees and 70% humidity in here. So for my conditions and the way that I like to grow, I feel like Anthuriums have a really high effort to reward ratio, and they're not as finicky as I was expecting them to be. 4.5 years ago, when I got into this hobby, Anthuriums were really, really expensive. They were by far the most expensive genus out of all of the available houseplants, so maybe that's also why I got into it a little bit later. And I think also sometimes being expensive kind of implies that it's a bit trickier. So I think maybe they got a bit of a bad reputation for being trickier plants to look after because they were so expensive. I don't really think they're that tricky and they're not as much work, and yeah, I like it. They have all of the features that I enjoy, and if you don't grow an Anthurium already, I hope this video maybe motivated you to pick one up yourself. And if you do, I'd highly recommend starting humble, go with a really cost-effective hybrid, see if you like it, make your learnings around the substrate, the watering frequencies, the nutrient provision and so on, and then eventually maybe get those nice wish list plants that you're really after. I also highly recommend starting them really small, starting them in the Ikea cabinet and then eventually moving them out. But I also have to say that that acclimation phase wasn't even as bad as I expected it to be either. For example, my queen, I was really worried about moving her out of the greenhouse and she was actually just fine. So in hindsight, I should have just moved her out of the greenhouse way earlier. Anyway, it's time to wrap up this video. I think this is going to be really long, so I really appreciate if you watched any of it. If you watched all of it, honestly, legend, absolute legend. I don't think you quite understand how much of an impact that has to me, my channel, my future, my livelihood, and so on. So trust me, I very much appreciate it. I honestly can't think of any emoji right now, but Editing Jan will be a bit smarter. So Editing Jan will put an emoji up on screen that if you made it all the way to here, leave it in the comments down below. Also, let me know how you feel about Anthuriums. What's your favorite one? Do you have any? If not, why not? Is there any hesitations? Do you have any questions? And so on. Let's have a little discussion about Anthuriums in the comment section. After all, we have about 7 hours of reading comments while watching this video, right? Like, we can totally read all of them. Thank you so much. Give the video a thumbs up. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already, and hopefully I'll see you in my next, much shorter video. Bye!